be changed to appease the masses, right? Now, when the majority of people were believing in God, they used, and the death of Jesus, they used BC to appease. As society, and before, I think where it was, and as God from Jesus, we use AE. So saying that time is based upon this of just
Okay, you're breaking.
I said your birthday, your current birthday. I didn't say that everything that was ever had ever to do with time is based on it. No. You need to listen to my words. I said when you talk about your current birthday, it will be based upon one man living and dying, and that's just all I said. You know.
It's not. It's just that
it is. If you today going to tell someone, I will meet you in 2 years, which is going to be 2025 after Christ, then it's based on someone. So
you would have to prove that Christ was born on that date first.
Dude,
which you can't do.
I'm done. I'm not going to talk to you.
That's not really the point.
Wait, so when
That's
you
not really the point.
But it is the point.
Point is that the story goes that this guy died then, and that's where the calendar is revolved around. It doesn't really. We're not arguing about whether he died now.
That's the current story, and that's just for this one part of the world. There's tons of different stories, and other people in this system believe that it's an Aztec thing, right? So again, these are just you're fishing for your beliefs, but go for it.
If you ask an Indian man or a man out of the Emirates or any other human being on this earth, what year it is, okay? If they're not just extremely remotely living in a very close group that doesn't get any civilization access, what year will they tell you it is? Come on, man. Don't be so. I don't know what the big deal is. It's literally what it is, man. I'm not saying that I believe that the calendar is true, that the Gregorian calendar is anything but true. But I'm just saying the current fact is that no matter where you go in the world, everyone needs to accept that it's 2023 after Christ.
That is actually true.
No, we just accept that it's 2023. Nobody, there is no, the fact that, hold on. The after Christ part, well, he was talking to me, but the after Christ part,
come on.
The after Christ part is your personal thing. The after Christ part is your personal thing. To everybody in the world, they'll say 2023, right? That's what they'll say.
Yeah.
That's what's
but hello, what's the BC and AD stand for, bro?
Wait up, dude.
Before the Common Era. It's before the Common Era now.
No, it's
right.
not.
So again, he asked me. Let me respond.
Oh
when you
my
this
God.
is the, yeah, I know you talk a lot too. So when you say BC, you can make whatever you want. It means before big chops, right? It's just 2 letters. You're applying whatever you want to it.
You are amazing in creating your own little escape branch of just creating some type of argument just to run away from the very point I made. It's absolutely insane. That gives me the reason not to engage in you any further in this discussion.
Okay, cool. Clay, wait up, dude. Okay, I was trying to talk, interrupted. I yielded the floor to him, now in 5 different things. I'm trying to say something. This is very simple. Whether or not you believe that Yeshua existed and died at that time is irrelevant. Where it originated from, okay, was in fact the story of him dying. Now, if you want to argue that's because there was a lot of religious control over the calendar because that came from the Roman Catholic Church, cool, that's true. Not the point, though. The point is that the very date line that everyone in the entire world uses to this day did in fact originate from the story that a dude named Yeshua was killed at that time. Whether or not it's been changed.
Are you going to verify that?
Thank you, Winston.
Yeah, the Gregorian calendar came from the Roman Catholic Church, and that's why they chose the actual date line that we have. It's a fact. It's easy to verify that.
So you were there when that happened?
That's how you know you lost, when you resort to stuff like that.
Okay, wait, hold on. You're interrupting. Okay, so if I said, no, that's not what happened. It was based on this other thing. And I wasn't there to verify it, but it's written down in a newspaper I read 30 years ago. Does that make it fact, or does that just make it my personal subjective conclusion? Because what you're trying to do is hang on. hang on, not done.
You're so
What you're trying, I know, but don't interrupt. What you're trying to do is make it, okay, let me just get it out. What you're trying to do is make it seem like because you believe in this thing and you can infer that thing from reality that it's a fact. And I'm saying it's not. You weren't there to verify it's a fact. So it all comes back to your beliefs.
You asked the question.
You always have to implement straw mans, right? And then you use an analogy of what if you just randomly said some random thing and pointed to a newspaper, it would be equally the same. No, if you study the history at all of the Gregorian calendar, it is documented across the world 1,000 different ways that the people responsible for our modern calendar was the Roman Catholic Church. If you are denying that, I don't know what to tell you, but if you want to say it's the same as just like one newspaper article of some unspecified random claim, it objectively is not, okay? Everyone knows where the calendar came from. It's very easy to track that. In fact, you can track when it changed. You can track that they tried to change the days of the week from 7 to 5 and then from 7 to 10, but no one wanted to do it, so they stuck with 7. You can show why they named the different months, what they named them. Are you denying the etymology of the months? Are you denying the actual Gregorian calendar's origin? Because if you are, you're denying a plethora of historical evidence with no foundation just to say nah on Discord, which means it's just a waste of time. You're just being a contrarian per usual.
Yeah, that's well said.
Hey, yo, and the point being
so
is that...
I just posted,
can I respond?
I just posted
Can I respond?
a citation from livescience.com if you want to see that.
And, okay, and who wrote that?
I mean, it's only fair.
That citation you just posted, who wrote it?
From Life Science, if you want to, even Life Science telling you that the term AD and BC have their roots in Christianity. AD stands for Anno Domini, which in Latin stands for the year of the Lord, and it refers specifically to the birth of Jesus Christ. BC stands for before Christ. And that's just what Life Science wrote. I mean, that's just not even a Christian.
Hold on. Okay, so Life Science is an article that was written by a person, right?
I mean, you don't have to respond to me because Wiz is just told something. Wiz is just.
I'm asking.
Spoke to you. You were about to answer him. I just told you there's something I just posted from Life Science.
Okay, how about this? All of those things that you just presented, those were written by people like Whitsitt who had that same opinion, right?
No, these are atheists.
Can I get the floor back?
Funny.
So okay.
Yeah,
hold on. So you know the people personally that wrote these. Again, hold on. This is the standard you would hold a baller to. A baller's never been to space, but he can show you a document about how it's been documented he's been to space. You're using the exact same thing to prove your claim, but because you don't believe in space, you don't accept it. You believe in the Bible, so you accept it. This is the point. This is the point I'm making. Yes.
Real quick.
I just want to say, I don't believe. I want to correct.
You could be an atheist. You could be an atheist and understand that the etymology of our months comes from the Roman Catholic Church. It's literally named after Roman leaders. They made our modern calendar. You're just denying reality. I'm in the middle of talking. You're denying blatant reality just to be a contrarian. And what that means is now we all in this room have to agree to waste our Monday with RTH for hours. And we're not going to do that.
Okay, well, here, so
it's a bit silly.
All right, wait, let me. Okay, but you didn't address my point. Are all of the NASA documents, right, about people going to space, are those not verified quote quote documents? Right?
This is a complete red herring. Can we get back to
No. Not a red herring. It's not a red herring. It's not a red herring.
Come on, guys, you're tripping out over here. Seriously.
No, see, and they blame it on me. And they blame it on me.
Yeah, this is not right the hands fault, guys. You're tripping out.
No, I'm not tripping out.
Let me speak. Let me speak.
Just let me speak. Creation of the world.
Okay, you speak, and then I'll go after you.
Anno Mundi is.
Dude, we don't need to talk about the dates. Let's get back to what Issa originally brought up.
Okay, but the entirety of your proof, when you're saying, look, there's an AD on these numbers in stone, and that AD stands for after the death of Christ. And I'm going, well, it could stand for anything. And you're going, no, look, there's these documents there's papers written. And I'm going, yeah, there's papers written that the moon is a floating rock. That doesn't make the moon a floating rock. And you're going, it's not the same, when it's exactly the same. It's what we have, AD, the moon. There's papers written about it. How is that not the same? Because of your personal beliefs.
It was about underlining.
Nobody cares. We're moving back to what Issa was
about underlining the very thought or idea or statement that Issa had about his perception of what we see in reality. And when I talked about, or I inserted the point with the dates, it just further underlines that what Issa is saying is 100% what we experience within reality right now, with the court systems, laws, and the basic fundamental construct of our Western society. So I don't know what your big deal with that is, but it's just literally objectively pointing that out. Doesn't need to be any faith believer in there, doesn't need to be anyone screaming I don't know, you need to believe the Messiah or be religious. It's just literally what we observe in reality. That's all.
No, it's not, because we don't observe the death of this. Hold on. We don't observe the death of this guy, the documentation of it, and then the entire calendar system being built around it. We don't observe that. What we observe is a calendar system and then documents about where it came from. Just like we don't observe the moon as a floating rock, we observe the moon and there's documents about how it's a floating rock. If you again, that's as clear as I can make the distinction. And
I can't handle the logic.
I know,
right?
I know.
There's
you
a
can't.
huge. Right.
No,
there's
you
a
can't.
huge.
You have to interrupt. I know.
Look, I just have to say it because it's so weird. There's a huge difference between a man walking on the moon and a man walking on the earth, right? We're claiming a man walked on the earth, right? Whether he walked on water or not, we're not even getting into that. We're just claiming a man walking on the earth. He challenged the authority of the nation that he was in, right in the middle of the temple, right in the middle of the treasury. Challenged that authority, and he got killed for free speech, and it affected the world forever. That's all we're saying.
Or did he? Because I
If you believe that,
Barabbas
if you believe
means
it.
son of the father.
Either way,
Barabbas is son of the
That's your
father. They
belief.
let him go. It's
You
very
can't prove that. You can't verify any of that. That's just blind
okay. Hold
faith.
on, right
You didn't.
there.
You
Can I
weren't
get a minute,
there.
please? Because I raised these questions initially, right? Because I heard your nihilism, and in an attempt to help humanity, I reached out to you with a glimmer of hope, but you've just seemed to shut it down. So what I'm trying to say to you is that this idea that we live in an ecclesiastical system, and the fact that it's a part of our republic, whether we'd like to agree with it or not, is the kernel that will save our nation right now. Our better understanding of that will help us further benefit ourselves and our families and the rest of it. God forbid we should have to face such a thing as hyperinflation. Because if hyperinflation happens, the only way to handle that and not fucking wind up on the bus going to China is fucking to discharge the national debt that would be obliged to your person. Because you could never own land anyway, because you're a spirit that lives in a body, right? You don't live in an address. You live in your body. But you have a U.S. citizen that goes and deals and handles the affairs for you in the public that you walk through every day. And either we accept those responsibilities, neglect those responsibilities. But as I think it was like Roosevelt said, it's like, men cannot escape from being governed. But if you cannot govern yourself, then, from within, if you cannot govern yourself from within, you must be governed from without. And this idea that we have a remedy to discharge, let's say, debt that we thought we could never make or never work hard enough to acquire is really, I think, a glimmer of hope for us to push through. I think because this is because what I think of the financial system is so real to me. I would dare say that they're doing this whole play of the last couple of years in order to handle this debt that's got to happen, because we have a banking system that is ecclesiastical and it has a thing called the Jubilee. Hold on.
I mean, I think you just got to not participate in their bullshit. They're running a magic trick, and they need you to keep it going. Just go do your own thing.
Dude, that's also a story made up by you, because you're a human being. If I'm gonna judge the world by your standards of how everything at the end, is just relative because it's stated and written down by humans, then I can just, actually end my life, because then nothing is really sure, it's just all relative, you know. I mean, is what this guy is saying true? I mean, he's just a man, you know. He could lie to me, blah blah blah. It's just an endless road of blah blah blah. So when you tell me that, oh, you need to be aware of this, of these dark governments that creates books to like enslave people mentally, and then they go on discords and tell everyone that there's hope and that there's something that is out of this world that they can put their trust in. That's definitely the best governmental tactics that you can apply and force into people. The whole thing, like literally, the only thing I can hear from you right now is just confusion, man. And probably the problem is you hear the same thing from me, which is that's just a spiritual thing. See, and that's where we come back to a ground that a battlefield that no one can actually see, but it's there.
Well, I think there's a lot of nuance in this conversation. So, like, the courts actually are veering further and further away from spiritual principles, where it says, like, no man should eat if they don't work. And now the courts, you know, they pass things to just give people free stuff. And it says, like, if a woman is accusing a man of rape, she must have tried to stop it or cried out, right? She couldn't just let it happen and get mad at him and accuse him. And now they've changed the law to where the girl can just let it happen and then claim afterwards that she was raped. And there's all these things that it's starting to veer away from, but in its foundation, it is built upon like spiritual principles. Evidence of this is, like, for example, with property tax, and I don't know that I fully agree. I mean, the scriptures do kind of denote ownership of land and stuff like that. And this guy won $38 million because he refused to pay his property tax in Florida. They took his house, and then he went after them, and he got his house back fully paid off, like everything in perpetuity. He didn't ever have to pay anything, and then he got $38 million on top of that. And he actually used scripture in his motions. So they definitely respond to scripture. So at least understanding the principles and how they apply to the way the system operates is beneficial. There is no escaping the system in entirety. There is no way to do that unless you just want to literally be Amish. And even they still use the system. So, you know, it is beneficial to kind of learn about it and then figure out what most people don't know and how you can use it.
Now, humans have lived without the system before. There's no reason for me to have to just accept. The only person that would tell me I need the system to live is somebody who works for the system.
What's it? Aside from that, what do you think about the concept of Barabbas? Like, I think that is fascinating, dude. Like the idea that Barabbas means the son of the Father, i.e., like possibly the Christ got freed, let loose, never crucified.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean,
Something to
more of an Islam thing.
Well, I mean, it is. It is, and it isn't. But like that idea that it's in the text, that the idea that they release a guy named Barabbas. Like the only reason to think Barabbas is a bad guy is because the preacher said so.
Yeah,
I'll get with you on that. I'll get with you on that. Okay, so the story goes, when he went before Pilate, Pilate didn't want to execute him, right? Because he found no wrongdoing. So he flogged him. So after he was flogged, he was completely unrecognizable. And devil's advocate, by the way. So when he was unrecognizable, then they brought him before. So at that point, they didn't know that it was Jesus right there next to Barabbas, right? They just saw some guy who just got whipped beyond recognition. The cat of nine tails, 39 whips, right? So they basically ripped his flesh, right? So that guy got executed. But from Issa's point of view, how do you know that that guy was Yeshua? Because you've seen the other guy before. Sorry, I'm just trying to get the argument out. I apologize. I will go on mute, right? So couldn't Pilate have arrested Jesus, took him into custody, and shipped him to France, and no one would have ever known the difference? I think that's Issa's argument. Just trying to stillman it. Please continue.
I've heard about France, but I just think the idea of but is that a Dan Brown reference? But like
right.
I think like I think like the idea of that it's just interesting that the one that was released, and it was like this idea or there's an idea, I guess, that like, you know, it is made to believe that the people thought that the Christ was crucified. And it makes sense to me that it would follow the tale of Mithras in the crucifixion and all the other allegory and the angels and the saints, and it went that direction publicly, but possibly it was never actually historically accurate. And the idea that he was never crucified, but the story of the Christ and the crucifixion and all that goes back eons between as like a philosophical and almost like a sun thing. So I think, like, are we being misled into thinking that the Christ was crucified and all the rest of it, when in reality maybe there was a way through, and that's why Matthew 5:25, when Christ says, agree with thine adversary quickly before he takes you to the jailer. And what does he say when Pontius Pilate says, "Are you the king of the Jews?" He offered him a conditional acceptance. He said, "Is it you that says that, or did somebody tell you?" He didn't say, "I'm the king of the Jews," right?
I would say go back and read it word for word and see what he actually said before you say. But just to address, did they know
in
it
Matthew,
was?
In Matthew, he doesn't. In Matthew, he doesn't say it. I know. I've heard him possibly in John, maybe, but like I don't. I find it interesting when it comes to the notice of the law. But go on, brother.
Yeah, in some places you'll say he says you said it yourself, right? So I would say just go back and look at each of those instances before you make any claims about what it says. But this is what I would say as to whether
Matthew, that's the deal.
as to whether they knew if it was Jesus or Barabbas being released. They were quite familiar with both of them. They seen them all the time. Daily, they seen Messiah preaching in the temple daily, every day, right?
Well, yeah. What gets me is, what's the name of Barabbas mean in Hebrew?
Yeah, we can go
Wasn't
into
that
what does the name. Yeah, we could go into what does the name Michael mean? What does the name Joshua mean? We could go into all the
Well, no, it
different
just
meanings.
means son of the father, though. It does mean
Wasn't
son
that
of the
wasn't
father.
that the name
There's
of the
nothing
evil
wrong.
guy in the first
Did I
Men in
finish,
Black?
guys?
That evil character?
I said,
Did I
you
just-
gonna let him finish a sentence, man?
Let me get this out. So I just got a couple of things to share. They were very familiar with both of the people, the Messiah, the one you call Jesus, and Barabbas. They were familiar with both of them. Barabbas was known for what he was known for, and that's all he was known for. And they were familiar with him. They knew what he looked like, so they knew who they were releasing. And as to the person,
is that in the scripture?
and just one more
Is that in the
thing.
scripture?
Man.
Or, hold on, is that in the scripture?
Let him finish, man.
I know you're trying to trigger me, bro. I know it's just a big joke, but it's cool. So
Have a conversation. I don't like to debate shit.
But we can debate it after I kind of, just let me make a couple points. The other gentleman who comes in, I think it's RTH, and he speaks of the book, and people just believe in the book. Look, people believe in things they observe and experience also. So all these believers that you hear talking about the book are not people just believing in a book and words that are written down. They actually have experience, and they actually have observed things and touched and smelled and tasted things that you haven't, right? And so they can't convince you of those things. You have to experience those things yourself. And it's just like any scientist. If he's going to, come up with some experiment, some kind of new thing that you've never seen before, you might not believe it. It's just because you've never experienced it. But yeah, that shouldn't stop you. Now, go ahead, man. If you wanted to, say something to what I said, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just curious. Is that in the scripture that everybody knew who Barabbas was?
It's in the scripture that Barabbas was known for what he was known for and what he actually did. And so, yeah, that's in the scripture. And as far as them knowing who he was, yeah, that's in the scripture. And as far as Messiah being in the temple daily and everybody knowing what he looks like, so you think they just, you think Barabbas was a twin, or they were confused? I mean, there's so many things that
Just because you're known at the temple doesn't mean you're going to be known at the jurors of the courtroom. That's all. I don't know if they were like, did they frequent the temple? I mean, I really don't know. Like, my point is this: though, is that the term Barabbas,
says everyone.
Right?
It says everyone came to see him. Everyone came to see him in the temple daily. Everyone.
Well, I'm just saying, like, I don't know if those jurors did. So, like, my thing is, like, what I mean is that the idea that his name is Barabbas is just fascinating to me. We can go into the nitpickiness of it, and you can, have the crucifixion if you like. I'm just saying. I just think it more interesting and more nuanced than the historical account of one man. I think there's like a lot going on.
I'm sure you've seen. I'm sure one more thing.
And Lucas says that people saw let Barabbas goes free, and it says Barabbas was a man who was in jail for starting a riot in the city and for murder.
And so, go ahead, Hank.
Then
Go
Peter
ahead.
Tilligard or some shit, right? Or something. I don't know. I
Yeah,
think,
I'm still playing devil's advocate, and I
yeah,
guess
go
you
for
guys are going to forgive me, but they could have got a man that was the same height, build, and weight as Yeshua, whipped him beyond belief, beyond recognition, to an inch of death, and then brought him before the crowds, and then executed that man. Now I'm playing my side of the thing. But when the man spoke on the cross, he revealed his true identity. Thanks.
And I know you've seen me post before the Muslim scholar who says that Messiah was actually crucified, did actually raise from the dead, and and he teaches the Quran does not say anywhere that it was just some made up thing and he actually didn't die, right? And would you agree with that scholar or disagree? And it would be nice just to go over those points. But
I hear, well, from my gathering of it, it's that it's like they were made to think that he was crucified, but he was not crucified. That's what I know of it as a translation from the Quran. But I don't, I don't know. I've never heard the dude talking about that. But like
yeah, I'll post it again. I'll post it again for you, but I'll just tell you this: when people were crucified, they died. They didn't come back. So if you thought you killed somebody, say you shot somebody and you thought you killed them, you thought they were going to bleed out, you thought they were dead when you left, right? But the next day you see them walking around. You might have thought you killed them, but you didn't kill them, and you might have thought you killed the Messiah, and you might have thought that he was done with, but he's not.
Are you proposing that he didn't die on the cross?
No, I'm proposing that you think that the cross was the end of him and that he's still dead, but he's not. He's raised. And that's what the Muslim scholar also agrees with. And he says if you're going to attribute anything else to Allah, that would be crazy. I'll post it for you.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, that sounds legit. I just, I don't know about the, like, I know that, like, in the Quran, they think there's the Messiah or the Christ is, like, raised. And, like, that he's going to come back and lead Salah. I mean, there's interesting stories. But I just find it interesting in the allegory of our system. And you know what I mean? I'm interested in, I'll probably watch the video you post because it interests me. But, like, I think that there's like we have a way through on so many angles, and that's really all I was getting into initially. Just kind of intricate, like biblical talk. Like I'd have to go do my own checks and balances real quick to make sure that I'm all get into it.
You just went like super low. I don't know.
Oh, forgive me. My but like I do find it interesting that Barabbas it does mean son of the father, and it's just interesting that it's in there. It's interesting that that's the name. It's an interesting part of the story, like, and that there's so much allegory. Like a buddy of mine, I don't necessarily comport, but it's an interesting way to look at it. How like the cross is like the balance sheet, and like this like reference to accounting, and that's why like the idea of like walking on water is more akin to walking on the sea of commerce, and like there's this rich symbology that's in there. And I think that a lot of people that's nuanced and missed, and potentially these are the little nuggets that help us understand the system we're actually living in because they've put forth these books as representative of their system. And history.
I would
go on.
I would say this: when you're studying the names and you find those very interesting, study more Hebrew names because you could attribute a lot of names to Messiah that were Hebrew names by the meaning of what the names are. So just do that, and also I posted the video for you. Just give it a watch and tell me what you think of it.
Yeah, well, I just think I think it pertinent rather that it's like that name is an integral part of the quote unquote crucifixion. That too. Just it's like it piques my interest that would be there. And I just, in light of like the idea of the way that we have an ecclesiastical system, and that the idea that our governments understand and respect these laws and these codes, should you introduce them or bring them up or reference them or because like it's reminding me like when you say like our courts are going and leaning more towards getting away from this stuff. It's only doing that because the people who are going in to operate the courts are letting it go that way. You will always have as the foundational principle these biblical references, in my estimates of it. And I just think that understanding and that idea of like the concept of when a judge says, "Who are you?" is even more nuanced. Do you know what I mean? Than we might presume. And I just think that we have remedies that are capable with this kind of understanding that would solve, I think, some people's issues, should they fully understand what this nation can provide for them, or you know what I mean, or does provide as an option. I don't
So,
know.
can I just say one thing? I sent this thing to North, but I bet you never listened to it, North. Correct me if I'm wrong. It's an episode of Crow. I'm just going to post it in the chat. It's all about the Bible and how it's intertwined into law, and it's really good. Like he really goes into depth. The whole living man thing. You guys know all that stuff. But yeah, I sent it to you, Larry, as well, because I know that's right up your street. So
Thank you.
Well, that's the
Appreciate
thing.
that.
I find a lot of that stuff is so interested in jurisdiction, and I think really just to throw this out there, because they do spend so much time trying to belabor that point. From most of these guys, anyway, they're like, also the jurisdictional element comes into play. The fact that you're a spirit within a body already, like you don't need to like get rid of your citizen. You don't need to change it. Like I think all of that is it's part of the adolescence of this understanding, because everything is already set up right. We just have to look at it through the lens that sees it as it's supposed to operate.
And
I used to.
one thing real quick, Isa. When Pilate asked him, he said, "You say so. You said it. You said I was the king of the Jews. You said it." He didn't deny it.
Right, but he also, like in law, like it's called a conditional acceptance. It's like it's putting the onus on the other. There's like there's, I don't know, and it's interesting how the lesson is taught through the Christ at the heat of the moment. Like in Matthew, if I'm not mistaken, I don't know which book you're reading from. I've read from Matthew where he says, like, is it you that says that, or is it you, or did somebody else tell you that? You know what I mean? Like he
You have to be
references
specific. You're
was
going to
it
have to be really specific, because in every gospel account, when Pilate asked him, he said, "You say so. You said it. You yourself said
what
it.
book are you?
You
Well, I mean,
yourself."
is this the King James version?
Any version you get's going to tell you, you yourself said it.
Right. He's gonna, and it's and in another way of maybe saying you yourself said it is it you that said that, or did somebody else say it? Because at least that's how I've read it
No,
in Matthew.
that wouldn't be how it's read. No, that would be way out of context. Yeah, I would
Or
say get very specific.
is
Get the
it
word, read the words before it and after it to get the
is
context.
yeah, well, my point being is that there's some element of like a shift of burden, and in doing so, that's like a lesson from the Christ.
You'd have to show where that is.
I'll use what you just said. When he says, "You said that," right? That's what he said. Can you quote him for me? What did Christ say when Pontius Pilate asked him?
You have said it.
Right.
You've said so.
That is a conditional acceptance, saying you have said it, because obviously he just said it.
Okay.
Right. So in a way,
Well,
now it's a very curt way of saying it, but I've heard it read that he said, or you know what I mean. I've heard it said that, or I believe I've read it, even though I'm just haven't been reading this stuff lately. But the idea that he says, is it you that says that, or did somebody else say that? Same concept.
well,
And
that's Messiah asking the disciples
and
who
that
they
is
say.
because he's showing us the way of how to deal with this pressure. And I think it's so interesting how the Christ exemplifies all of the aspects one would want to have in facing this thing.
I think you're getting accounts messed up or mixed up, because I think when he asks his disciples, "Who do you say?" Right, he says, "Who do you say I am?" And then he asks them, who do the others say I am?" And they said, well, some say you're Elijah, some say you're this prophet or that prophet. And then he asked them, well, who do you say I am? And they say, well, you're the Christ, the Son of the living God. And then he says, Peter, blessed thou art, this was not revealed to you by man, but from above, from my Father. So I don't think you have a very good argument unless you show me specifically what verse you're saying. And so I don't want to, continue on about it because we'll just run around in a circle, but just be very specific,
My point is that, and I already made my point. I don't know why but my point is that the Messiah, or the Christ has taught us the right way to deal with the system, and the way he taught us was the conditional acceptance. And I think there's more to it. There's more nuance, especially more rules in our system. But I think the idea of the conditional acceptance is there. I'd have to go. Let me see if I can find where I've read it before, and maybe come back with it. But if I'm not mistaken, what he offers is a conditional acceptance. And my point is that the Christ, being always correct, teaches us the way to deal with the pressure. I don't see how you could disagree with that. But whatever, it's not my place.
Yeah, if someone come in right now and they said, you said it, man, they would be agreeing with everything you said. There's no condition. They just agree with everything you said. But yeah, you said enough. I said enough.
My turn. Okay, so I just wanted to say that I'm pretty sure I used to be a UCC1 insane person, right? I used to be very anti-government, anti-establishment, and in a lot of ways I still am, right? But it's not because I'm against the rule of law. I'm actually for the rule of law. I'm actually against the corruption in the government, and that's what makes me look like I'm so anti-government. But I'm actually pro-good government, the government that swore to uphold our rights and protect our borders and our property and our rights. I'm all for that. That's what they're supposed to be doing, right? But back to the UCC1 insane person. I posted something about the UCC1, but if you look at what it says here, the words insane and insane person shall include every idiot, insane person, and person non compos mentis, not of sound mind, right? So this is really interesting because I think most people are insane persons or idiots or not of sound mind. Most people, including myself. And I think, the doctrine of pantis parente, or the state is your parent. I think it's there for a reason because most people aren't capable of sinking and swimming out in the wilderness by themselves. They actually need a job and, a person, that they call a citizen, to operate in this world. And I think that the government does give us benefits and privileges if we accept them. But if you just so happen to not have, a contract with the state when you give birth to your children, and you don't give them a birth certificate, then you're opting out of the system for your child. But if your child is opted out of the system, how can they do that? You can't contract for your child in the same way that your mother didn't have the right to opt you into the system because you weren't old enough to contract. But I think it's for everyone to decide whether or not they want to participate in the system. Because you could be born out of it and get in it, and you can be born in it and get out of it. But I think there's a perfect medium in between where we're in the world, but we're not of the world. Thanks. I did it
Damn it,
again. I killed the
Larry.
chat.
Damn it,
Killed it.
Larry.
I know. Every time I open my mouth, right?
Unmute again and use his mouth parts.
I think idiot in legal terms, it's basically you saying that you're ignorant. To the Latin, it comes from ignorant or common, the common man ignorant of the legalese, basically.
Hey yo, Forgive me real quick. What's it?
You're muffled.
You
Yeah.
don't mind? It was in John. It's in John the Bible. That's what it was. Forgive me. I just wanted to clarify. It was He says, "Are you saying this on your own, or did others tell you about me?" I think, or in the King James version, "Are you speaking for yourself about this, or did others tell you this concerning me?" King James, Jesus answered him, "Sayest thou this thing of thyself, or did others tell it of me?" I just wanted to point out that I was making, you know what I mean? Thank you. So, John 18:34.
To respond to Witsit, if you look it up on etymaline.com, it basically says, you're not a doctor or a lawyer or an author. You're a private person, right? So, basically a lot of us are, acting a certain way and not in our full capacity, right? Most of us are acting like insane persons. And when we go in there and act like an insane person and claim that you're a U.S. citizen, who told you that? Like, government school told you that? Like, who told you that you are a U.S. citizen? Like, I look at my documents and it says Texas on the birth certificate, the driver's license. So, like, what is
Well, you know what though? You got to
the
have a
United
U.S. citizen to
States?
do the banking. That's where that comes into play. The only
Right, but
necessity, for the social used to be when you were doing banking. It still is, but people, you can actually go into a place and if they reject you service based off of your failure to disclose a social security account number, you could sue them.
Before you guys get too far, I want to address, what you said, Isa, and it'll be really quick. When you cited that in John, the 18:34, he said, "Sayest these things of thyself? Did you come up with this, Pilate, or someone else tell you about me?" And then he goes further, and if you'll read further, he says this, and Pilate keeps questioning him. Verse 37, Pilate therefore said unto him, "Art thou a king then?" And Jesus answered, "Thou sayest that I am king. To this end I was born, and for this cause came I into the world, that I should bear witness unto the truth, and everyone that is of truth heareth my voice." And then Pilate goes on to, keep asking him about truth. But again, he says, "Thou sayest that I am king." You
Is your
say it.
point of contention that I just by nature reject the idea of the godliness of Christ? Is that the point of contention here?
Well, the
Because
first
is your
point.
argument that he's the Son of God and he didn't deny that? Is that your argument?
Well, my first point of contention would have been with your first point about, could Barabbas have been Jesus? And, I addressed that, by the scripture. And then when you're talking about what he said here and it's conditional, he was either told this by others or he's asking for himself, right? And it's obvious that others have been speaking to him about it. And it's obvious he has his own questions. Those things are obvious. But Messiah says to him, "You said it, and yes, I am the king. This is why I was born. This is why I came here. This is what I come to do." So he answers and says he is in
Yeah, I
the
know, but like
text.
if somebody like an officer was like, so what do you think yourself the king of New York? Be like, "You said it, dog. I didn't." You know what I'm saying, dude? Like, I don't. It's like, I just think like,
That's why I'm
I
here.
think
That's why I
the
was
point. Well,
born.
real quick. I just wanted to say like to say this because whatever. Like the point being is that my point being that Jesus uses the conditional acceptance in the Bible. That's all I'm saying. And the Christ being the best example of what we should try to be, he shows us this. Now, the next point though about like his divinity, let's say, if like if you had like a bag of weed on you and the cops like, "Yo, do you have a bag of pot on you?" You're like, "Well, is it you that says that, or is it some informer you put down on me, bro?" Like he might not even he's not gonna give he doesn't have to give up the goose that he's the king of the whatever, that he's the Messiah, or that he's showing us to keep the republic private. He doesn't give up the goose, is the point. And that's
Well, he
why, in
gave
my
up the
opinion,
goose.
if you read through his words, he never quite says that he's the king of the world or the king of the son of God. He says, you know what I mean? I'm the
Yeah, I
son
just
of
read it,
man, he says, you know what I mean? If I'm not mistaken. But like
bro.
the point
I
being is that
just
like,
read it.
that's a different point.
Thou
Dude,
sayest, I am king. To this end I was born. To this end I was born. and for this cause I came into the world, that I should bear witness. So listen, he does tell them. He's not hiding from it, right? And he's not trying to get out of what the trouble he's in. He's not trying to get out of being put to death. He has to be. So he's let them know.
Snacks. Scroll up. See where I said retard one time, please. Go.
Oh my God! Nobody
No, fuck.
fucking cares. Nobody.
Shut up,
fucking
you hurry.
cares.
What
Nobody
is this
cares.
about? So I've.
Hey, man, can we just have a positive vibe and everyone just kind of be kind and loving,
All right,
humble, and patient?
with it. Somebody, Snacks just said, I've been barred from scribing in the chat because I called somebody retard. Now scroll up,
Hey,
and
take
see
it to
where I
another
call somebody
point.
retard.
All right, mate. I'm
Just
sorry.
right,
My bad. Somebody else did it. My bad. Sorry.
All right, yeah, we're gonna move on. He said, "My bad." We're gonna move on. That was super gay.
Yeah,
GHEY.
Yeah,
Wait, but
okay, yeah, clearly
I
condescending,
feel you.
asshole.
I feel you. I feel you, P Mac. You don't want someone to
fucking
admit.
mod. Yeah, me and Whitson are mods, so shut the fuck up. Who banned who?
All right, I don't know what's going on, but let's just try to all show each other love and be cool and chill.
No doubt. But yeah, I think all I'm saying is saying, like, I would hope, honestly, man, I don't try to, I've always looked at the Christ as like only God knows the mysteries of God. Okay. So I don't want to, like, and I'm not trying to like have a debate whether or not the Christ confirmed or denied his divinity, because that's a personal choice. I think there is a way potentially to read the scripture and show that what the Christ did was he accepted the proposal that they were going to, that they were calling him the king or whatever. He didn't like reject it, which is also a point to my point of the rules of the game, in that you can't deny things. Once you go into a state of denial, you're in a state of, it's dishonor. There's rules. There's like, I've talked about it before. I don't know if you've heard me talk about it. The 4 doors, acceptance, conditional acceptance. Those are honorable. And then silence and an argument are dishonorable. You know what I mean? But you also read in the scripture where the Christ remains silent and everyone marvels at it. You know what I mean? Like, only God knows. But these are the rules that I've come across and learned. And the way that the Christ deals with Pontius Pilate, he doesn't necessarily reveal or say that he's the king of the Jews. He doesn't deny it either. And I think
Well, he literally.
therein is the lesson. And I'm not trying to like poo-poo the position of Christ on earth. I'm just trying to say, this is interesting to me. These are the rules of the game, and the Christ teaches it.
He was quiet before his slaughter. He didn't fight against it or rail against it or give excuses as to why he shouldn't be put to death. That's the point. But he did obviously say why he was sent here to this earth and why he was born to be the king. That's the reason. And he does admit it. He asked Peter who he is. And who do they say I am? Who do you say I am? And then go ahead.
Sorry. Yeah, North, I guess what he's trying to say is like in the moment where the courts themselves, like the system, the courts, if you will, were asking him the questions, the way that he engaged with the courts may be like some type of example for us. I mean, I don't know that I don't know. I don't want to speak for him, but I don't think he's necessarily saying that Yeshua never claimed to be the Messiah, because he pretty clearly does. But I think it's more like the idea of the courts. I find all this very interesting because, like, look at Paul. Paul was like well learned, and he was dealing with officials and court proceedings, and were instructed as to how to go to court and stuff. And so it does seem like maybe there's something to what the idea being that Yeshua was very elegant in how he kind of interacted in that moment. But I don't know, knowing the full context, he knew that it had to happen. He was just kind of not even trying to fight it in a way, right? So I don't know. I don't think he's necessarily saying that Yeshua outright denied being the Messiah or never claimed it the whole time, but more so in that specific interaction, like with the courts, where he kind of does it. He does kind of leave. He is kind of like I wouldn't say trolling, but it's almost like he's trolling in a way. Like, he's not trolling, but he's playing mental jiu-jitsu with him. Yeah,
I get that, and I get that because even when the disciples ask him, "Why do you speak to all these people in parables?" And he says, because I don't want them to understand, because they have ears that they do not hear and eyes that they do not see. It's not because I'm trying to relate everyday life to them. It's because I do not want them to understand. So I could see, you answer some people, you answer a fool according to how you should answer a fool, right? And you answer different people according to how you should answer them, be they Pharisees or scribes. But yeah, he clearly admits in that same instance where he's speaking with Pilate that this is why he was born. And he's still, the context is still the king, him being a king, the king of the Jews. So,
well, I think in my estimates, it's like because he's not rejecting it. And this is just my opinion. I think because he doesn't reject it, people are left open to the idea that he was going to say that he was that. And I just think, in light of, let's say, today's modern hearings, you know what I mean? Like there's like this, and there's also an interesting story about when the Christ has to go pay taxes. And they asked, I forget who they asked, but they asked one of the disciples if they pay taxes, Peter maybe, and he said, "Yeah, we do." And then the Christ
no, he
comes up
said
to
we
him and says,
don't.
he says, "Hey, what the hell did you guys tell these guys?" And then he said, "Now you got to go get a fish from the ocean and pull the penny out of his mouth and pay the
Well, this
taxes
is
with
what
that." Right?
this is what's funny about that. This is what was actually said. They said, "Doesn't your master? Don't you pay the tax?" And Messiah said, "Who pays the tax? Do the foreigners pay the tax, or do the children of the king pay the tax? Who's supposed to pay the tax?" And his disciple says, "Well, the foreigners are supposed to pay the tax. The children of the king are not supposed to pay a tax." And he says, "That's true, and you've said right. But go and get the denarii out of the fish's mouth, so that we do not stumble them, and give them the tax." It wasn't necessary for them to pay the tax because they're children of the king.
What did he
And the
get from the
foreigners should pay
fish?
the tax.
What did he get from the fish?
He got the tax. That's what I just
Yeah, he
said.
went
He
and got
said
the coin. He went and
so.
got their currency.
I don't think you hear me, bro. Maybe I'm
Oh,
talking too
forgive me.
low. He said, so we do not stumble them. Go get the money out of the fish's mouth and give them the tax. We don't have to, but we're going to do it so it's easy for everyone right now. We're going to do
Right.
that.
And that's
That's
where
what I
I
say
come
about
in. And
churches. That's what I
that's
say
where
about
this
churches
theory.
today. They don't. That's what I say about churches today, or so-called churches who don't want to pay a tax. The Messiah paid the tax. Why aren't you paying the tax? And there's the reason he did it was so they wouldn't stumble and so people wouldn't have a word against him. But going back again to this with the Pilate thing, man, Pilate put the sign on it, and what does it say? All hail the King of the Jews, right? And he told him, "This is why I was born. Yeah, I'm the king. This is why I'm born. You said I'm the king, and this is why I was born, and this is why I'm
Well, I tell
here."
you what,
So
I'm
that's
gonna get
admitting.
away from the Messiah complex. What I'm gonna say is this: is that what's interesting with the going for the fish is that the whole idea of there is this strange process, right, to go through in order to pay the tax. Who the fuck goes to the ocean, grabs a fish, and fucking grabs a coin out of it? And this is what I think. Like, this is the parable, and like you just said, like they don't want you to know everything, and so they put it in this weird fish's mouth. And I think the fish going to the sea of commerce, dealing with the fish, the game of the commerce, and extracting the fish, i.e., discharging the debt through paperwork, obligation, etc., and being able to discharge and run and pay taxes through the means of the pen. This strange thing that we can go to the sea of currency, get a fish. It's just allegory to me that there's this, and the process is within the court itself and within the history of our nation. It's fucking beautiful.
Issa, have you ever considered that a lot of these things? Have you ever considered the idea that they physically occurred and they serve as like profound, layered allegories and spiritual applications? Like,
I've always, and that's why I attribute it. I always say, man, only God knows the mysteries of God, right? I can't breathe underwater, but I know fish exist, and that's what they do, right? So, like, all I know is that, like, my limited little view of the world, you know what I mean? I'm very willing.
yeah, I guess you see what I'm saying, right? I'm saying, like,
Oh yeah,
it's
yeah,
not
yeah.
a,
No, no, no.
it's
But
not
I
a
also,
dichotomy.
how about this? I'll tell you this with it. I don't stand on the objective reality of that happening as being anywhere near my argument, right? That would be an article of faith to some extent. And so I
Yeah,
just think
yeah.
that in a lot of ways, for me, understanding that I live in a secular society, Do you know what I mean? Like, it's better for me to seek the, to make the argument for the allegory than it would be the
No,
history.
that's super cool. I'm cool with that, bro. That's you, right? Do you? But I guess
Right.
I think we would agree on this. Like, I'm just saying, whether allegory or physical, it's not a dichotomy. It could be both. That's all I'm saying.
Yes. And I don't, my thing is that I don't try to argue to strengthen the historicity of it, because I find it throws the baby out with the bathwater with people. And only in so much as that it's just not my place. It's like dinosaurs to me. It's like I'm reluctant to commit on the idea, but I'll hold out until I know better. And I look at it like only God knows the mysteries of God.
Well, I mean, that's the truthism that only God knows the mysteries of God. But I wanted to ask, did you say, like, you're okay with it being an allegory, or are you against it? Like, I didn't catch that part. I'm sorry,
He
are you
isn't
okay?
booking it as allegory. He thinks the
Right.
allegory is profound.
I asked it backwards. Like, are you okay with it being, like, historical? Like, if we said these are, like, historical documents, and this Jesus guy really walked the earth, like, are you against that?
Are you talking to me? Because no, I don't
Yeah,
think
I'm
that's
sorry, Issa. Throw the
okay. Yeah,
baby out with the
no.
bathwater
I'm not
part, because
against it
the
at all.
history. Okay,
No,
yeah,
I'm
that's
not
what I was
against
checking.
it at all. I'm. It's like, look, it's like, do I know if my neighbor right now is outside getting, rainwater? You know what I mean? Like, it's something that, like, I could presume, I could imagine. I'm not going to say that they're not. It's like, if they're going to say that Christ went and walked on water, you know what I mean? Like, to me, in my heart of hearts, I have the idea that God gave me discernment, and the discernment to recognize allegory from historicity. Now, I'm not against the idea, but I find it hard to believe that personally. Like, if you're asking me personally, do you know what I mean? But like, I wouldn't come out and say it didn't happen.
Well, right there you have something, you have a problem. If God knows the
I'm
mysteries of
being
God
honest
and
with
man
you.
can, let me just say this. If God knows the mysteries of God and you can't, and the text does say that, the spirit of man knows not the things of God unless the spirit of God reveals it to the spirit of man. So those things can be revealed to you, right? Not that you're going to reason them out or you're going to come up with it on your own. Things are revealed to you, just like when, he asked Peter, "Who do you say I am?" And he said who he was, and he said that was not revealed to you from men, but from above, from my Father. So these secrets or these mysteries or these things of God that can't be understood or reasoned among men can be revealed to men. And that's the problem people have when they come in and say, you people just believe in a book. No, it's an experience and a relationship and a revealing that some people have had and some people haven't. And that's amongst the scientific field. It's amongst many different fields where people believe one thing and they know something's true, and other people just, they can't fathom it. And so that's everywhere you look, though.
Yeah, like actually one of the biggest parts of kind of my journey in all this was I really looked at the allegory angle, the argument that it's all allegorical and and like that it's the same story told in different time, different eras with different civilizations and all this. And of course some people say it's literally about the sun that shines in the sky or whatever. But what I discovered was there is a lot of allegorical application, and then there's a lot of evidence for it physically happening as well. And when I began to piece together how majestic and beautiful the idea that there's not only this, that nature itself is basically providing us allegory, even to the extent that the sky, it's almost like the creator's notebook, and he wrote the story of what was going to happen on the earth into the sky, and we can see that. And then we see all these other things in nature that serve as this like foundational sign of what's to come, and then it actually physically happens as well. Like when I began to realize that it physically happens also, it's like almost hard to wrap your mind around until it's like a creator, so of course he can do that. But it just became way more beautiful. It resonated with me on such a deep level that's like, it's just crazy, bro. It's like it's all around us in every way, whether that be metaphorically, allegorically, spiritually, physically. in nature, in the sky, on the earth, in the ocean. It's like all of it serves as this like layered cake of like profundity. It's actually very fascinating, and you can go look at the physical and historical evidence, and it really starts to kind of blow your mind. Like, wow, none of this is random or by chance. None of this is just people just sat in a room and made up a story in a book. It's way deeper than that, and it's so deep, in fact, that I don't even think that we can even grasp how many applications it has. So I guess a long way of saying, maybe kind of confused. It's like very beautiful how the creator actually made a physical thing happen to have all these deeper applications at the same time, right? It's like pretty profound and beautiful.
This is why it says, even creation, no man has an excuse, because even creation itself shows you, there's a creator, just like you just said. And
Yo,
in everything we see that. And yeah, the story from the beginning to the end is written above our heads. And we should all, be aware of that. And all these things that we enjoy, they're made for us. We're not to worship them. We're to worship the one who made us and the things that are for us.
Yeah, man. And that's crazy, bro. That's crazy that the story's like written, bro. And this is why, so I obviously understand why people think, well, that's all there is to it, is people looked at the sky and then made up the story or whatever. But no, like the story was written in the freaking sky, bro. And then it happened just as it was written. It's wild, bro. It's like this entire place is about that. It's the whole thing. That's what it's all about. It was written, it was known, it then occurred, and it hasn't ended yet. And so it's really kind of crazy, man.
yo, I wanted to talk to you too about the Son of God thing.
I think you kind of cut out or broke up or something, but
Oh, did you not hear me? I was just
you wanted
saying,
to talk
like,
to us about the Son of God thing. Is that what you said?
yes, that's exactly what I said. Since North and you are here.
Yeah, I got about 13 minutes, and that's a much longer conversation than that. But go ahead. You have like a
Okay, yeah, but
specific thing you want to.
North is here, right? So like maybe you'll leave in 13, but he'll still probably be here. But yeah, like I'm just trying to understand, like, so you think that Jesus isn't God, but is like a different God, or I'm kind of lacking understanding.
Yeah, the most
Who, me?
important part, the most important part about that whole entire discussion is first to understand the word God, how it's used in the scriptures, etc., and what it actually means, right? And God in the Greek, for example, can be applied to people, like humans, like leaders. It can also be applied to gods, as in little g, a bunch of them. And then there is the one true, all powerful creator, which people say God. So like that part has to kind of be fully understood first. I think that's like the source of all the confusion,
Right.
personally.
So Jesus says he's the Son of God, right? The big God.
Yep.
Which means he comes from that big God, not any other little gods, right?
Yep.
Right. So what other God is he gonna come from? I'm confused.
Oh, no, I'm not saying that. I'm saying like you said that you think he's the Son of God and God. I think you could say that Yeshua is God in the sense that he is divine. Like he's not the same as everyone else. Like he's certainly in like a resurrected metaphysical form now. He is the king, right? I mean, but is he the one true creator? No. Like he's insubordinate to him. He answers to him. He came from him. He answers to him.
I boiled it down to this simple sentence: Yeshua is not the Father.
Yeah, and Witsit was right when he said, speaking about the word God. So the first thing you have to ask yourself is, what does the word God mean, and are there many gods? Are there many gods? Does the text say there are many gods? Yes, it does. So you go to, you can go to multiple verses, but one of my favorites is 1 Corinthians 8, 5 through 6. Though there be many gods and many lords, whether they're in heaven or on earth, right? Unto us there is one God, the Father, of whom are all things, and we in him, and one Master, Yeshua or Jesus, and we by him. Now, that's a difference, right? There's a difference between unto us there is one God and there is one master, right? And there's also a difference between El Shaddai, the Almighty God, and Isaiah 9:6, the mighty God, not the Almighty, but mighty God, which is born to us, the wonderful Counselor, the King. So there's many differences there. I thought we were going to talk about the sun, actually the sun in the sky being referred to the sun, but yeah, if you're speaking,
the Son of God, I'm talking about Jesus when I refer to the
yeah,
Son of God.
yeah, not
But
equal to the
you
Father
said that
eternally.
there's two, but he says he's equal, doesn't he? You say he's
No,
the same guy.
no,
No.
he says the Father is.
So you're
He says
saying that there's two gods now, not one.
well, there's many
Are
gods.
those
There's
like
not
are
just
the
two.
pantheon? Right,
Wait, just a minute. Just
but there's one true God, right? Isn't that like the first commandment that there's one true God?
unto us, and who is the us in 1 Corinthians 8:5-6? Unto us there
The
is
Christian
one
church.
God, right? One God,
What
the Father, and
what
there
if
is
we
and there is one Master, Yeshua or Jesus that you call him, right? And there's one God of whom are all things, and we in him. And then there's one Master by whom or through whom all things. So there's one Creator. And people look at Messiah as a co-creator. You can look at him as a co-creator or maker, right? But you can't look at him as the Almighty Creator, because that's the title of the Father, right? So I would say that when you're using words like God, or even if you use the word Savior, I've had many Trinitarians try to tell me that there's only one Savior, and I said to one Trinitarian, I think it was XO or somebody, I said, if I can show you there's the word Savior in the plural in the scripture, would you have a problem? Well, yes, I would have a problem, because Isaiah 44:11 says there's one Savior and there's no other God or no other Savior beside me. But Obadiah 1:21 says saviors, plural, shall come upon Mount Zion. Speaking of people, okay? So
Well, what are you saving?
a
What are
deliverer
you
is a
talking about getting
savior.
saved from?
A
Getting
deliverer
delivered
is a
from what?
savior. I'll tell you real quick. A
Getting
savior
delivered
is
from hell, right? Delivered from the fires of hell. And there is only one Savior that delivers you from the fires of hell, delivers you to heaven,
you
right?
don't go to heaven.
Not
No one's
two.
going. Well, you're going to get off into another. If you want to have like a moderated debate, that would be great. But just to
Yeah,
share
I'm
this
not
with
having
you,
a.
words like God, even men were called God in Psalms 82, right? In Psalms 82, did I not call you gods? So this whole presumption you have of the word God and there only being two gods, as in my opinion, you're saying I'm saying there's two gods. No, I'm saying there's many gods. There's many, 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 many gods, and even men are considered gods.
But
But
there's
unto
only one
us
true
there is.
God.
No,
But
no, you
unto
gotta
us,
One
listen,
true
man.
God.
No, yeah, no. That's why I was trying to explain to you that the first step is like not just you went right back to just using the word God again, as if it's you're saying there's more than one God, but there's only one God. Well, yeah, we're trying to actually define the word God and properly apply it. You have to do that. If you're talking about the Greek or even the Hebrew. You got to talk about it properly.
yeah.
Why would you
This
define it?
feels like a semantic argument. Instead of focusing on God as
Yeah,
only a
it's
noun, we
semantics,
can
bro.
differentiate God as a noun, the creator, and then Jesus being godly as an adverb. I think that
Wait,
would
Well,
make things a lot easier.
yeah, what's the
one
point?
thing, one thing that would make it really easy is this.
So is
The one,
Jesus
just bro, please let
created?
me finish. Please let me
Isn't
finish this
Jesus a
statement,
created being?
bro. You please, man, please. Okay. So
Bro, everyone else talk.
one thing we have to address is the issue here that if you're saying God is Jesus and Jesus is God and they're co-equal, and you said they were equal all the time, co-eternal, co-equal forever and always, no beginning, no ending, right? If that's the case, then why does Messiah say himself, I go to the Father because he's greater than I? Why does in Revelation, when he's not on the earth, he talks about his God? He has a God, my God and your God, right? I will write upon you the name of my God and your God. It's the same one, but it's God. It's his Father, right?
But he's the God.
Okay, so just the word God does not define Almighty El Shaddai. That's the word God can be used for people. Psalms 82 again. It's just like what it says. People always go back to these things, man. You can use the word God, you can use the word Savior, you can use the word one, you can use the word fullness. You can use all these words, and none of them are going to support a co-equal Father and Son
Semantics.
eternally. None of those are going to support co-equal Father and Son
It
eternally.
is. Forgive me, brother. It is semantics, right? Because we have to understand what the word God means, right? Elohim is not in English, right? So when you break it down to its meaning, Michael, right? He's not God, but God is in his name. So is Yeshua the God of Israel? Like, if you look up what a Christophany is, where he appeared before and after his carnation, pre-carnate Christ was in the Old Testament over and over again. I believe
that's what
he's
I'm
the
saying.
one. Yeah, he's the one that said, "I am" at the burning bush. He led them out of Egypt. He was the pillar.
That's conjecture. That's not actually the case.
One other thing, one more thing, and I brought this up before, even with Whitson on his show, I believe. This is very important because there's a mistranslation in many scriptures, and depending on what Bible you have, it'll say something different. Philippians 2:5-6. You said he claims to be equal to God, yet I've quoted one verse that says he goes to the Father because the Father is greater than him. I quoted another one in Revelation where he says, I'll write upon you the name of my God, okay, and your God. And it's his Father, it's not himself.
Right.
And he also, Philippians 2:5-6 says that he never thought to rob his Father of equality. He never thought equality with the Father was something to be grasped. Now, a lot of your Bibles will say he never thought it, robbery to be equal with God. So some Bibles say he's equal, and some of them say what the Greek says. This thought never entered his mind to rob the Father of equality, or something. Equality was something to be grasped onto, and that's to
But
be
can you?
stolen
So,
or robbed.
North, I have a question. It's a very simple question. Is Jesus not the character in the burning bush?
Just as Hank just pointed out to you, he showed up all throughout the Old Testament. It's, the Christophany. He's called the angel of the Lord, and the angel of the
So
Lord.
then,
Angel of the present.
Let me just finish answering you.
we're trying
Yes,
to ask a
Messiah.
simple question, get to the bottom of
And
it,
I
and move
said
on to
yes,
more
and I
interesting
said
things.
yes, and I'm just trying to give you some very detailed information to prove it, right? So yes, and when you see him, right, and it's called the angel of the Lord, and the A in angel will be capitalized, and the Lord will be all caps. That means the Father. So the angel of the Lord. Now, is that the Lord? Is that the Lord God Almighty, or is that the angel of the Lord? What is that?
He's also named the angel of the presence.
So we agree that that is Jesus Christ in the burning bush. I'm just trying to clarify that. Yes or no?
Yeah, Messiah's been here before
Okay,
And
Abraham.
he did all things through
great.
him.
Right. So
Through
you.
him, yeah. Of whom and through whom.
Oh, I see. I see. So we agree that I
Did he do
guess
it of his own accord?
Jesus
Did he do
that Jesus.
anything in the New Testament of his own accord?
So we agree that Jesus Christ is the Son of God and the Word of God. But I don't really understand the point you're making. Then, if Jesus is the guy in the burning bush, what
Was he
exactly?
speaking for the
Then they're not
Father or
equal. Then they're
himself?
not equal.
Was
Okay.
was he speaking for the Father or for himself? Was he sent to say everything his Father told him, even when he come in the Old Testament? Was he doing things of his own accord, just all willy-nilly, whatever he thought?
Is it
Or did
possible
he?
that you could be wrong? Is it possible?
Well, we're just going through what Scripture says, so it
Right,
is not
Yeah,
scripture.
possible.
I'm not trying to say anyone's wrong or right, or I'm not even trying to have a debate. I'm trying to get to the bottom of this for myself. So I was
Well,
just,
could you answer? Could you answer that?
I heard some stuff, and I was unsure about it. So I'm just trying to check it out. So I don't know. No one needs to get a defensive or angry or anything. I'm just
No, no
curious.
one is. No one is. But could you answer that question? Do you think that, when Messiah came, when you're looking in the New Testament and Messiah come, he didn't come to speak his own words, did he? He come to do the will of his Father and say everything his Father told him to say, right?
Yeah. So
What about the Old
I'm not.
Testament? What did he do there?
Is there a possibility?
This is what I read this last night in John, I think. Fuck, I forget where it was, but basically, Jesus said something about living waters. That's what he said. This is what stood out.
Which one that when he was talking to the Samaritan in the well?
So I'm just gonna say it real quick. He said,
The woman.
whoever drinks of waters, which was in Luke, I think, should be Jesus. He will, yeah. So whoever drinks of my waters, from his bowels will have like a spring of everlasting waters of life or whatever, something like that.
He
And then
will
it
not
says in
thirst
the
again.
next verse, it said, yeah, yes, yeah. And then it says in the verse beneath it, like basically the everlasting waters is the Holy Spirit that wasn't sent forth into the world yet, or whatever, or the Holy Ghost. It said the Holy Ghost that was not sent forth into the world yet, or whatever. Like right under the verse underneath, like not what he was saying, but like I guess a commentary from Luke on on the chronology or whatever. So then I was thinking about this whole debate that people are having, I guess, on this Discord, and I don't know where else they're having it, but. So it seems that his Holy Spirit isn't always there. That it was sent after he left. So then I was thinking, like, then it couldn't have always been there. I don't know. I don't know. What do you guys think about that?
All right, he's the counselor that when Jesus went up. He says, "I will send down a counselor."
He says, it's expedient I go away, for when I go away, I'll send the Comforter. And when the Comforters come, he'll reprove the world of sin, because they believe not on me, righteousness, because I go to the Father, and judgment, because the prince of this world is judged. And so that's how you can recognize if the Holy Spirit is involved in what you're learning. If you're a believer, he reproves the world of sin, righteousness, and judgment. How do you know what sin is? You go back to the law. You go back to the beginning. How do you know what's righteous? You have to take God at his word, and you have to act upon it. Just like Abraham, his faith was counted as righteousness because he heard the word and he acted upon it, and it was counted as righteousness. And then, of course, judgment. But you could go through all those things, man. But I would just say Messiah he come to do what he was sent to do, and he said what he was told to say. And there was things like when he prayed, can you take this cup from before me? And if not, let your will be done, not mine, right? So he's not coming to do his own will. He come to do the will of his Father, and he carried it out. My question is, when you see him in the Old Testament, was he doing his own will? Or was he doing the will of his Father there again, just as in the New? And why would in the Greek it say that, he never thought equality with his Father was something to be grasped? And to be grasped doesn't mean to hold on to as if you have it in your hand already.
Dude,
Let me just say this. Let me just
I don't read Hebrew, so I'm trying to keep it like
This
between
is
you and
Greek,
me, dude.
man.
It's like,
This is Greek. This
yeah,
is
I don't
Greek.
read that shit though. That's the thing. Is
That's
like
okay.
that doesn't apply to me. Like, you know what I mean? Like, you can say that, but it is of no, like, if it was a debate, I would have to address it and like go and do that shit. But like, I'm just trying to talk to you man to man. I'm not trying to debate you. And so when
I'm
you
not
go down
trying to
these
debate
tangents that
you.
mean nothing, yeah, but when you understand that means nothing to me, like I don't understand how that's supposed to help my understanding.
Well, if none
Because
of
you
the
don't
words
actually
mean nothing
stop to
to you,
listen
if
to
none
what is
of the
said in
words,
totality.
Dude,
if none of the
I'm
It
words,
listening.
can it
hey
can be a
guys,
He's
benefit to you,
talking. He
Noah,
goes
if
on
you
to a new.
listen.
He
bro,
goes on. No, I've
guys,
been listening to every comment he makes. The last two
bro,
comments were actually
listen.
interrupted by other people. So like, I've been listening to his whole takes.
Let me just say this. You are addressing a text, and we're both going to the text. So the text is the standard we're going to, right? So we're addressing what the text says. Now, you have come away with some context that has issues, and we're addressing those things by the text. I'm not just coming up with things out of my mind. I'm going to the text. And if I go to the text, it is very pertinent that you understand what the Greek is, what the original was, and what it's been translated to get any kind of opinion about it whatsoever. Because if it doesn't mean anything to you, why are we speaking about
But
it,
that's
right?
a
And I'm not trying to
not.
debate
But
you. Okay?
then that's a Gnostic ordeal. And that's a
You
Gnostic
roboted.
ordeal.
Try again.
Is it not? That I have to now go learn Greek to understand now? That's ridiculous.
No. How is? Hold on.
I was just gonna say that's like a Gnostic view though, that I can't know Christ until I learn.
You
No,
can't
that's not a
speak on a
Gnostic.
subject until you're knowledgeable about it. You can't speak on a subject and have any kind of fruitful conversation unless you're knowledgeable about it, right?
Yeah, Gnosticism
Right, but
is this.
can the knowledge not be translated into English and then me understand the knowledge without learning Greek? Or is it a Gnostic requirement that I must learn Greek and understand Greek before I can understand God?
No,
Do
they're
you do an
distinct. Investigation and studying the matter out and applying wisdom. You know, he who answers a matter without studying the whole matter out makes himself a fool, or however it's phrased, right? Because I might paraphrase that. So it's like to understand
Right, but
that
I'm trying to understand
this word is
understand the
twice
text.
removed. Yo, to understand that this word is at least twice removed, or at the very least once removed from the original manuscript, and then to go, okay, let me appreciate it within the context of the language it was originally written in and the context of the time. That's not a Gnosticism idea. That's just good investigation. That's just good due diligence. That's just being a Berean.
So now we've been off the topic in the weeds about some garbage right now instead of actually discussing the Bible and what it says.
I mean, you could choose to dismiss the point that I made to your specific question, but that doesn't really help you or anyone else, does it?
What was my specific question?
You made a comparison to understanding the Greek or the root of the words that are translated in English to a mystic ideal called Gnosticism, and I just clarified as to why that isn't the case. I wonder if you could articulate why I said that and whether you agree or disagree.
But it is kind of the case, because when I go to ask for understanding in the text,
okay.
because wait, I'm responding to you, right? I'm gonna respond now. Do you agree? Okay, I'm gonna go forth and respond now. So I'm trying to understand. I'm sat in these VCs listening to you guys back and forth talk. I hear North making claims that I don't believe to be true. I don't seem to understand why he believes them. So then I go to him and Witsit, because they seem to be making the same claims, and ask them why they're making this claim about a text, right? He goes into some examples of why he believes it, and you know, we're going back and forth of the ideas, like chopping it up, seeing what's what. Then he goes to one of his points, and one of his points is about ancient Greek, and I tell him, yeah, that's not actually helping my understanding, because I would need to, it wouldn't be like pertinent at this moment for my understanding, because that's what the conversation is about. Like, that's all I was trying to do. And then
I understand that's
and then I'm like, okay, let's try to like steer it back towards that other stuff that we were discussing, because there's a lot of other context that we can go to without going into this translations. We can like, there's literally so many books that haven't been mentioned, so many verses that haven't been mentioned, so many chapters that haven't been mentioned. We could go to all those other things instead of first going to the Greek. And that's all I was saying. And then you guys go on some diatribe about how I have to know the Greek or whatever. And that is
No,
kind
I
of a
didn't even
Gnostic
say
view.
you had
That is
to.
kind of a Gnostic view, because if I
No,
can't
it's not.
understand
Just because you repeat yourself.
if I can't understand what God is without having this Greek understanding, that is knowledge based. That's Gnosticism. Yeah.
Let me know when I can get in. Just 2 seconds.
Wait for me. So, I mean, really, you didn't listen to what I said, Noah, because when
We're
I
not
explain,
even on topic. You're not going
no,
to go back to the
because
topic
you're just
of
painting.
God. You're going to
You ask
address
another
me
man
now.
a question,
Watch this.
right? You ask another man a question. He answers you. He gives the reasons for his position in detail, so as to not be misunderstood. And your reply is, "Oh, but I don't want to deal with the Greek." It's like, well, don't ask him the question then.
Dude, if out of 66 books and like thousands of chapters, he doesn't have any other examples except for like strange, small, one verse off translations that you have to go back to the ancient Greek
Now
in,
you're
then
mischaracterizing everything the man has said.
much of a
This
point.
is laziness.
No, this
isn't good
not,
faith.
this is you attacking me, not actually providing any value or
No,
substance
because
on the
I wasn't
subject
the
at
one you were
hand.
speaking with, right?
Yeah, and then
You were
butted
speaking
in.
with someone
keep
else, but
butting
then you
in.
made a made a
You
comment
keep
about
butting
the
in.
way he's addressing your question,
That's necessary for real.
and you compare good investigation and good comprehensive breakdown of your point to a Gnostic idea. How is that logical? There is no logic there. It's just a reason to go, I don't want to hear this. I'm going to compare it to something I don't like. Please move on. It would be more honest to just say that.
It's all good, guys.
Yeah,
Just
now
relax.
you're completely
Relax.
slandering me, which is ridiculous.
Listen. There's no reason to be debating and arguing.
Questions on this? I'm trying
You
to
don't need
have
to
more
argue.
questions on this, and some guy on the side is like lying about me. It's ridiculous.
Let's not be dogmatic about this. Everybody has like their idea on the Godhead, and to be extremely dogmatic, it's not fair for Noah. You know, because I also have my own ideas on this.
Anyone has said it's being dogmatic. I'm just expressing the logic of listening to the other person's points in totality. And North wasn't even being dogmatic. North was just answering the questions as best as he could.
I agree. Yeah, North was cool. I'm just saying.
Why are you blocking
the fact that you're asking the questions, right?
So why are you blocking it and blocking North from talking and trying to
because
fucking ask me questions instead of letting me ask North questions?
Let me say this.
Wouldn't it make more sense for the guy who's claiming not to understand to have a conversation with the guy who's claiming to understand, and for them to suss it out instead of having a third party come in and talk about essentially nothing?
If you want to have a one-on-one, that's fine. You can have a one-on-one. I'm just trying to, like, if I see something that's unhelpful, why not point it out in an open forum when you're making false comparisons?
Well, the point you're making is unhelpful.
Yeah, that's it. See, this is just your opinion. Why don't you let him go back to the point he was making about the Greek and just listen to it?
What you just went on about for 15 minutes was your opinion.
Let me say this, guys.
It was a careful, objective retelling of what went down. But go ahead.
Yeah, let me just
also, before your mic is all screwed up, Elijah. You know how it does that thing where it makes people's ears bleed?
Yeah.
You can fix it.
That's snack. You need to check
but
it.
Elisha,
I'm sure North can explain his position without going to translations, right? I'm sure English language, right, North?
Bro, I'm not going to take much time, guys. So listen, the only reason I went to that and not to John 14:28, where Messiah himself says the Father is greater than I, and that was the whole issue, right? Them being equal or one being greater than the other. That's the issue. And so the whole reason I went to the one, which is mistranslated and told you to look at the Greek, is because it's going to conflict with John 14:28 and multiple other verses that make a distinction between the authority given to the Son and the authority the Father always had. And the Father being greater and having more knowledge and power than the Son always. Yes, there's multiple verses. I just wanted to show what seems to contradict is just a mistranslation. I wanted to point it out because it comes up amongst many Trinitarians and people who believe the Father and Son are co-equal, and it has to be addressed because it's one of the go-to verses that they have when you show them every other verse says the Father is greater, right? That's why I went there. Not that I didn't have any other verses, and I wanted you to just, stay in some limbo somewhere and not looking at the Greek.
Oh my God.
That's on you.
All right, so let's get to those other verses. That's what I've been asking for because that's what I said would benefit my understanding. So let's go.
John 14:28.
Do you want me to find that and read it out right now? I can do that. If you give me a second.
I mean, why don't you set aside some time and let's just have something set up where we can have a moderated discussion or a debate. It doesn't matter. I don't want to really debate it with you. We can just discuss it. But I don't think the whole room wants to hear it.
That's what I thought I was doing right now, was having a discussion with you before there was yeah.
If the room is cool with it, man, we can keep talking about it. I just don't want to hear people come in and get so stressed out that they freak out in the text chat, and start calling names and things like that. It's just, yeah. So it depends on, how the room feels. And if not, we go to another room. And if not, we can schedule it for another time. But it's up to the room.
Yeah, well, maybe we
Any
can shift the
objections?
conversation. It was originally on kind of talking about something completely different that just happened to have a little bit of a biblical implication, and then got shifted to the Bible, and then that got shifted to the specifics of this verse, that verse, and just turns into kind of a Bible study, which does kind of
Isn't that beneficial for everyone, though? I mean, think about it.
Shifts the room into a completely different, I don't know, feel or vibe, because there never seems to be a good resolution when people start debating specifics of the Bible and what they believe specifically within their specific outlook.
Paradigm.
Right?
Yeah.
I know,
So
and the problem is everybody thinks that their outlook is the correct one, right?
Right, exactly. Wouldn't that be beneficial for everyone, though? To, when you have one or two people that, oh, those two people are crazy. But then you have these outsiders who, they never read the text, but if they hear two people reading the text together, and one of them is trying to, add things to the text or say this is what it means, and you're clearly hearing it yourself, right? Maybe for the first time, it might be beneficial for you. It's one of the most accurate historical accounts we have in front of us, man. So maybe it would be beneficial for all of us, even for those who misquote it all the time that I hear in here and many other places, who say, oh, don't the Bible say this, and aren't Christians this, and look at the Christians, look at what they do. And, I think it would be beneficial more so than detrimental, but that's just my opinion. We could do it another time, though.
I think
All right.
from one
What's the topic, man?
But I don't believe it. I don't believe in anything that people have to say about anything, about space,
oh,
about.
cool, you can just deafen yourself then. I think from
Can
one
I say something real
perspective.
quick? Yo,
Fine.
somebody
go
said
ahead.
it earlier, Anno Mundi, right? And they said that Anno Mundi was the year of the Lord. That I don't know where they got that information from, but the Latin literally says creation of the world, right? And I just want to mention that if people use stellarium, right, or they use any of these algorithms that manage the luminaries over distances, right, over periods of time, there's an anomaly, there's a discrepancy in stellarium and in the NASA and Navy models, right, where they track the eclipses, they track all the phases of the moon, going back to even Christ, right? There's multiple discrepancies, and you can check these for yourself. And ironically, there's a discrepancy when the Gregorian calendar was put in place, 1582. There's a 10-year discrepancy. That's a pretty big number, and that's just what you can, empirically find recorded, that there's a 10, and then there's all kinds of discrepancies going back. The history of time is incredible, and Anno Mundi is very specific. It's the best record that we have of recorded history, right? And for most of history, Anno Mundi was taken very seriously until fairly recently, where evolutionists came up with these millions of years and billions of years ideas, right? But for the longest time, it was like Anno Mundi, right? And we're like 6,000 years average Anno Mundi right now. But yeah, that's all. Maybe I spark something with that.
I still can't, understand why this is so divisive. I mean, we're talking about something that we don't have to agree on. Like this subject is something that, everybody could just take with a grain of salt, or they could take it seriously and take it personally. But for my opinion, like, it's not something that we should be fighting over, right? It's like something that should just be chill. Like, we should be the chillest when we're talking about religion. That should be like our most chill conversation.
Facts. I just want to add, hold on. I just want to add that this is why it's important to know the etymology of certain words and the historicity of that word. Because Anno Mundi is Latin, and you have people, because they're ignorant of the language, saying, "Oh, it's the year of the Lord." If you knew the etymology of that word, you would understand the meaning of that word and not be deceived by modern interpreters. Oh, it means the year of the Lord. No, it doesn't. This is a perfect example of why studying the etymology is not Gnosticism. And respectfully, no, it's not Gnosticism. But
Yo,
I will.
Larry.
Go ahead. I'm good.
Yo, Larry, it made me think of like,
Right,
yeah,
but
everyone should be able
an
to control
understanding of
themselves. Hold on one
okay,
second. Come on.
I'm trying to reply to the kid who directly addressed my name.
You guys are so lame.
Or man, whatever you want to. I'm not trying to downplay it. I just assume that you're a young aged person like me. Yeah, it is kind of Gnosticism for if you tell someone you can't understand God without understanding this, and this first, that isn't like directly pertaining to God, but like another language or a mathematical equation or whatever theory on what, that is what Gnosticism is. It's basically knowledge over faith. So yeah, like if it's not faith based and it's based on what you know about some ancient like language, then that is Gnosticism by definition.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
No, that was just a no. It's not
Was
really.
that a hand wave dismissal?
No, dude, you want to know how to operate the Japanese piece of equipment that's got a Japanese manual?
By knowing the Japanese
You're gonna have
language?
to translate that. You're gonna have to have a grasp of the language, otherwise you're gonna have an issue. So if you're talking about something, if you're talking about something contextually like that, I mean, or you could just talk through me. Like if you're talking about something contextually like that has those parameters in place already outside of your control, all it is just due diligence and necessary requirements given the circumstances that you have to gain a grasp on it. Now, can you gain a grasp on it without doing that? Maybe. Has that been done? Yes. But can you do a better job by fully investigating it? Of course. And does that mean that that's a mystery religion that you're employing in your endeavors? Obviously not.
So yeah, if the instruction manual is translated to English, I can read the English manual and learn how to drive a motorcycle just as good as you reading a Chinese manual can drive it. Same difference. Doesn't matter which language it's in. It'd be the principles underlying that you were to understand, right? And if you're saying that these principles underlying what's actually like the meaning of the words on the paper, on the manual about the motorcycle, just for this analogy, you can only understand if you're initiated into a different fucking religion and learn that, or different language and learn that. That is Gnostic, like in nature.
No, that's conflation and straw manning. That just doesn't make any sense. Because when I go and get off my nyash and go and pick up the lexicons and do all this stuff because I want to have a grasp of the language, can you describe to me in that endeavor that I did, right, with all my notes and paper, where I'm employing this mystery religion tactic?
Where it's based on understanding and knowledge instead of faith. That's the fundamental
that's
difference.
not an answer to my question.
That's a fundamental. Well, that is the answer.
That's not an answer to my question. Do you want me to repeat myself?
Yeah. Gnosticism being understanding, knowledge based, like salvation, right? Saved from the
Wait, hold on. When did I mention salvation or faith at all?
Let him finish.
No, PMAC, shush. You're not coherent enough to add to this conversation.
We're talking about the difference between like. So we were talking about the nature of God, and the nature
that wasn't
of God
what we're
being
talking
that
about
the
now,
Savior-
though.
the
We're
Savior-
having a very specific conversation, and I asked you a question. If I decide to get off my nyash and investigate a text with the lexicon, and I go through the words and I try to make sure, okay, how accurate is this translation and all this stuff, because I want to have done the work myself, right? Tell me where in that have I employed a Gnostic ideal or a mystery religion tactic? Can you articulate that clearly?
If that's only what you're trying to do, then that's fine. But atheists do that all the time, and we know that understanding or whatever without faith and trying to rationalize shit without faith doesn't work. So like, we know that faith is the number one thing, right? And that's what you would understand, right? If you read the thing.
Faith
And
is
even
the
like
beginning.
that was even like.
But this is the
Pharisees,
confusion I have with.
Even the Pharisees went into the books and read all the translations and did all the translations. Oh, I know this ancient language, I know that ancient language, but it didn't fucking help their understanding when God was right in front of them. So when I'm fucking trying to get understanding from a grown man and me and him are trying to have a discussion, he starts talking about shit that doesn't benefit my understanding. I'm well within my rights to say, dude, stop right there. It's not helping. Like, you're basically just wasting your and my time by talking about this. Well, let's go to something I do understand.
But that's not even what you're saying. If you think it's a waste of your time, that's your position. I'm not going to argue with that. I'm not you. But the problem that you have is when you open your dude, I'm speaking. Like, just take a breath, please. But the problem I had, and it's not
It's a
with
waste of
you.
both of our time.
The problem I had, and it's not with you, but it's the words that came out of your mouth, is that somehow investigating a language, you're equating that to Gnosticism. That's just nonsense.
No.
And
What's
then
the
you make
Gnostic
that.
part?
Hold
Wait,
on,
what's the
hold on,
Gnostic part?
hold
Wait,
on.
you want to hear what I'm trying? You want to hear what I'm trying to say?
Hold.
Do you want to hear what I'm trying
And
to
then
say?
you
You
equate
don't actually want
that,
to hear what I'm saying.
and then you
don't
and
don't
then
want to
you.
hear
Guys, you
what
guys gotta stop, guys, please, one at a
Well, I
time.
mean,
Just
obviously, I
don't
had to
interrupt
put a full
anyone.
stop on the end of my sentence.
It doesn't seem
Just don't
fair.
interrupt anyone. Let everyone finish, guys, please.
So you equate that to Gnosticism. That makes no sense. And then you say it's definitionally the same thing, which it clearly isn't. And then when
Wait.
given,
Do you want to hear what I'm
and
saying?
you know when I say
This is
that doesn't mean I finish my sentence. So when given the explanation from somebody who wants the conversation to be coherent as to why that's an error, instead of going, oh wait, okay, I see what you mean, or let me go and at least investigate it, the response is no, and then double down.
dude, this is not. Yeah, this is disingenuous. You don't actually want to hear what I'm saying because while you're like basically misquoting me, I'm trying to correct you, and instead of let me hear what you're saying, you're trying to make some sort of court case in front of everyone. That like it's just disingenuous, dude. Like what I'm saying is, if my understanding of the nature of God is there's only two options here, right? I can understand the nature of God without the Greek verses and without learning Greek. Therefore, move on to the English verses. Let's get back to the word. Or option two, to actually know the nature of God, you do need to know ancient Greek, and you do need to look at these very specific verses in ancient Greek, which would be a Gnostic view. So you have your two doors. Take a pick. That's all I'm saying. And like you guys are saying, and when I bring this up, and I say,
It's not a Gnostic.
if I need to know
False
an ancient
equivocation.
language,
This is boring.
if I need to know an ancient language to understand the principle of something, and you can't go to anywhere else, it is Gnostic.
No, hold on, Noah.
knowledge based.
Hold
No,
on.
you need
Noah,
to
hold
have
on.
the foundation in order to build the house. It's not that hard. Everything you're doing is false equivocation.
Elijah, one sec.
And you repeat it again and again and again. It's
Foundation
boring.
blueprint can be in English or Chinese. It doesn't matter the language.
You're
So
just completely disregarding the context of the conversation. Then
you hype guarding it behind some ancient religion when it could be explained in English.
I'm not hiding
and someone
anything,
could bring
dude.
it. Yeah.
All
You
I'm
only have
pointing
two
out
doors,
is that
bro.
your logical
You have two
premise
options.
that you think is logical is false. You present a false dichotomy and you conflate one idea with another. It's silly.
Yeah, either you can understand it without going to these specific verses and knowing specific Greek.
Repeat yourself. See
or
if you learn anything. Keep saying the same thing without actually listening.
Either you can't or you can. That's a logical binary.
Keep
You
walking.
can't or you
Keep
can.
walking on one foot.
Stop
going
arguing,
around in
guys.
circles.
Yeah,
You guys
go
are
one
arguing.
at a time, guys. Hey, there you go, guys.
No, there's
Guys,
no point, dude.
guys,
He's
hold on.
disingenuous.
You gotta go
He's
one
trying
at
to
a
have a
time.
court case.
Just hold on, Noah. Hold on. Relax. Just everyone go one at a time, please. It's all settled down.
Can I get in? Or what?
Go ahead, Lion. I'm trying to actually
Thank you.
learn shit.
Yeah.
This guy's trying to have a court case.
Yeah, let's just talk about it. Why are we debating? It's just not fruitful, bro. Just relax. Everybody relax, right? And let everybody talk.
I'd like
so
to
one thing is
sorry,
right. One thing is Gnosticism, Noah, is very specific. You have to study Gnosticism to know what it is, bro. The demiurge, right? The binary, the good and the bad. Listen, you're misunderstanding what Gnosticism is, and you're actually calling what Elisha is talking about, which is one of the most fascinating studies that I love is linguistics, bro.
You're roboting.
I'd like
saying,
to just mention. Oh, go ahead. Sorry, he's kind of robot.
No, yeah, just etymology and linguistics is fascinating, and it's not Gnosticism studying it out. You get a better understanding of the language, bro. You actually kind of need it.
I mean, I think there's definitely something to be said for studying the word, studying the scriptures, trying to learn, but then also just scripturally speaking, Titus 2:11 says the grace of God has appeared to all men. It teaches us to say no to ungodliness. I mean, it's kind of like, it's implying that it's there for all of us already, with or without, learning all these languages. I'm assuming we all know that you can realize salvation or whatever. You can come to know your Creator without having to learn a new language. I would assume no one's actually trying to make that argument here.
True.
Yeah, but when you're addressing a text, right, and you're speaking about the things that are in the text, and you're going to speak of it in its entirety, and eventually you're going to come to that verse, right? And you're going to have to say, why is this verse conflicting with 100 other verses? Why is it saying he is equal and he never thought it robbery to be equal? And why does it say that in the midst of saying how humble one should be and how low someone should make theirself as opposed to others? Why is it in the midst of that? Then to actually reconcile this in any way whatsoever, you're going to have to understand, and we all understand, that things can be mistranslated, words can be taken out, words can be put in. But if the entirety of the text disagrees with one or two verses, either one or two verses are wrong or you're reading it wrong. And so you have to go back to the original if you're looking at a translation. And if the original doesn't say what the translation says and they don't line up, but they line up everywhere else, then you must look at it if you want to speak on the subject in its entirety when you're speaking about this text, right? Because if I'm going to show you 100, if I show you 100 verses that say he's not greater than the Father or equal, but he's lesser, and the Father is greater than he, if I show you 100 of those and you show me this one,
yeah, we're not here to talk about religion. Many hours later.
Oh man,
Yeah,
I
but
don't know.
anyways, you said the entirety of the thing, right? So that's what I was asking for, was the entirety instead of just a few specific verses that you need to then go learn ancient Greek and then come back, which is Gnostic. You do have, this is knowledge-based salvation. You can't know the nature of God without having this ancient Greek understanding first. That is what that is. And so I'm saying, like, isn't wait, hold up.
Wrong.
Isn't well, yeah, you can assert not all, but that doesn't make it a point.
What you
So
did there is straw man, so it's by definition wrong.
Essentially, the nature of God can be ascertained by the everyday layman, can it not? Cannot any man come to the knowledge of God? Yes. So you don't actually need to go into this elitist viewpoint that, like, oh, I know this translation of this verse, therefore I'm the gatekeeper of what God's nature is. You could
Never
just go
said
to
that, bro. You are building so
you
many
could just
straw
go, you
man.
could
That's
just go,
crazy.
You're just building a straw city and setting fire to it. This is silly.
you could just go to the other shit and then actually point it out and make your case instead of endlessly arguing minutia of garbage and not actually getting to the value and the substance of the source of the material and your point.
Bro, I think I took less time than you or anyone else when I brought up the one verse that I said needs to be addressed because there's a mistranslation and it contradicts many others that I could go to. I quoted many. I quoted one out of Revelation. I quoted one out of Isaiah. I quoted one out of Matthew, and so on and so forth. I haven't heard you quote many verses yet and actually go to the text that you're actually trying to quote from. I haven't heard you do that. I've heard you take a lot of time and say a lot of words, but not have anything said actually. Right?
Because I've been asking you questions on the verses you bring up.
What you
And the reason you hear me
presume.
talking a lot is because someone's attacking me that's not you. When you're not talking to me, this other guy is just randomly like going after me when I'm trying to have a conversation with you.
Well,
remember?
That's a mischaracterization. You strawmanned our position, and then you play the victim.
I'm not bringing up verses north. I was listening to your verses and trying to understand what you're saying. So you can bring up more verses, and that's what I would like to happen. Or we can go, like I just said, around and argue minutia of garbage instead of getting to the value and substance of the argument.
Well, it's not garbage. It's the text itself that we're trying to investigate and we're trying to analyze. That's what we're trying to do. And Elisha was right. Let me just, God, please, bro. I'm respectful to you. I don't I don't try to cut you off, and I've been cut off many times in here just trying to speak today, and I'm trying to be quick, and I always do. So he was right, and that you had a presumption of why I went there and what I was doing and what that was that I was doing, right? Was some kind of Gnostic thing. It's not some kind of mystical thing that I'm doing, man. So the whole point, the reason I went to that is because it's one that's going to contradict many others. And I just wanted to show you where the stumbling block was before you got to it on your own. And that's what any person who is looking out for your welfare or trying to share truth with you is going to do. They're going to try to remove the one that's not obvious to you, the one that contradicts everything you just walked through, right? And so I just addressed that. But again, I've addressed many others, and I could still address many others. But it depends on what your standard is and what you're standing on. You have to come with a position. Is your position that he is God and that God means Almighty God and only the Creator? Or do you believe, again, like we first started out, that there are many gods? As the text says, there are many gods, whether in heaven or in earth. So it goes all the way back to your first claim that God means he's equal and that he claimed he was equal. I showed you where it says that it seems he claims he's equal, but he's not in the Greek, and everywhere else in the text it says he's not equal. So I don't know how much further I can go with you unless you want to get very specific and have a moderated debate and actually go to the text instead of just saying a bunch of words, because that's what's unfruitful. That's what gets you nowhere, right? We got to speak on some kind of standard, something.
Can I ask a question?
Go
Where
to.
does the Christ ever say that he is God?
Once, twice. I think maybe once. Maybe.
Well, no. Where does he say that he's God? Or the Son of
Well, that's
God?
why they crucified him, because he said he was God.
Well, he didn't say it. The people said it, if I'm not mistaken. But I want to know, like, did the Christ ever say that he was God? And because I happen to think, like, if we're like for debate purposes, even like, what do you think of the whole idea that like he wasn't even God? Like the idea that this is a man with inspiration, a prophet from God versus actually God. Because once you enter into the realm of he is God, it gets really confusing from a monotheistic perspective, right?
Yeah,
And I,
you're onto something. You're onto something there, and you know the reason they asked when they asked him that, or when they were asking him about who he was and all of those things, they said he makes himself equal to equal to God because he says he's the Son of God. So he's making himself equal to God, and then they're all,
no, but
you know,
that's hearsay. He says that when you're getting from another party that says he says
that's what
that.
I'm saying, bro. I'm agreeing with you, bro. I'm
Okay,
agreeing with you in the
forgive me.
sense. Yeah, I'm agreeing with
If
you
you
in the sense.
if you see
Go
me,
ahead.
you see the Father.
If you see my son, you see me.
Yeah, that's
Fitting
it.
image.
That's it. I
Fitting
mean, what
image.
else?
And look, and it's just if you go and you do anything to my son, you might as well be doing it to me. You hear what I'm saying? And if my son
Yeah,
comes,
well,
he comes on my authority, right?
so it's
And if
like,
my
hold on,
son
wait.
comes, it's on my authority,
So he said,
not on his.
all right, hold on. He said it's like seeing me, but it's not seeing me. And then
Okay.
and then also, what was the one you just said? Forgive me.
If you see me, you see the Father.
If you have seen me, you've seen the Father.
Yeah, I
He is
think that's yeah.
he's the image. He's the image of the invisible God, right? He is the image of the invisible God,
I think it just
right?
gets confusing because you're trying to
Right.
now bring. I think it's weird, and I don't think the creator would have it so confusing as to who
So North,
that there be one creator. That's why
I have a question for
Yeah,
North.
there's one creator. You're right. One creator. You're right.
I have
I
a
see.
question
it
for
gets
North.
confusing when you add the
I have a
Christ.
question for North.
Noah, wait till
Is
they're finished before you start interjecting. I have a question. I have a question. Just let Isa finish, man.
Yeah, Isa. I mean, there's you have the Son, right? The Son of God, and that's where it gets confusing. Is that where it gets confusing?
Issa's not even talking now, so I don't understand what's going on.
So North, I have a question.
He
I have a
wasn't
question.
talking because I was speaking. I was asking him a
Yeah.
question.
So someone said to be quiet for Issa. He didn't talk, so I'm just gonna go. So North, is the Word of God then, or the Son of God, a creation? Then he's not like he's created like Adam would be, and like Satan would be a creation too.
Here's my answer. And my answer differs from a lot of other people, right? The text itself says you will not see him as he is till you see him face to face, right? So when you see him face to face, you'll see him as he is. But this doctrine and this teaching, the Trinity teaching or the non-Trinity, all of these different teachings about specifically exactly what happened in the beginning and before the beginning, and what is the relationship between the Father and Son, and what does it look like? All these assumptions and all these presumptions and all these scriptures and verses taken out of context, right? But what it actually says is that he is the Son of God, and that his Father is greater than him, no matter if he's in heaven or he's on earth. And that's what the text supports. So that's what needs to be addressed, is these doctrines and teachings that men make up, right? When the text itself specifies what the doctrines are. The doctrines are already named. And the Trinity doctrine is not one of those doctrines, right? So if you go to the book, and that's the standard, and this is where they say they pull the Trinitarian doctrine out of, and it's some cardinal doctrine or some basic foundational doctrine that you must adhere to be saved. Why isn't it included in the specified doctrines in the scripture? It's not. And most people who follow along with the Trinitarian doctrine couldn't even tell you what the basic doctrines are as specified through scripture. And they
Can I
can't do it.
respond? Can I respond? I have Noah. I'm actually on your side on this because, bro, like, if you read Philippians chapter 2 in context from beginning to end, and if you want to be Bereans, like Elisha said, right, you got to compare all manuscripts, including the Aramaic, right? And Paul is revealing a mystery in this chapter, a deep mystery regarding the Godhead. You got to understand, for thousands of years, the Jews were perplexed. Even the prophets were perplexed on this chemistry between the Father and Son. Because in that chapter, it's talking about Messiah emptying himself, right, of his glorified body and his exalted state, which is supreme over all creation, including the angels. Because his substance, according to both John 1 and the Hebrew in the Old Testament, when they use the word monogenesis in Greek, bro, Messiah is one of a kind, dude. And his kindness is of the same kindness as his father. And he manifested himself as Yod-Heh-Vav-Heh in the Old Testament multiple times and was worshipped, was prayed to, all of that, right? He was the fire at night and the smoke by day in the desert. Paul says he's the rock, right? Who was the rock? The rock was Messiah in the Old Testament. And in the Old Testament says that the rock was Yod-Heh-Vav-Heh. And when he's in the burning bush, it's that, that whole mountain, that whole scene where Moshe asked the father, allegedly, what shall Israel call you? And he says, Echaya Asher Echaya. That was Messiah speaking to Moshe face to face, right? So the idea, and then in the Hebrew, bro, in Genesis 1:1, Elohim said, let us make man in our image. Well, who's us? It was sure if it wasn't the angels, it was the Father and the Son co-creating all of existence. So therefore, Messiah is co-creator. Well, if he's co-creator, what attributes does God have? He has creative power, which nothing else in existence has. The creative power, where Messiah himself, even though the Father worked through the Messiah, the Holy Spirit was also involved. So there we have the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit co-creating all of existence. That's what makes Messiah God, right? And in the English translations, and even in those two verses, the Genesis 2:18 and Genesis 2:26, even though in the Hebrew it says, let us create man in our image, it doesn't Elohim, bro. It says Elohim, which is plural, right? And even the article us is plural. And you don't get that in most English translations. But in Philippians 2:11, bro, Paul says that Mashiach is Yod-Heh-Vav-Heh. But the Trinitarians get a little bit confused because says that Messiah is Yod-Heh-Vav-Heh, then Messiah is the Father incarnate. But that's erroneous because Messiah has the same name. He inherited his father's name. They both have the same name, Yod-Heh-Vav-Heh. It's like having David and David Jr. David Jr. is still David, and that's what Messiah is also Yod-Heh-Vav-Heh. This dichotomy is very complex. You can't. I don't blame Noah for believing what he believes.
And
But
even
anyways,
having that word glory, the glory he had, right? And he emptied himself. We can't equate that to a Trinitarian doctrine for this reason, because that same glory is going to be given to men. And Messiah prays for that in John 17, in the same place that he prays for, even as we are one, even as I am in you, Father, and you in me. I pray that we all may be one, that you make them one in us, right? That all may be one. And I pray that you give them, I'm going to give them the glory, the same glory you gave me. So it's not some equality to God or some pre-existing creation equality with God and all of these different, wonderful ideas. The text over and over again, the Father is greater than the Son, and we go to the Father through the Son, and that's the way it is, and that's the way it'll always be.
Right, and it's that promise of resurrection, of which Yeshua was the firstborn, that is the linchpin of our whole faith. So without that, the whole faith is vain and meaningless.
Fucking rip my ears.
Got a sensitive boy.
Yeah, my ears are pretty sensitive.
Anyone know about the barium cloud experiment? Was it 1971, and what it has to do with optics?
Yeah, great question.
Yeah, I figured SE might like that. I don't know if he's around.
What's
and I don't know too much about it, but I was just looking into, people were talking about the barium and the strontium and all these different things, and the barium and strontium was used in something to do with optics, and I think refraction came up several times. I didn't read everything, but I think it was something, maybe NASA did it or some scientists in 1971. So if you just look up the barium cloud experiment, you might see something. And if you just look up maybe barium and strontium and optics and look up, the results of that, you might find something interesting. I'll try to find something and post it if I can.
Glad we found our chill.
We found
it. Remember, Larry, chill is a fruit. It's a consequence.
Is fig a flower or
what I was gonna? Sorry, no. But what I was gonna say earlier when you said that, Larry, about everyone should just be calm about this topic, is like that's a very naive comment on humanity.
I get caught up in it too, man.
Hey, Larry, you ever heard of is fig a flower or a fruit?
Damn, that's an interesting thing.
Yeah, open up a fig. It's like a bunch of flowers inside of a fig, and you get the seeds out. But remember, your fruit trees, you'll have the flowers first, like your plums, your pears, and apples. You always get the flower first, then you get the leaves. But with a fig tree, you get two harvests. You get the summer figs, and you get your fall figs. So in the early spring, you'll see the leaves on the fig tree. When you see the leaves on the fig tree, the figs should already be there with the leaves. They actually kind of come at the same time. And yeah, it's a lot of people call it a fruit, but yeah, I think it's a flower. If you just let it, ripen, it'll just open up and look just like a flower.
I imagine we might be able to find something.
Maybe it's like the platypus of the
Oh, what?
of the plant world. Like, oh, you scientists get your classification system, huh? Let me go ahead and ruin that for you.
Isn't the platypus like a God's joking humanity? We're going to take a beaver and we're going to put a fucking duck bill on it. Some feathers.
So if there is an all-knowing God and he does have a sense of humor, and he like saw into the future, like, oh, you guys are gonna have like a taxonomical like classification system about your species. Like, okay, curveball. Let's swing on that.
Where did this species come from? I mean, there's so many. Like,
I like to think the creator does have a sense of humor. You know, he put the rec center right next to the disposal center. You know, it's like,
oh yeah, I heard that one before. That's good. Disposal right next to recreation. Yeah, that's good. Thank you, Russ. Yeah.
you know, I was talking about the creator the other day, and I said, you know, a lot of people complain a lot, including myself. But it's like, man, if you could just obtain three things: the beach, a good woman, and a watermelon. Like, you know, that's just amazing. Like, good company, right? You got a good woman to share your watermelon with. You got the beach and the ocean and sunlight, and sand, and you know, that's just, you know, good times, man.
You're hydrated. Fuck, you get the watermelon.
Yeah, because you need it in the Texas beaches, man. It's hot. You really need that rehydration. Plus, you know, the way that you devour a watermelon, it's kind of like num 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 like that. You know? So you're automatically like salty from the ocean. So you get a little salt in your watermelon. I mean, it's just everything works out. You know?
Fuck. That's good. I like that. That's funny. No, 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 no. Hold on. Red
You know,
watermelon.
because at your house you cut it up in real fine pieces and you get a little artistic with it. But at the beach, you're just like, I ain't got no fork or anything. It's just num num num.
I need watermelon. No, 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 no.
I mean, if that's not a day to give thanks for,
That's
you know,
funny.
I
Yeah.
don't know what is.
I don't know, but I think he's more alien than anybody perceives him to be, and I think it's probably far funnier than anybody thinks. You know, he just says that way about him. Watermelon on the beach. No, 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 no. Hey, are you God? I retract the question. That's funny, bro. Thank you.
Comedy is the best medicine.
We just make shit up as we go along. But like the Globers.
Yeah,
You
North,
what
they
though?
just the figs just seem just like straight up from the.
Yeah, that fig thing
So I
caught me off
wonder if they're
guard, man.
like, I wonder if they're pre-fertilized. What's up?
Somebody's got some microphone issues.
Oh dear.
Yep. Might be you, Elijah. Just guessing.
Is that inductive reasoning?
Logical, yeah. It's something like that.
I don't feel bad for muting the guy last night, but I do feel bad for not muting Issa when he did the same thing. Didn't mute Issa.
Nobody moves Issa. Are you mad?
I'm a hypocrite.
Full blown?
Full blown hypocrite.
Drop the power. Mute power.
Yeah, sorry. Sorry about that, all that. Yeah, so we're back to the globe, eh?
Bro, how can you go back to somewhere that never was?
Back to Narnia, guys. Aslan needs some grooming.
Back to the globe.
Now that I sound less terrible, hopefully. North, it looks like the figs come pre-fertilized or pollinated, whatever the right word is.
So fruits are ovaries, basically. They got the seed.
Yeah.
So the fig could be classified, if we're talking about classification, could be classified as a fruit.
As
But
a what? You cut out.
a fruit, yeah, you could classify it as a fruit, but you could also classify it as a flower. So
Well, you need flowers in order to have fruit. So the fig just seems like it's
It is the flower.
combining the two together, right?
It is the flower. And so if you allow the fig to just ripen and ripen, it'll open up just like petals on a bulb of a rose or anything else. But when you cut a fig open, you could probably look it up. You could probably look it up on. You could probably look it up on Google. But when you cut it open, you can see. Some say it's just one flower, but some say it's like a maze of flowers within one fig, and you got all those little seeds in there.
Mic sound, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
hey Elijah, you want to go on mute and fix that?
Was that North or Elijah?
One of you guys.
Was it me?
I know who it was. It wasn't.
It's Elijah. His microphone is AIDS.
It's flowering.
Yeah, Larry, it makes me think of that fig tree that he cursed, right? He's seen this fig tree. He's seen it from afar off, so obviously it was pretty big, right? It was mature. He's seen it from afar off, and it had leaves, but it didn't have figs on it, so he cursed it. And think about where he's going and people producing fruit. And you could say fruit, but I say flour. But all of that's just meat. It's just food. But yeah, it wasn't producing fruit, just like they weren't producing good fruit. And he cursed the tree and so on and so forth.
I forgot about that.
And then in Matthew 24, he uses as the signs of times to watch Israel.
Right, boys, you're going back to the book now. We're sticking to flat Earth here.
Yeah, flat Earth. Go bullshit.
Yeah.
Go horseshit.
Shut your fake face.
Yeah, have you seen anything on that barium and strontium? They were doing that with the trying to look at the electromagnetic field of the Earth with the barium cloud, and you guys probably have spoke about this before. Maybe it's nothing new, but also with the barium and strontium and the refractive index and all of these different things, I would love to hear people speak about it. Being as that, that is what people say is being sprayed above us, like the barium, strontium, aluminum. It interests me. It's involved in optics being sprayed above us.
No.
Well, I have heard that that's
Are you trying to
recipe.
insinuate blue beam?
Yeah, I don't know. I want to hear other. I'm all about the scripture, but I love to hear other people speak about it. Like the barium, the strontium, and all of these other different processes we have. But I can wrap my head around it. But I would love if anyone else has information on it. I mean, there was an experiment in 1971 where they made a barium cloud, right? So why did they drop this barium cloud above us? What were they doing? They were looking at, the electromagnetic field of the Earth. And what does this do for the optics for them when they are releasing this barium and strontium, if that's the case? What exactly all can that do? How many birds can it kill with that one stone?
I'll probably give you cancer in your lungs.
My question is it for optics or is it for the signals that are brought out by 5G and the towers and help their system or whatever, their mind control? Is it a mind control thing or is it an optic thing? That's my question.
Well, I can tell you one side effect from it directly is the fact that it's depleting the magnesium from majority of the plant life. So that is one effect. The reasoning, I don't know.
It's part of the recipe of thermite. Thermite, for fuck's sake.
The declassified literature on it actually shows you, right, the ingredients and what they're spraying into the atmosphere. And it includes aluminum and barium and all these other trace minerals. I have no idea what the bigger picture is. There's a lot of different conspiracies, like you just mentioned, the 5G, the other one's Blue Beam, Project Blue Beam. They're trying to have like a hologram up there that to fool the audiences or the people, the masses. Are going to have some whatever. I have no idea. But what does the room believe is the most probable reason for them spraying the atmosphere? And it's apparently causing desertification and the killing of vegetation, and things will are getting hotter, more hurricanes. But anyways, yeah. So talk about that. That's cool.
Yeah, they're destroying the Earth under the guise of trying to protect it.
It's part of the recipe for thermite. You just add one more thing, and then you could create a hell of a fireworks show in agreement with Operation Blue Beam. And the Blue Beam will give you the lights in the sky, and the thermite will give you destruction on the ground. Thanks.
They're destroying the Earth.
Just look at the one religion, dude, that wants to destroy the world. It's right there in front of you. There's a religion, right, called Kabbalahism, or however you want to pronounce that.
Okay.
And they believe that in the beginning there was like 7 vessels that were broken and spilled out. And they need to collect all of these orbs back into the 7 vessels in order for God to come back. And part of that is part of that is destroying Amalek. It's one of the 613 mitzvahs. Is this to destroy man, woman, and animal of Amalek, which hasn't happened yet.
No, but they're trying very hard. Yeah, they're trying very
You
hard.
brought up 613 mitzvahs. How'd they figure that? Are they referring to the rabbinical commandments, or like what are you talking about there?
I think this goes back to the Torah.
That's what I'm saying. This apparently, according to the rabbinical opinion, there's 613 mitzvahs. Mitzvah means commandments in the Torah, right? But there's definitely more than that. But where in those commandments does it talk about what you just said regarding the 7 vows or the 7 bowls or the orbs?
That might be in the Talmud.
Yeah, I've heard about that. It's here somewhere.
Yeah, that's Jewish mysticism. It's talking about creation and the destruction of the creation, which is part of their fulfillment. So, just saying.
Yeah, in order to make the Messiah come forth and destroy the world, etc., or something like that.
No, they have to destroy the world for God to come back.
Yeah,
it's like
that's what it says.
I see that. I agree with that.
Yeah, it's crazy, bro. I mean, who are these people?
We're not allowed to talk about them or identify them.
Oh, shush your face. People with little heads.
Some say that it's for better, like having like electrolytes in the atmosphere, so that these towers that they're setting up all over the country will be able to better assimilate with the grid, interconnectivity. That they need that in the air for the waves to better penetrate, and even if it's in your lungs, theoretically they could hurt you even more. Somebody wiser than me mentioned that they made an analog, right? It's like putting metals in your system, right, and then being microwaved. What happens when you put metal in the microwave?
It sparks.
It starts sparking up. Well, what happens if you have metal in your lungs and in your system, and they turn on the microwave? What's going to happen then? You're going to heat up.
Same thing, but that's depending on how much voltage or amperage or whatever it is they apply. Like, what if it was such on a small scale to maybe help power the nano particulates that they're preventing, along with the barium and all these other various things. Like,
this world is heading in a very, very fucking strange direction, bro. It's like I don't think we're going to recognize it in 20 years' time.
P-Mac is in the building. What's up, P-Mac?
What's up, motherfucker? Anyway, I don't think we're going to recognize it. You know what? And I don't care to. I wouldn't be too put out by being dead by in 10 years, because I don't want to live in a world where people believe that, well, whatever they believe, right? It's fucking,
Your
go for it, bro.
sentences are hilarious.
They are wee, but yeah.
But what if they're just trying to hide the Death Star?
Oh, fuck me, bro. You're right.
What about the black? What do they call it? The Black Knight satellite?
Yeah.
Dark Knight satellite.
I think it was the Black Knight.
I think it was the Black Knight. The first one was correct.
I thought it was one of Mark Lawrence's best performances.
What, they make affirmative action satellites now?
I thought I was getting mixed up with Batman, but yeah, you're probably right, Elijah.
Night satellite. Oh, that rhyme is too good.
I can neither confirm nor deny what I don't know.
But I was saying 5G sucks. Like, we all know that it gets blocked easily, right? So they're trying to overcome that barrier. But it's the most retarded way ever.
I think you have to think a bit more out of the box and a bit more multiple reasons for the same thing.
True
But
that.
with
But
respect,
at the most
with
practical
respect,
level, right? That would be it. Now we can go move on to like population control and depopulation and all that, but I'm just trying to give a practical perspective to why they would spray the atmosphere, and not
right.
sound like a doomsday monger.
We got an
Well,
echo, Elijah. I don't know if you got YouTube in the background or something.
nah, it's just you. You're too loud. You're coming through my mic. Well, what I was gonna say is, yeah, because I think all of these are pretty plausible ideas. I think accumulating them into a cohesive, like, thesis would be better than just picking which one you like the best. Because if one is true, that doesn't mean that the other isn't true, right? But with respect to 5G specifically, the reason 5G sucks from the way you're thinking about it is because you're equating it to a different purpose or a different application from the older generations. 5G is specifically meant to be like a mesh network. Now, people might want to pick at the word choice I use, but my point is that it's not meant to have like large range or anything. It's basically supposed to be that you're all on the web, right? So they use base stations, and they're supposed to have multiple base stations, so that there's nodes everywhere, so that you're trapped. I mean, that's how I would phrase it. But that's literally the design of that network, is to have base stations at every corner, effectively.
Okay.
Yeah, the issue becomes in the cities where it's concentrated. That's where people start finding that there's these weird things, if I'm not mistaken. But like 5G itself just means 5th generation. It's not like.
Oh, it means
It depends which application. But I was responding to what Lion said about it sucks in terms of it's not that effective. It's because depending on what situation you're in, you might not be able to use it the way it's designed to use, and that's why I explained like its whole framework. Because because if you're in the middle of some flipping Texas desert or whatever your states are like over there, then you're gonna have a problem, because what the nearest base station is far away. So you're gonna connect to either a 4G tower, or maybe if they've instituted a 5G tower. So that's why I would suggest why it sucks. But also, in addition to what you said, Issa, there is 5G, the protocol, and then the different sub protocols within that. So I think Daiso, you might like this because your guy talks about this. He details the different applications and like high intensity, the general protocol, etc. Because people just kept like taking the word and then just running with it without really knowing anything about telecommunications. So I don't blame people for going. I don't blame people too much for saying, "Oh, all this is just conspiracy theory," but also you can't just dismiss it altogether. You have to go and drill down into what all of that means. But
What's the spectrum of megahertz that it operates on?
I can't remember, but this is what your guy was talking about, right, Mr. Fat Man? He was talking about how you have, like Issa said, you have the protocol, which is just the generation that they're on now, which is just a unified protocol for next gen stuff. So that's the baseline. But within that, you have things that are titled 5G and that operate at a specific intensity. So it has a broad bandwidth, but then within that it has another thing. I wish I knew where his video is, because I think he did this video like 3 years ago. Because I watched it.
You talking about Ken Wheeler?
Yeah. Because I watched that just because I was interested in the light stuff that he was doing like 3-4 years ago. Right. And I was like, okay, this is a much better explanation than I've heard anywhere else.
Yeah, I never watched that video.
Yeah, because there was so much hype around the 5G stuff, and I just kind of, it just lands on your YouTube, and I watched it, and I was like, yeah, that makes sense, because I'm already familiar with the different protocols. I had to do a paper on the old protocols before, so when people start talking about the telecommunication networks, I realize that a lot of people just talk out the backside. Not so much in the truther community, more so in the the anti-truth, the community. So you
I think
don't
it's
know what
more
you're
like
talking
the.
about.
I think it's more like the 6 and 7G that is getting confused with the 5G. But
Huh?
Yeah,
they got
maybe
6
because
and
people don't
7G.
realize that things are ready for them to implement a new protocol. They have to test the protocol first.
You know,
Yeah,
it's
here
I'm
funny.
not sure
lately
if that went
they've
over everyone's head. You get my
they've
point, though.
cared less
It
about
is a wee bit.
testing it, to make sure things are safe. They don't mind calling us cattle or guinea pigs or whatever.
Oh, they don't. No, that's not the reason they test it. I'm talking about if you're going to roll out a protocol that all countries and all businesses have to operate under. Anyone who's under the IEEE, that's what they're beholden to, or whatever the word is. So
Beholden, yeah, beholden.
if they're gonna roll that out, they can't just roll it out without having first tested its effectiveness, how it interferes with the old systems. Because you can't just go, oh, we're gonna roll out a new generation and then have it take up the bandwidth that's already been assigned to
Yeah.
3G or 4G
It's
or
interesting,
whatever.
terahertz, right? Because they use terahertz, or you were bringing up hertz for fiber, and they use like terahertz or whatever, and it's like there's a thing called terahertz therapy, and I just saw this thing where it's like there's adverse reactions to terahertz therapy, like rashes and stuff like that, which is interesting, you know. But I don't think we're exposed to that. That's more inside of a fiber. You were talking about the
Yeah,
hertz.
I wouldn't know specifically how to comment on that.
Well, I think that's the
Did
main
you say
thing.
fiber?
Well, I mean, you have inside of like fiber optic technology is what you're kind
Oh,
of
okay.
referring to. And it's like inside that. I mean, it's really genius what's going on. It's almost alien like that they could send like
Isn't it just?
so much
Isn't it
information.
just? Yeah, isn't it just alien? Isn't that
Yeah,
crazy?
the fiber is great because this is light. You can play with light however you like.
Right, but that's what's running from tower to tower, kind of a thing. Unless, like, when you get into the cities, my point is, when you get into the cities and they start maybe introducing like frequencies, like control, like like Wi-Fi routers, like magnified to whatever, like that, let's say, are effectively operating on this full range of hertz, right? Like, they use like a certain frequency, so like certain frequencies, and like that potential exposure to people is what people have made concern about, because if you were exposed to that kind of a radiation or the light that's potentially whatever, then you would be exposed to the adverse reactions potentially.
Right. So
But I don't think
you
you would
have
be.
the intensity because, like you said, it's concentrated in the cities. You have the fact that there's multiple different bandwidths, so now it's incoherent, unharmonious. Then you have the fact that most people aren't grounded, so even if there was stuff out there naturally, right, which we know there is, if you're grounded, any of the potential negatives would be mitigated. So, and then on top of that, you got the food stuff that they're messing with. So when you put all of these factors together, you're going to get to the point where this is bad for you. And then on top of that,
on top of that,
right,
what they're putting in people.
right. So all of these aspects come together, and then you have people who are sensitive. You have people who are unsensitive. But being unsensitive to it doesn't mean that it's not doing you harm. It just means that you're not noticing the harm that it's doing to you. Like if you've got no nerves and you put your hand, like you got like full nerve damage in your right hand, and you put it in a boiling pot of water, you're still gonna screw yourself up. But you're just not going to realize it. So the reason people have this ability to dismiss it so easily is because they don't realize the whole story in context and in totality. But basically, if you live in the cities, leave. Not because of this, leave because it's this is terrible place to live, like quality of life, and this is just one aspect of it, right?
I don't know, man. City life's pretty cool, man. I got to big up city life a little bit, man. City life's it's not that bad,
Degenerates speak up, okay. But
I'm just saying everything. Well, you got to
if
think
you lived in
everything. People limit the city to like think of it like it's just this like whatever, but there's actually like communities. It's the city, man. I don't know. You got to live
and
in a
it does
city to
depend
understand it.
what city, right? Because some cities are worse than others, but generally speaking, the cities are not not a really harmonious way to live in the world. But if you do live in the city and you got family and like, brother, I can't leave, or I can't leave tomorrow, then there's ways to mitigate this. And the simplest way is just to eat right, fast a lot, and ground yourself.
I
So
used to have a theory.
even if you live in a city block, in a block tower, whatever you call them, right? You can have grounded bed sheets and stuff like that. So even if you turn all your Wi-Fi is off, doesn't mean that the neighbors are going to turn theirs off, right? But if you sleep on a grounded bed mat, then you're at least mitigating it. And I think this is just my suggestion, that things like zinc and other stuff that people were hyping up, part of the reason why they're beneficial is because I think when you have that and copper in your body properly and your body's operating properly, your body is actually able to deal with the negatives of the EMF radiation. But that's my kind of unspecified conclusion. But I'll try and find that video for you, Dicelo.
I used to think, like, if you live in the city, you got to get like McDonald's at least once a week. You know what I mean? It's like the inoculation. You got to get some Wendy's in you. If you're living in the city, you got to kind of acclimate.
You are an advocate for uselessness, aren't you?
Nah, it's not useless, man. You know what I mean? There's a lot going on in the city.
Yeah, but it's like you got two options: either become unkillable, or become acquainted with death. It's like, yeah, just become unkillable. What you're suggesting is like, just be the undead, and then you're right.
Well, you're thinking. How about this? Whether you go to the woods or whether you go to the city, you're still going to face death. It sounds like you're scared of it.
I'm using it as an analogy. I'm not using it literally, right? What I'm saying is,
like, we have to stop. Like, if you're going to stop evil here, you're going to stop it everywhere.
Oh, sorry, you've gone quiet, dude.
Oh, forgive me.
Yeah, try again.
I was going to say, like, if you're going to stop evil here, you got to do it there. It's got to happen. You know what I mean? I think, like, there's no, like, line of retreat against ideological evil. There's no line to run to. Now, granted, you know what I mean? I agree with you. Live in the country. I'm all for it, brother. You know what I mean?
Well,
Eat fucking raw milk and fucking, beef. But, I mean, I just think, like, the city life has its own thing. And it also that's where the battle needs to be brought.
Right. It exists and it requires light more than anyone. But what my point was, like, I understand the logic, right? I just think it's a sub order of logic to go, yeah, just accustom yourself to shit food so that you can exist in that environment.
Well, yeah, it's
but hold on, but this is two-part, right? But if you approached it from the point of, well, let me just be a robust creature, so let me eat well, live well, think well, so be fasted, have a robust immune system, you've already done the same thing that you're trying to do the other way, but in a purer sense. So you can still rock around in the city and just do whatever. If you're that well adjusted in terms of your physical health and your mental approach, you could go to a completely random city. Yeah, and you know that thing where like people go and they get affected by the water. Well, if you don't touch the water, nothing happens to you. If you're really robust, even if you do touch the water or have a salad that was a bit dubious, because salads they tend to have like this hype around them. Don't eat the salads. But if your system is strong enough, nothing's going to happen to you. That's my
man. No, I agree.
Point.
I agree, and I think that way. And I just think that way in the city life. Like, you gotta you look at all these like pale vegans that are juicing. You know what I mean? They're dropping off like flies. You know what I mean? Trying to ride a bike, they look like they're about to fall over. You know what I mean? It's like they're susceptible to every little fucking whim that comes across their way. They're offended by everything.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like, fucking.
But that is different from what I'm talking
well,
about.
I'm just saying it's the same
I
thing.
think that many vegans are misguided because they're not doing it from the point of studied knowledge. They're doing it from the point of fad emotions.
Right.
Because if you were a well-studied vegan, right, and you chose to be like that, I don't suggest that to do that, but I'm not going to tell anyone off, right?
Well, I always think
You could
the
be
argument
standing
comes down
next
to
to.
B12.
Well, right. Well, that's a big portion of it, right? You could be standing next to your average,
Portion?
yoga going vegan, and you'd be like, "You two look like two different people. What's going on here?" It's just because one does it properly and the other does it like ignorantly. But yeah, go ahead, whoever wants to say.
I don't think there is any proper way to do veganism. It's a partial starvation diet.
Yeah, I would concur. I think it's a. I think herbs and plants are for medicine, and there's a time and a place for them. But like really, science I think has shown, the body and the ways that you can fucking eat.
Yeah, people will experience health benefits when they switch to it if they've already been having like a extremely unhealthy diet because they're eating whole foods now.
Yeah.
But then like after long term, you're just gonna start missing out on a lot of nutrients and a lot of minerals.
Right, and I think that the issue with veganism as opposed to vegetarianism or whatever you want to call it is that the vegans deny honey, and you're like, why would you deny honey? And why would you deny the egg? It's like you don't need to eat the meat, but why would you not eat the egg? It's like the thing's shitting out eggs for you on a daily basis. You're just gonna throw them away? Eat them.
I used to always be fascinated with the Indian, the vegetarian culture in India. Because I think they do it right. They have lots of fats, the ghee. You know what I mean? Like they have it's just interesting.
Right?
how-
Yes, the fats is a big part.
Yeah, and like they get. And I think that's an interesting way because they still use milk.
You're going quiet again. Come back.
Avoid killing the animal, which I can.
Come back, Isha.
What's up, brother?
You were going quiet. Come back.
Oh, forgive me. Just like the idea that they use milk, you know what I mean? They use the fat. They use like the animal products that are good. They just choose not to kill an animal, and they use the animals that provide them the resources. That's kind of the only way to me that makes sense to be a vegetarian.
I would say that there's certain animals that are actually overpopulated and are causing a harm to the ecosystem.
Which ones?
Well, in America,
Boars,
globalists,
boars, deers. There's actually an overpopulation, and by killing them, you're actually helping out the natural ecosystem. It's like we're meant to actually take them out.
What are you talking
Reindeers
in the U.S.?
I mean, not reindeers.
Shit.
I meant deers.
Oh.
Yeah, there's actually deer on Maui, the island of Maui in Hawaii, that are actually an invasive species and causing massive issues. There's this massive overpopulation of deer, axis deer on Maui, and it's one of the only, I think, the only state in all of the United States that you can freely hunt them. All you have to have is like a license, and you can take as many as you want. You can take 50 a day if you want. There's you don't have to get tags or anything.
Deer steak.
That sounds awesome, man.
Yeah, deer.
They could fix that problem really quick if they just. In all other circumstances, you wouldn't want to do this because it's bad for the environment. But in that instance, you'd want to just target the bucks, target the big bucks. Because if you start doing that, then you're going to be able to rapidly bring down the population explosion and actually bring it down to a maintainable level.
Yeah, I don't like
at least that's my position.
Hurt on other animals, but if it means
think about that too, though. Like, think about how many other animals are killing other animals. So, already happening. I mean, that's what alligators eat antelopes, and it's a part of nature.
Sure.
Yeah, when they bring it from a philosophical bent, they're actually just becoming hypocrites. And this is why my comment of ignorance goes both ways. Not only in the way they choose to eat and how it affects their body, but also in the reasons why they do it.
I wanted to add to that.
Soy, isn't it like the soy farming process is one of the most destructive to habitats and
that's right
and such.
That's right.
I just wanted to add to my previous statement that if you study the deer in their habitat and how long they live, they really only live an average of 7 years, right? An old buck, and a lot of them die of starvation naturally. Like a ton of them die of starvation. They just kind of die and rot away. So it's actually helpful if you hunt them.
Yeah.
Because they're gonna die anyways.
Nothing wrong with that.
You should organize a trip to Maui. Let me know and I'll join you.
Well, there's a company that actually sells the meat that you can purchase. That they're hunting the meat themselves and then they sell it.
I didn't know
that sounds good if you live in the States, I guess. But I just like the idea of being able to have free reign with a rifle.
Oh, you're saying that, yeah. Well, I talked to a guy who owns a big property there, and he said there's literally hundreds upon hundreds of them that just he can see them from his deck of his house. There's just hundreds come through his property every day.
Damn.
Napalm, that's excellent.
Barbecue. Anybody.
You know, the other thing is one of the consequences of these kind of movements is that they've demonized killing of animals in general to the point where people aren't even able to kill nuisance animals, right? So this is one thing where it's food, but it's also a nuisance, like the example you gave, Gio. But in other circumstances, you got the foxes in England, you got the badgers in England, and because of all these stupidly, I don't know, it's just dumb reasons for protecting them. You have like TB outbreaks in the UK where cows have to be put down because the farmer's not allowed to go out, legally. He's not allowed to go out and cull the badgers because the badgers are protected. Meanwhile, the badgers are running rampant and they're destroying livestock.
Yeah.
He's like, so what? I can't kill this thing, but I do have to kill that thing that belongs to me. It's retarded.
I want to add an interesting fact about hunters in America, right? That if you look at the way that capitalism works in America, it's actually not as bad as you would think. When you let the system run itself and you don't put legislation on it hindering, like you can't hunt here, you can't hunt this animal, it actually causes harm, right? But what we see actually is a grassroots movement of hunters donating meat, and you can look in the past decade alone. There's multiple news articles. For example, I got one here. Missouri hunters donated nearly 35,000 pounds of deer meat to the to the impoverished. Another story from 2023. Missouri deer, it's Missouri again. 200,000 pounds of venison, lean, clean meat donated to the poor.
How much?
200,000 pounds.
Damn, that's a lot.
There's a bunch. There's another one, 243,000. Different states around the Great Heart.
Yeah, so deer are not so few and far between. I don't understand why people are going to ask me for 36 pounds to hunt fish in a river that's flowing past me.
And
but
I
the
guarantee
government's,
you, sorry.
You know what I mean? The government still asks you to pay money to them to go hunt fish in a river.
My approach and my comment to that is, do you see a rat asking for permission to steal your garbage? Do you see the magpie signing a piece of paper to go and nick your jewelry? Dude,
Yeah,
if it's there,
that's pretty good.
And you can use it, and you're not a degenerate, you're well within your rights to take it.
Now hear me
and
out.
You just don't need to tell anybody, because the thing is, like, if you actually keep your private business private, then how are you going to get in trouble exactly?
Real quick. So by hindering the economy, right, by putting legislation in place where you can't own weapons, you can't own guns, you can't hunt, right, in certain areas. They've restricted hunting. Oh, these animals are endangered. Really, you look at the population, they're not really endangered. Oh, you can't build a Walmart in this area because of an endangered dragonfly. This is stuff that's actually very damaging to the economy, especially when hundreds are going hungry, right? Thousands are going hungry with the current inflation rates. And if you can't hunt and you can't it's not just about providing for your own family. Like, these guys are donating to the community, right? And there's a lot of countries are on board right now trying to take our weapons away. And there's a reason why the founding fathers made it like the Second Amendment. It's very important. Right after the First Amendment, the freedom of speech. this is something that you can't just disregard as a population. The hunting of animals is something that's primal, bro. We need it. The government can't always just start feeding us and giving us welfare checks every month and UBIs, universal basic income, which is what they want to do.
The entire Western world is going green, while China is building 2 fucking coal stations a day, and they're not doing anything to help anything. Like, I mean, and the whole Wuhan thing came from China, right?
I don't know. Never been to China.
Well,
your body is actually designed to uptake animal fats. So people who talk about it like, you don't need it or it's not good food. It's like, well, that's
you do.
just an ignorant statement, because it's akin to saying the hemp plant is not for human consumption. It's like, well, the evidence says otherwise. And in order to actually exist well, right, in peak condition, taking there's like, I'm just breaking it down to the building blocks, but there's certain bits in the fat of animals and organs from the animals that your body actually needs, and you can't get this process from anywhere else. You can kind of supplement, you can mitigate it, but you're not going to be thriving. And the easiest way to see this is look at all the natural tribes out there, or at least kind of natural tribes that are living the old school way.
You mean the
They're all eating this stuff, and they all objectively look and live better than most people in the rest of the world. So go and enjoy some liver.
You might wind up with a crazy haircut and a bone through your nose, but hey, whatever.
I have pink hair. Pink fucking hair.
It's better than it's better than having pink hair and thinking you're spinning on some degenerate god's testicle.
Yeah, that's true. Thank God. Thank God. Thank you, God.
You almost had it right. You're supposed to say, I'm a country boy. Thank God I'm a country boy.
I wonder though, if they're gonna attack your weaponry, maybe just start developing new weaponry that they can't. Because if you can kill a deer by the flick of a switch on a little device from 10,000 yards, and then just go pick it up or whatever, then where's the evidence, officer? I fail to see your case.
Hey, speaking on the country boys, I'm not a country boy myself, but I respect the conservatives in America, even if they're a little bit unwise politically. But bro, like all these people that donated meat, all these hunters, majority of them are conservative. It's just the way it just happens to be reality right now. Granted, there are liberals that are pro Second Amendment, but for the most part, it's slanted towards red. And I don't call myself a Republican, I call myself a conservative. Because that whole umbrella term has a deep meaning. It's not just a Republican Party. You know what I'm saying? You can detach it. You can uncouple it. Being a conservative can be uncoupled from being a Republican.
Yeah, I know what you're saying. You're going to vote Republican in the next election. Donald Trump.
I think most Republicans are rhinos. I think most people that run Republican only do so because if they said Democrat, they wouldn't get elected. And I think that the people that run Democrat are actually Democrats. But I'm a libertarian, staunch libertarian. Like, you have to be doing something crazy like drive 120 miles an hour in a 30 mile an hour zone for me to want you to be arrested without creating a victim. Like, you have to be doing something crazy like shooting up.
Right, but that's still politics, Larry.
I'm against libertarians too, bro. I'm all set.
That's fine. Yeah, we talked about that before, but I'm saying, like, I don't want you arrested unless there's an actual victim, unless you're, like, shooting at the courthouse. Like, even if you didn't hurt nobody, if you shoot at the courthouse, you should go to jail.
Yeah, you should be.
It's overcomplication, man. If someone does something worthy of getting KO'd, just KO them.
Larry, do you feel like you want to shoot at the courthouse?
No, I'm
But Larry,
condemning
Larry,
violence.
let me ask you a question. Do you know what
Yeah.
libertarianism means?
Yeah, conservative is like keeping the old ways, like the Constitution, the Bible, the Quran. Like you want to keep the old ways because they worked, and you don't really want to change the system and tear it
I said
down and burn
libertarian,
it down.
being a
Wait.
libertarian.
Oh,
The
oh,
Bible
yeah.
is Quran. What the fuck?
Sorry. Libertarian means liberty first, and authoritarian is bullshit.
No, that's not what it means. It
So
literally
the word.
means lawlessness. That's what it means.
Anarchy?
Complete liberalism is no rules, no laws.
I'm not
And it's
talking about
the
liberalism.
fundamental elementary principles of libertarianism, being a liberalist, is completely no government and no laws at all.
Yeah. What happens is it reverses itself. It is actually the opposite of what it actually
You don't
pretends
want
to
that,
be.
bro. That's what the
Yeah,
scriptures talk about as evil, lawlessness.
That's
And
not what I'm
you're
talking
promoting
about.
We
that,
do
bro.
want that.
No. Listen, hear me out. Okay, so libertarianism means that unless there's a victim, right? If you actually break the law, there's no crime. So if you actually break the law and you create a victim, then you should go to jail. Now, there's only rare cases where I disagree with that, right? If you're going 120 miles an hour, right? I hate to do all hypothetical, like what if you step on a rake and a lady fell and the rake hit the baby's head? Like, but if you're going 120 miles an hour in a 30-mile-an-hour zone, even though there's no victim, I want you to go to jail and think about what you did. So most of the time, if there's no victim, I don't want the government involved. So I'm not lawlessness. I just think that if you're going to accuse someone of breaking the law, you better have the ability to subpoena the injured party. You
Who
understand what I'm
cares
saying?
about so Larry, if three boys break into your house one night and you murder all three of them, not murder, but you in self-defense you shoot all three of them, should you be held up for that, or should you go to jail? Some
It depends.
states.
Did I act reasonably?
Yeah, well, yeah, possibly, because all three of them had fucking guns too. Like,
Okay, if
but
I acted reasonably, then I shouldn't go to jail.
yeah, well, it's not liberalism. That's fucking self-defense.
But if I like shot
It's
two
got
of them
fuck
and
all
the
to do
third
with
one
politics,
ran,
bro. That's just you fucking defending yourself, right?
right? But if I shot two of them and the third one ran and I chase him down the street and pop him in the back, that's not acting reasonably.
Well, no, but nobody would fucking say that the bad
Larry,
thing. Like,
to be a liberalist means, right, that there's literally no boundaries, there's no borders, there's no rules, right? And you can't have freedom without boundaries. You actually, that's anathema to what the scriptures teach regarding freedom, that you actually need law and order. You need order. You can't have complete lawlessness, chaos, because then you won't have freedom. You'll actually be, it's counterintuitive because you'll be bound to, you'll be actually chained. It says lawlessness equals enslavement.
where
are you getting that from, though? I mean,
sorry,
this is.
I don't know what a liberalist is.
Hang on, Joe. Go ahead, Joe.
Sorry, go ahead, Joe.
If Larry wants to go first, that's fine. I'm just saying. I mean, libertarianism is not about no laws.
I think he's confusing anarchists.
No, anarchy is basically even worse.
No, it's not.
Well, let me just read this. I mean, it's right from Wikipedia, but so take that as it is. But because I was just looking for a quick definition. This is from Wikipedia. Libertarians seek to maximize autonomy and political freedom and minimize the state's encroachment on and violations of individual liberties, emphasizing the rule of law, pluralism, cosmopolitanism, cooperation, civil and political rights, bodily autonomy, freedom of association, free trade, freedom of expression, freedom of choice, freedom of movement, individualism, and voluntary association.
Yeah, which is the very thing that they do not.
That's a nice way of actually rationalizing what I just said. Like that's like a way that you would feed it to people to actually get them to actually get behind the movement. But what it really comes down to is there's no like a foundation. There's no
matter of opinion. There's no objective truth because it depends on like where the borders are blurred. Like you don't have town lines, you don't have city lines, no authoritative figures telling like establishing a fundamental basis to the politics. It's all like random. Like it's literally chaos.
That's not my understanding of libertarianism, though.
Well,
No,
where you
but
get your
no,
where
but
you get
it
your
is.
definition, bro?
I don't know
Where
where
you
you're
get
getting.
your definition?
Yeah, where are you getting that from?
It's a nice dream, but it's not what's actually happening.
I've been
in real
studying
life.
politics since I was in high school, and libertarianism. I have friends that are libertarianisms. It's funny because they have ideas that are like conservative, but they also have a lot of ideas that are like liberal, like democratic liberal. And like for example, they'll live in a farm. They'll have cows and goats, but they'll also promote like opium use or psychedelics or no offense to you, but like just drug use in general. Like they think that all drugs should be legal. They think that abortion should be legal. They think that murder should be legal. If you want to go and kill a guy because he raped your daughter, that should be okay. You know, like everything should be okay as long you know what I mean.
These are
As the
some heavy
people
generalizations, though, man.
Yeah, where
go
are
ahead.
you getting that from? Are you just
From
making?
actual libertarianism, liberalists that I actually know in real life.
All right, so
Yeah,
somebody
like a
but
bunch of them.
What's a liberalist?
that's not the definition of liberal.
I know. You look it up online and it's going to tell you this. It's going to give you something to make it sound right. But it's when you actually break down the etymology of that word, go look it up. What does it mean to be a liberal? Not the democratic
Dude,
liberals,
I'm not a liberal.
democratic socialist liberals. I'm talking about libertarianism.
Yeah, but hold on, wait. You're saying that that's what it actually means, as if like the extreme interpretation you're describing is now like the general interpretation, which isn't.
You don't have to believe in my understanding interpretation of what libertarianism is, right? But what Gio just read is like a salesman. He's a businessman trying to sell you the idea. What he just read.
I understand what you're saying.
That might even be the case to some degree as well, but at the same time, it's like just because someone thinks someone should have the right to take a drug doesn't mean that they think everybody should just go do drugs.
That was
They're,
just an example.
they're making liberalism so liberal that it's actually contrary to human existence. It's contrary to us surviving as a species.
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure the word liberalism comes from the word liberate, which means to ascend. It's
but they got the opposite, bro. In my mind, right?
You really want to go into the etymology? You're not gonna get me there, bro. I'll break it down for you.
It doesn't
Give me a
mean
second.
etymology. I mean, this is the meaning.
Listen. The idea. Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Liberalism and libertarianism are two different words. So you were mixing and matching. So I don't know if you were just speaking correctly or if you don't know which one's which.
I'm sorry, Gio. But here, listen. I know you're not trying to insult my intelligence regarding this topic, but I run circles around people regarding this topic because I've already researched the etymology. You guys are just reading a definition on Google and that tells you what being a liberalist is. But when you study liberalism, what the Statue of Liberty represents, right, and it goes all the way back to the cult of Libertas, right? Once you start understanding Libertas and what that represents. Ideally, it's at its most fundamental level is lawlessness, sexual liberation, all of it, abortions, drug use, all of it, completely decriminalized. Now you can argue with me, but I'm telling you, bro, I don't even need to look it up, bro. Look it up. That's something that I shouldn't have to do. You know, do your due diligence.
I know what they make it as a bastion of liberty, but it's the bastion of fucking being enslaved. It's under the guise of being liberal, but you are enslaved. You don't even know it.
Look up the cult of Libertas.
Yeah, okay. French words.
Okay, can I just say this real fast? I got Ed on my line right here. I looked up libertarian, and it's basically one who holds the doctrine of free will. I think that's what God gave us, right? So the next one is liberty. Freedom, choice, freedom.
They're using that. They're using that.
Hold on, man.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah, I'll be super quick. Freedom, choice, freedom to do as one chooses. Also, freedom from the bondage of sin. Freedom, liberty, free will from the libertarian. Libertas, civil or political freedom, condition of a free man, absence of restraint, permission from liber, free, in parentheses, free, at first, of persons, of communities, state of being free from arbitrary, despotic, or autocratic rule or control. I'll go ahead and post this.
OG, thanks.
Just means to rise above the chains that are binding you. Essentially, it's liberation ontology. Like he said, it comes from that Greek word libertas, which is to disobjectify. It's another fancy word for wisdom. Essentially, it's to have self proximity. Essentially.
So I'm not a liberal. Never have been. Never will be. I'm not a classic liberal. I'm not a leftist. Sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead and finish, man. He was interrupting. I don't know if he can't hear you or something.
No, I just wanted to say that, I've never identified as a Democrat, a liberal, a leftist, a classic liberal. None of those things. I've never identified as a Republican, an alt-right, any of that stuff. I've always been, at my core, from reading the Bible, understanding that dominion of the earth was given to me, and I am equal to every other man and woman under God. He is the sovereign. I'm equal. So if someone else is trying to be sovereign over me and arrest my freedom of movement, association, free will, I resent that 100%. If I create a victim and someone arrests my freedoms, then I deserve it until the victim is restored to their former glory. Thanks.
Just to add to that, liberals today aren't real liberals, bro. Because a real liberal wouldn't be doing what they're doing and setting legislation in place, which I mentioned earlier, where you can't build a hotel in a certain habitat because of an endangered dragonfly. That's not liberalism, bro. What you're representing is liberalism. If you want to be technical.
No, it's libertarianism.
We can argue semantics later, but bro,
No, it's
listen.
not semantics, dude. That's what I was bringing up earlier. Those are different things. That's what I was saying. You're mixing and matching those. They're different things.
Okay.
Fair
There's
enough.
the root
we can
word.
move on to another subject.
There's a root word.
Also, even. Sorry, Joe.
Well, there's a root word of liberal, but my understanding is that liberalism and libertarianism are different.
Libertarianism. I'm mentioning libertarianism, but it's all the same root word. It divided a little bit because now libertarianism has this, image of conservative, but also / Republican, but it's really not.
All of this is for naught though, because it doesn't even if your conflation of the two is the same, just because they have the same root. Even if that was the case, you're speaking to Larry, and he explained and articulated very clearly what he is representing, and he's choosing to define that by libertarianism, or that he is a libertarian, or whatever you want to call it, right? So if you try to mix the two together, that's just unsound communication.
Yeah, I'm trying to distinguish them though. I just mentioned that liberalism today, like we know it, is not true liberalism. That's what it's evolved to become, but that's not what true liberalism is. What true liberalism is, right, is what he's representing.
Who cares?
Which is libertarianism, right? Which is lawlessness.
What do you mean, who cares? That's his opinion, man.
But see,
what do you mean, who cares?
PMAC, please. PMAC, just go and take a drink, right? Make it water.
Fuck off.
So, Lion, what you're doing there is you're telling him what he's saying when he's saying something else.
Yeah, it's like when Witsit argues with Globers about
that's not
relativity because they think they know their model and they don't. Well, he thinks he knows his model and he doesn't, and I'm setting the record straight, and you're just interrupting.
No, it's not.
Yeah,
it's not equivalent.
Yeah,
Lion.
bro. Yeah,
take
bro.
A breath.
Yeah,
Listen,
sure.
bro.
Take a breath.
Look up the quote of Libertas.
Lion, take a breath.
Nah, bro, I'm good.
Lion, take a breath.
Passionate.
It doesn't matter. You can be passionate and you can be correct, but you cannot then say that the other guy is something that he isn't. when he made
Nah,
it
he
clear
can
what
believe
he is.
he can believe
If you
whatever
don't
he
like
wants.
the
He
way
is,
he
bro.
presented it,
I'm just setting the record straight, bro. You can believe you're a girl and your boy. That's on you, bro.
If
you're
he's
not.
correct, what's the
You're.
problem?
Yeah, but see, that's lying. You're taking the
Listen,
P
enough
Max. You're not
said,
helping.
Elisha.
Lying.
Enough
You're
said.
taking the mic when you do that.
Not just bring something with
No, enough
substance to
said.
the
Not
table,
enough
bro.
said.
Because what you're
Enough.
saying is not legit, bro. You're saying I'm twisting it. How am I twisting it when I clearly distinguished it and defined it? So
Who are you
please stop
talking
saying
to?
that
Are you
I'm doing
talking
something
to
I'm not.
Larry?
I'm
Are
talking
you
to you,
talking?
Elisha.
Yo, are you talking
You're
to
saying
Larry? Or are
something
you
that I didn't
talking
do,
to?
bro.
Are you talking to the air? Why are
Nah,
you
Say
bro. I'm
talking
just
something.
through
talking
me?
to you, bro. Listen, relax,
Yeah,
bro.
no,
I'm
hold
just
on, hold
saying,
on. Lion, think about the Lion. Think about the way you're interacting right now,
bro. You're trying to
because
correct me, bro.
you don't tend to do that. You don't. No, you don't. I'm not
Yes.
threatening anything.
No, correct
I'm
me. You're
causing
trying to
you
correct
to
me,
use
bro.
your ears. Well, be correctable then, because the fact that you can't even listen to what I'm saying and take it for the value of what's in the words demonstrates that there's something wrong there. If you disagree, fine.
I'm in the
We spend all
process
day,
of
every day
gathering
disagreeing with.
evidence. I'm
You're
about to
doing it
post the
again.
evidence.
You're doing it again. You're doing it again. We spend all day, every day disagreeing with people in this room, but it doesn't cause us to lose our cool and to be irrational.
You're absolutely
Larry
right. But the
made it
reason
very clear what he's. Larry made
can
it
I
very
respond?
clear, and you want to say that what he's describing is lawlessness when clearly it's not.
Well, hold on.
If you want to caution him on using certain words that might be misconstrued or that have other associations, sure. But when we say we're Torah observant, people go, "Oh, you're a Jew, you're a Judaizer." I was like, well, I don't care what people say. Like I know what I meant and I articulated what I meant, and if they want to then go be confused, that's their business. So the most you could ever say is that maybe he wants to define it with a different word, but what he defined is very clearly a sound way to live.
We're digressing. So again, back to the original point, right? My point is,
Hold on, Elisha, your mic just did that thing again. If you could try to make that never happen again, because it's really a loud crackle. I just muted you for a second. I'll throw you in the hot mic room actually until you fix it, if you could fix it. But yeah, go ahead. Well, no, I won't. Well, all right, someone already threw him there, but he may have wanted to hear your response. That's the only thing.
yeah, I'm just getting passionate, not because of the topic at hand, because people are trying to correct me on the topic that they haven't even researched themselves. And that's why it's frustrating, because I did the work. I did my homework. Elijah's speaking out his ass, thinking he knows what he's talking about. I'm not twisting this. I'm not twisting it. I distinguished both the difference between liberalism and libertarianism, and I'm still being accused of twisting it. And he's saying that I'm not, maybe I'm not conveying myself right, and maybe it is my fault for not conveying myself properly, but that's not me twisting it. Gio tried correcting me. He looked up the definition. This guy's trying to correct me. Everybody's trying to correct me. So I'm feeling attacked, and I had to defend myself.
Well, stop being emotional, man. Feeling attacked. That's so silly.
Nah,
you can't take offense.
It's frustrating.
I'd like to see that.
No, it doesn't matter how frustrating it is.
All I was saying,
I'd like
I was
to
just really
see that
trying to,
proof or evidence for that.
I was just trying to say that libertarianism and liberalism are different concepts. That's all. And you were just mixing them. That's so. If Larry was saying he was a libertarian, I was just trying to at least have some clarity between those concepts. Rather, it just seems like you were saying, like you were kind of trying to speak, in a sense against libertarianism, but then calling it liberalism. So
the libertarians that I know in real life are all Trump supporters. And they have this image of conservatism, right? Conservatism. But at the same time, like I said, they promote abortion and the decriminalization of all drugs and all, capital punishment for you take revenge into your own hands, right? Like this idea is all over the Midwest. And I've been to the South. Elisha, you've never even been in America, though, to actually represent this.
How does that?
Hold on, just don't interrupt him, though, man. Let him finish at least his thought.
I'm actually trying to distinguish this because I've been studying politics since I was in 10th grade and I understand the differences. And when you look up the ancient libertarianism movement, bro, it's sexual freedom, right? Including autonomy. I'm speaking so fast, but autonomy over your own body, right? So if you want to inject whatever you want to inject into your arm, even if it's illegal substances, it should be allowed to do that. If you want to kill yourself, you should be allowed to do that. If you want to abort your wife's baby, you should be allowed to do that without any government infringement. Now, do you support that? And that's what being a libertarian actually is. But a lot of people have been captivated by that movement, and they think it's
We
like a
heard
good.
you the first time, right?
And it has to do with the whole being a sovereign
But did you hear?
citizen and national and all this. It's all wrapped up in the same movement, bro.
I said God is the sovereign.
Yeah. So number one, when you're talking to a man specifically, and he's articulated a position, if you then describe his position as anything other than what he described, that's not clever. That's unsound, right? So I heard what you said, but I wonder if you heard what I said.
I heard it.
If you have an issue with him using that term and what you have defined that term to be from its original roots, perhaps let me grant you that that's correct.
Thank you.
That doesn't mean that the sense of the word has not changed, because we know this today that people say, man, that ride was wicked. It's like, well, no, it was a really fun ride, but because I'm a flipping 12-year-old, I'm using that word in a colloquial sense. So the most you could say, because you were speaking to Larry specifically, so keep it in context, is that he's using a colloquial sense of the word, and he's defined it differently from your investigations of what that word used to be used as. But the issue is that when you then conflate it, you're not only are you being inaccurate to the conversation, you're also then accusing another man of something that he isn't doing. And then also to finish my point, when you then bring up examples of crazy people who are justifying abortion and they claim to be libertarians, as if that makes an argument, that's a fallacious position to hold.
All right, so yeah, bro, I'll concede to the idea that the word has morphed over time and now represents a different image or a different movement, right? But in my opinion, the movement has been captivated, right, by conservatives, or the other way around. The movement has captivated conservatives for whatever reason, and actually, from what I understand from my research, it's wrapped up in that sovereign citizen movement, right? So even if he believes that the image that he's putting out isn't what the root of that cult movement is, I think he's being led astray, right, by a system that at the end of ultimately will promote lawlessness. You understand?
But if you really think that from what he said, I just don't think you're listening. You heard one word and then you went on that word, and it took you this long to concede the logic of my
It's like the QAnon thing.
Yeah, hold on. It took you this long to acknowledge and to concede to the logic of how I distilled the whole conversation and why you lot were effectively talking past each other, because you just jumped on something. And this is like something that you ought to do in every facet of the conversations that you have.
Well, actually,
right?
when I said that, I had it.
This is why I speak up most of the time. You realize that? Because when I was speaking up earlier, it was that people were talking past each other and it was ruining the conversation.
But
now, obviously, that was because of one specific association that somebody made that I objectively pointed out as being incorrect.
But Elisha, that's the third biggest political party in America, and I'm just speaking from hold on, real quick. I'll finish with 2 seconds. 2 seconds. Yes, because I actually said it already, giving him the benefit of the doubt that he wasn't actually intentionally following a movement that represented lawlessness. I know that. I know he has good intentions. He's a Christian brother, but at the same time, I know that he's being deceived. You think that I don't understand that he's actually part of that movement with good intentions. I already know that, bro.
Yeah, I think some of the words that come out of your mouth don't line up with what you think you're saying.
I know he has good intentions, bro. I know he's not trying to follow lawlessness, dude. That's why I was trying to put him on.
So
and
you
over
took
here saying that I twisted it.
So just because he said he's a libertarian, you took that to assume that you think he's deceived, and then you had to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not even hearing his
really
points on it though, and just linking it to your friends and other people that are libertarians.
We talked about this before. We had deep conversations on this topic, so I already know his background on it.
I'd just like to go over a couple of my beliefs real fast. I think that abortion should not be interfered with by the government whatsoever. But unfortunately, people started using it as birth control. And that's basically what it is. But how abortion should be used, as, in my opinion, if there's a tubal pregnancy, you either have to abort the baby or both of them die. So it's kind of like that question. If you have a runaway train and one is going to kill two people, but if you flip the switch, it's going to kill one person. Like, what do you do? Like, to me, it's logical that you would flip the switch and be responsible for that one person's death if it was a true dichotomy and that was the only other option, right? So in the same way, I would abort a baby in the tube so that person doesn't die. And I had a wonderful great aunt. She was an amazing lady. She had a tubal pregnancy. My life would have been hell on earth growing up. She literally bought my school clothes and all kinds of stuff like that. She was an amazing woman. Took care of stray cats, paid to get them neutered, all sorts of lovely, wonderful things. Had she not had that tubal pregnancy and terminated the baby, she would have died. And my life would have been miserable. Like, far more miserable than you can understand. So I'm for abortion in cases like that. But for the most part, I don't think the government should be involved at all whatsoever. But because of the lawlessness of some people, they want to use abortion as birth control, which I think is ridiculous this day and age, after the sexual revolution, after the, how many different methods of birth control do we have? So it makes sense to me that if someone is shooting up drugs in their arm, they don't have any children, that's none of my business. If they have children, then they're neglecting the children, then it becomes my business, because who's going to advocate for the children? Well, you would have to get someone from the state, right? Like, I'm not going to go, like, kill people who are shooting up stuff in their arms. I wouldn't, like, go out on my own and lawlessly, like, put them in torture cuffs in a cage in my backyard. I wouldn't want a shiny badge fella to do it either, right? But if there's kids involved, there needs to be intervention. So basically, I think that you should be free as you possibly can be, and your rights only end where someone else's rights begin. In the case of the innocent baby that's not stuck in a tube, like a tubal pregnancy, that life should be advocated for, like 100% advocated for. And we should raise our children to see the value of life and understand that preventative medicine is a
Larry,
lot better.
that's not a position to take on that.
Okay. Why?
Wait, no, don't engage with the incoherent. It doesn't help.
Fuck off, Elijah.
Well, why don't you just not be so like the way you are? Because you as an individual without the substance abuse can probably contribute, and you have contributed even through the substance. But the problem is, it's hard to engage. It's hard to engage when you do that. Like, I don't have anything against you. I have a lot against your disruption of the communications.
I think we should put together a debate with PMAC versus John Bernard's. I think that would be an awesome debate.
I can imagine that's going to be hilarious from a spectator's point of view. But yeah, I wanted to add something to what you were saying, Larry, and where I'd kind of give an example of what, like, the gist of what you're talking about is, given our circumstance, right? We're not in a position as Israelites, right, to enforce capital punishment when we're all in dispersion. And you have a biblical example of where, well, first of all, we're supposed to be like forgiving people, so that's number one. And if they're people outside of the family, then what can you do with them anyway? It's not like they have that relationship with you. So if they want to go and do their degeneracy, they can just keep it outside of your door, like you're saying, right? But to give a specific example, when what's his face was being an idiot and was sexing his mum or someone else's mum in the New Testament, they kicked him out. So they applied judgment as far as they could, because within my house, you're going to obey my rules. But I'm not going to then go outside, follow him to his house, and impose that on him. And I think that's like this. Exactly. I think I think that would be the scriptural, at least one scriptural precedent for what you're describing, because out of context, people might not understand what you're talking about. But hey, but within your household, and I'm sure you're of the same opinion, you're gonna rule with an iron fist, as it were. But if you don't, if they want to abide outside of the rules of the household, well, the door's there and they can leave. That to me is scripture distilled, and your position distilled in a nutshell.
Hey, yeah. Look at it like the microcosm is even like the mind. You know, like you get to think what you want to think. I can't just intrude on your mind. Do you know what I mean? And make you think something in a way. You know what I mean? Like, and it's like that's like a foundation. I don't know. I just thought of it as like a microcosm of the whole structure. You know.
Well, also, yeah, no, I think I get the gist, because you talk in a different way to most people. So, I'm not sure if I could articulate everything, but I think I feel what you're saying. But I wanted to add a bit more to the scriptural thing. Even in Old Testament times, when they did have the law and the priesthood and the judgment system all in place, in order to actually do something that would require capital punishment, there was like a whole series of steps that had to be gone down, and people really had to have violated and not only violated like the sanctity of marriages and stuff like that. They had to have done that and then be brazen about it and not be willing to accept going. Because let's say they didn't want to respect it, they could just leave. But the thing that scripture says, inside you will abide by this. So if they want to come in, they have to understand this is the prerequisite to come in and abide in this place. If you don't want to do that, we're not going to impose it on you. So this idea of what Larry's talking about, maybe people might quibble over the terms and the nuances of it. This has always been the scriptural way, because if you don't want to abide, you don't have to abide. Now there's consequences for not abiding by the rules, right? But, go outside and get plagued on if you want.
Yeah, I'm like in the middle of the Bible Belt, and I literally tell people that I meet that we're supposed to follow the Ten Commandments. So when people tell me that I'm like lawlessness and a sovereign citizen, I'm like, what? Like, are you even listening to me? Like, I am for the rule of law, right? But what is law? That's the important part to understand here, right? So am I talking about a legislative code? Well, if the legislative code says no murder, then yes. But if it says that if you cross the street catty corner in the middle of the night when no one's around, like, should you be thrown in torture cuffs and put in the dungeon for that? Because you cross the street at an angle instead of going straight across perpendicular? I don't know if that's law. You know what I mean?
No, definitely not. That's just, well, that's a consequence of leaving.
Sounds like a city ordinance. And I don't know if I respect that as much as I do the sanctity of life.
Right. And also the effectiveness of because there's one thing to speak. So right, there's one thing when Scripture says, "Have nothing to do with the works of of wickedness," right? But rather expose them. That's one thing, right? But if you're wanting to change people or encourage them to be better, you can't just rail against the wickedness in their life and necessarily expect there to ever be a change, because I don't know about you, but if you've ever tried to sell something, you don't just flipping smash them over the head with something. They're not gonna buy it. They're gonna look at you funny and go, goodbye. And that's if they're polite. So there's one thing is expose wickedness, and that's fine. The other thing is, do you want people to change? If you want people to change, you have to show them what it means to be changed. And that's the fruit of the spirit. That will always bear more results than other stuff. and you can still do like you can still be compassionate and like convict people of the fearful situation that they're in, like the consequences of their action. And then just to finish off, because I know this is kind of too biblical for some people, when you go fishing, you don't just shout at the fish and go, get in the net. You finesse them into the net. You finesse them onto the hook. There's always a like a different way to fish different types of fish at different times of day, but none of them are ever really effective if they're just like just blowing them up. Because if you blow the fish up, right, like they do these days, yeah, you got some fish, but you've ruined the fish. Anyway, I'll leave it there.
So, looking at it at a more in depth, if someone's like protesting in the middle of the street, right, they have the right to protest, but they don't have the right to stop, Henry, Bob, and Sally from getting to work on time and losing their livelihood for being late. So, everything has to be reasonable, right? The Supreme Court talks about time, place, and manner, right? So, yeah, in the middle of the night, right. Yeah, because it's based on ecclesiastical law, which is where this conversation began.
Right.
So,
sorry to be a punk, but the example you gave is a correct application of violence. If somebody's blocking your path to the ambulance, or for the ambulance, or for the hospital, or for your commerce, and now I'm saying if you can avoid the violence, avoid it. But if there's no alternative, that is a lawful application of physical force.
See, that's where he's saying that you're a sovereign citizen because you're taking the law into your own hands and you're using force. He believes, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, that they have a monopoly on force. And if you use force, then you're taking the law into your own hands, like the law doesn't apply to you and you're a sovereign citizen. I think that's what he's arguing.
I'm not sure. Are you talking about Lionel?
Yeah, the guy that was saying I'm a liberalist or whatever. Maybe he's not here, so I won't talk about him. But
No, I'm sorry. Actually, I was talking. I was muted.
Oh.
No, I'm
Oh,
not
go ahead.
trying to come off arrogantly. You know what I mean? It's just I was frustrated because I felt like everybody was turning on me. So I can't even get a word out and people jumping on me. So I'll define it for you. You don't have to agree with my definition of this, right? Because you have a different worldview of what being a libertarian is. But I just want to say that you did mention that you thought it was all right for abortions to take place unregulated by the government, right? And you also mentioned drug use. So I am right that you do believe in that as a Christian too, mind you.
No,
Is that lawlessness?
That's not what I said.
Hold on, but is that lawlessness?
He
So
wants
I
it
gave
both
an
ways.
example.
Hold on. I asked him a question.
No.
I asked him a question. I let you answer, but I asked him a question because this is abortion seems to be something that he thinks is bad. Or is lawlessness? Is that lawlessness?
Who are you talking to?
You.
All right. So let me answer properly, right? Because I just want to mention this, right? Abortion is just one example, and drug use is just one example of many reasons why I'm against being a libertarian. And that's just two of the top examples. There are multiple examples that I believe ultimately its fundamental principle is lawlessness. People have sugarcoated it with
I agree.
Then you have to throw out your Bible.
I don't want to get in there. I don't want to go there. I'm talking about.
Oh, you don't want to go there, but
not yet.
In the Bible, it tells you that when in the law, with the law of Moses was, if a husband suspected his wife of cheating, and therefore she was pregnant, they would drink the water, which then aborted the baby and gave the woman something bad that nobody could be able to lay with her.
I think you're making some slight errors and conflations.
That's
there.
a can of worms.
Am I?
There.
Am I?
That's a can of worms. But hold on, before we go there, please.
Did not the priest were given the lady that cheated water and then some kind of liquid which they had, and if she was in error or she was the judgment would come upon that person and she would have the baby would have been aborted and something happened to her. Oh, give me a second. I'll find the scripture.
Yeah, but I said slight error and slight conflation, right? The assumption that the lady is pregnant is one of the errors.
Yeah, but before we go there, Elisha, please.
Also, being that I'm pretty sure, being that it's the husband who was wronged, he's able to forgive. So
yes, of course. I'll look it up. I'll find. I remember.
Yeah, so I think basically, if she was pregnant and like for whatever reason they only found out that far down the line, then I don't see any way that the law would have her be murdered with a child in her womb. That makes no sense.
You would not be murdered.
Real quick, before we go there, I wanted to define my definition of being a libertarian, right? And I posted it in the chat. And this goes all the way back to this, if you study the Statue of Liberty, what she represents, right? Liberty, freedom. That's what the Statue of Liberty represents. And it was donated to us by the Masons. And it goes all the way back to ancient liberty cult, right? And I have it here. Libertas was the goddess of freedom because she promoted the ideals for the personal freedom to do anything that felt good. She was called the matron goddess of prostitution because she promoted sexual freedom. Indeed, she had invented the concept. Slaves considered her their goddess in the hopes of winning their freedom. Many women who gained freedom later turned to prostitution to survive and thereby retain Libertas as their goddess, especially if they became priestesses in the Libertas cult. Libertas was also a goddess of war and order to fight for freedom, aka America. She was also referred at times as the goddess of victory, Nike, because freedom must have victory in order to survive. This goddess was also the goddess of immigrants, open borders. Is there an ancient secret connection between the Statue of Liberty and the Anunnaki? That's irrelevant, but you get the point.
I just want to clarify something real fast. When I said that I was pro-abortion, I'm a situationalist, meaning that the only abortion that I condone openly is the tubal pregnancy. So just about any other situation, I'm against it. And what I meant was, in a perfect world, I would rather the government mind their own business and stay out of such things. But unfortunately, people are using it as birth controls when there are so many other options that the government has to regulate abortion because we are not regulating it properly ourselves. Thanks.
Isn't that libertarianism? Libertarianism.
Oh, and I don't like the Statue of Liberty or the Lesbos cult or any of that stuff. I've been with the same woman for 20 years on leap year, less than a year away. So, yeah, I'm not really for the sexual revolution, but...
You're a pure anarchist, bro. I know, you're an anarchist.
Mate, you probably know things that you don't know, don't you?
No, I do. I know Larry. I've heard Larry before.
If people were smart enough, I probably would be a little more anarchist, because anarchist doesn't mean no rules or no laws.
It means
no ruler. So pre David Israel, there was one king before him. It was God's law that there would be no kings, but the people wanted kings. So I would rather live in a place where there's no rulers, but there is definitely rules and law. But people aren't smart enough for that, I don't think.
Fuck's sake, it's life, sir. Why would you put your weight in something that happened 2,500 years ago in a land far, far away that has nothing to do with what's happening today? Why would you do that?
Well, I was giving an example of biblical validity of
Why would you
anarchy.
not? Fuck me, Elijah. Why would you not? 2,500 years ago, some people in a faraway land had a different idea of what life should be. And you're telling me, why would you not? Are you for real?
not telling you why would you not. I'm
Well,
asking
you
you
can
why would you not.
understand why they think that, right? But that's silly, bro.
Yo, I'm asking you, why would you not? Why would you not invest your
Because I don't
efforts
have
into
time
such
to
a thing?
fucking take. I don't have time to invest my time in something that happened 2,500 years ago in a
So
land far, far away.
what do you have your time to invest in then?
Well, I have my time to invest in fucking listening to you and all the fucking crazy shit you come up with. It doesn't make any sense
So
at all.
you do have time then.
Yeah, I do have time, of course, to listen to shit.
Okay then. So
Yeah,
then
so
just keep
yeah,
investigating.
yeah, okay. I
And
will,
if
I will, I will. Don't you worry, bro. I will.
and
It
if
just doesn't make no
if the
sense to me,
penny
bro.
ever drops, just let us know.
Yo, is it me or you sound like
What
a
penny?
Scottish lunatic? You know, Scottish like lunatic Lou over here at the in the room. You sound like Scottish Lou.
He's
All
not
right.
Scottish.
Guy who brought
Okay.
up
All right,
the guy who
Elijah, I
brought up
found
the
it. It's Numbers 5.
number 5. It doesn't say anything about the child dying. It
It
says the
says
curse would be upon the baby.
miscarry and your abandoned swells. There may this water that brings curse enter your womb, your body, so that your abdomen swells and your womb miscarries. That is abortion.
I'm sorry. Who's whom?
Wait, what was the thing? I was still thinking about the Scottish comment. What did you say?
Numbers. Go to Numbers 5. And it's
Oh, we're back to the book now.
yeah, chill. Numbers 5 and it's verse like about 20 about drinking the bitter water. If she hasn't been unfaithful or impure, nothing would happen to her. She won't go under the curse. But if she will go under the curse of the priest, which will cause her to have her womb miscarry and
Where's
her
that word
abdomen.
at?
But who's
Where's that
singing
word?
witch? What are you talking about, bro?
Yeah, what
Where's the word
translation you reading
miscarry?
from, man? That's weird.
Where's the word miscarry? Because the curse is the thigh would rot and the belly would swell. So where's the curse of the baby dying? Where's the miscarriage? Where's that word at that you're looking at? What verse?
I think he's just got a dodgy translation. Because you do realize nowhere in this is there any mention of a baby. It's simply so he's jealous. So he's got that thing that men get where they feel like they want to rip something apart. That horrible feeling. So he's like, okay, I'm gonna accuse her of this. So for him to do that, man, there's some things that are wrong in that marriage, right? So he does that. Now, if she confesses, okay, they either deal with it one way or another. They get divorced or they reconcile. If she refuses to confess, assuming she actually did the deed, right, which is to be an adulterer, then she's brought before the priest. Priest is then to do this thing, and the determination to whether she did do it and the husband was right, or whether she didn't do it and the husband was jealous for no flipping reason, is this thing that happens to her thigh and her belly. Nowhere in there is there a mention of baby. It's simply a sign, an outward sign of the veracity of his accusation or the lack thereof. Does that make sense to you, Elbow? Wait, can anyone hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Just give me a second. I'm looking for the actual.
Yeah, with the belly to swell.
I can hear you. It doesn't make any sense, Todd, but I can hear you.
With the belly to swell and the thigh to rot. Yeah, it's nothing about a miscarriage. There's nothing in there about that. And as to the fatherless and widows and the children and all these things, I mean, we just go back a ways back and we can find out you better protect them.
Anyway,
So
the
it
whole
is an outwardly thing. It's an outwardly thing, so the rest of the people also would, see also the sin.
thing about libertarianism is no more big government, right? Should be small government, and They should only do the things that we ask them to do and nothing more. They shouldn't like make special appointee committees to like soak up tax dollars, right? We asked them to guard our borders. You know what that means? That means I'm, for protecting our borders. I don't want sex trafficking or fentanyl happening at our borders. So I'm for the wall, not necessarily for deport them all.
Yeah, but it would be nice if the wall was complete, huh?
But I think that it should be like an easy process to get in, as long as you can prove that you get what it means to be an American. Like, you should be free and know your rights. As
Yeah, I
long as
agree
you
with
get
that.
that,
But
then
you got my comment though, right? The
yeah, it
wall
would
is
be
not
nice.
finished.
It would be nice if there was, a proper border. I don't think we should have military all over the world.
Wait, hold
I
up.
think they should be at our borders.
Chirality or whatever your name is, shut your mic off, please. Thank you. Carry on, Larry.
So, my philosophy can kind of be summed up into a sentence. I think you should be free enough to smoke pot out of your shotgun, as long as you don't hurt anyone, right? And basically what that means
As long
is
as you
that,
don't shoot your head off.
yeah, you get it. Right? You should be so free that you could eat ketchup out of the jar. It's fucking weird, right? Like, why would you smoke pot out of a shotgun? It's weird, but should it be criminal?
I'd be in agreement. The only thing I think is, I think smoking weed's the best way to use it. I think if you need it, then you should use it. You should ingest it. But that's just me. And then the way they've adulterated it is far too heavily ratioed on THC, when naturally it's supposed to be more even. But that's just me with the desire for things to be correct and correctly correct.
Yeah, my thing is that anytime anybody ever gets arrested, goes to court, they should subpoena the injured party. And if there's no injured party, what are you doing? Now, like I said earlier, there are some exceptions to that rule. 120 and a 30, and it's hypothetical, but what if you harmed a child? I don't think you should get away with that. I think you should be put in a dungeon to think about that for a little while. And then if you get caught doing it again, maybe a little longer next time. Right? Because it's my opinion that you should behave the traffic laws. If you're going 40 and a 30, I don't even really know if you deserve a fine. Right?
I
But
disagree with the
120, you're inviting the cops. Putting you
Yeah,
in a
no, I
cage.
see what you mean with the recklessness, but I disagree with the dungeon application for that, because unless he was intoxicated, he doesn't need some time to cool off. He simply needs a slap around the face. And if he does it again, then he needs a bigger slap. And if he does it again, then he should probably have a very harsh punishment. But the only reason that punishment will ever be bestowed upon him is because he asked for it. But if he's already caused a near accident, then you could just be like, you know what? I'm gonna kick you out of the town. Let some other town deal with you, or I'm gonna break your car. But that's just me being a bit manly about the situation as opposed to using wisdom. But because I just don't see the point. I don't see what he could learn from being in a dungeon for 24 hours or whatever. Like a fine is gonna make him learn a lot quicker. A slap round the face, or the equivalent, is gonna make him learn a lot more quicker. Corporal punishment is a thing that should be enacted, because if we're supposed to, as believers, do that for our children, how much more so for adults who have gone way off the line? You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm thinking if you're going, 120, you're showing so much reckless endangerment and disregard for the rights of other people, for their life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, that you shouldn't be in there for 24 hours. Right? You should be in there for, I don't know, at least a week to think about what you did? Because in 24 hours, that's not really long enough to think about it. Like, I really want
See,
you to suffer a
the
little
thing is
bit.
with that, Larry, I understand where you're coming from, right? Because he needs to learn the lesson. But learning the lesson with like a 20K fine or something extreme like that, or 10 lashings, he's gonna learn that lesson, or he's just gonna die. But if he, like, as in because he keeps repeating the same stupidity. But if you put him in a dungeon for 7 days, that's a week's pay that he's not gonna get. And he has a family to look after. It doesn't matter how much of an idiot he's been. He still has responsibilities in life. So I don't think the dungeon is ever a biblically sound thing to do. The only time putting people away from their life is ever been prescribed in scripture is when they had the plague, right? Because that was a sensible thing to do, because you didn't want them to contaminate the rest of the community until they got healed from it. But other than that, segregating them away from their life, I'd disagree. And I think how much more effective it would be if he got 10 lashings. So he'll be like, oh snap, I'm never gonna speed again. If he had half a brain, he'd never, not like speed like 40 over in a 30, but he'd never do that kind of reckless, playing with people's lives thing ever again, I think, if he had half a brain. But again, you don't have to agree. I thought I'd share.
Well, I mean, for someone like me or my son, we have like really, really high pain tolerance. So the 10 lashings wouldn't be as bad of a punishment as taking away my freedom for
I
a
don't
week.
think you know what a lashing's like. Do you know
Okay.
what those? Because there's a specific there's a specific tool they used, to the point where I think 10's actually, yeah.
You're talking about a cane, like a caning?
Not like, I can't remember, like, well, just go and watch. It's kind of extreme, but go and watch the scene in Pirates of the Caribbean. That's kind of what I'm talking about.
What scene?
Yeah, like the lashings on Davy Jones's thing, whatever it's called.
Oh, okay. Full whip.
Yeah. But anyway, I'm just kind of getting the point across. But either way, like that, I think a fine, like, the thing is with a fine though is, let's say let's say in your example, because we're getting really delving into this subject, right? Let's say he lives paycheck to paycheck, right? He's just a laborer, that kind of existence. If you were to fine him, then you've effectively you've destroyed his life, and it doesn't really make much sense. So either you do a fine that's more than he can even afford, and then you finish his life, or you do a fine under that and you just make it difficult. But in that
The
case,
problem with fines are the problem with fines is that it's a poor people's thing, because now rich people. So like, let's say parking tickets are, let's say speeding tickets $200. If I only make $400 a week, I can't afford to speed, right? But if there's some guy that makes $3 million a year, he can just speed all over the place. There's a fine. Whereas the lashings, everyone's got to endure the lashings regardless of how much money you got. So I don't know, Larry, maybe.
yeah. So my point was going to be that a fine in that guy's case just wouldn't be the best thing for him to learn the lesson, right? And given the type of action that he did, which is basically putting other people's lives at risk, which is outrageous, right? I think that is the perfect example where a beating would be excellent. Whereas if it was something that was egregious, but not to the point where somebody could potentially die, like the example Larry was given on the roads, right? If it was something that was egregious but not that, then a fine would make sense, because you can keep it within what they can afford, and it's not like you're trying to make them learn a terrible lesson, because they haven't done a terrible thing. They've just done a small stupid thing, and a fine makes sense. And then obviously you would adjust the fine dependent on their income level, because otherwise it would be. But then that's where you kind of get, like you're saying, you kind of get into strange waters, which is why
Well,
I think
there's a country that
which is why I think corporal punishment and the death penalty are the best.
I got
there is a country that actually started doing that with the fines, where they stopped giving like flat rate fines, and they started doing it based on your income. So people like in Sweden or some shit, I forgot where it was, but they got like $100,000 speeding tickets and shit.
I want to add
Yeah,
that.
I've
So
heard that.
basically, the point is that you need some sort of order. You need laws in place. You can't have complete hedonism. There has to be some sort of punishment. Now, I don't know how to regulate that punishment. That's beyond me. But what I do know is that we need some sort of order, and we need laws, and we need people reinforcing those laws. Even if it is the people, there has to be a foundation, right, that we have to follow. In the United States, it happens to be the Constitution, right? But what I'm trying to say is that when you tolerate hedonism, and when you have a nihilistic society, if you study history, right, even the atheists will agree that every advanced civilization, they always burn out once they start tolerating sexual freedom and hedonism and nihilism. The societies collapse. There's always inflation. It's inevitable. So back to the original point is that you need order. You need laws.
Do you think Rome didn't have order? I mean, the Roman soldiers literally carried around fasci that had an axe in the middle, and they're surrounded by sticks. If you fuck up in Rome, they'd beat your ass right there with the sticks. If you fucked up too bad, they would just take your head off. Rome still collapsed, didn't it?
I mean, listen, that's neither here or there. But basically, the closer the law is
it's
to the
definitely there.
scriptures, well, the
I mean, it
closer
might
the
not be
laws.
here, but it's definitely there.
He responded saying that they were very strict in that, and they still fell.
Yeah. So again, tyranny is not a thing. I don't support tyranny. So that's why I'm saying I don't want to go down that route, because I can't establish a perfect law in any government. That's not my job. That's beyond my pay grade. But what I will say is that the closer that the law of the land aligns with the scriptures, the better it's going to be. And the less hedonism, nihilism you have, the better that culture will be.
I believe it's pronounced nihilism and tyranny. But sure, that doesn't dissuade from your point. It's just
I'm from the East Coast. I say tyranny and nihilism. But anyways, tomato, not a big deal. But you see where I'm coming from with this, right? Am I making sense here? Can anybody?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah,
okay.
we're already
I
in
agree.
agreement with that, which is why we're talking about beating people for being reckless.
No, that's insane. But what I will say is this, right? Too that.
How do you mean it's insane? If your little boy started acting a fool and your little girl almost got like clobbered over the head, you're gonna grab him and you're gonna belt him. If you're a good father, that is.
Justice, proper justice.
You're not gonna belt
So
him, Jesus
in the
Christ.
example that Larry gave earlier, if someone's being reckless on the road with other people's lives, I would say, regardless of what the world does now, I would say that it's a correct thing to probably beat the fella.
All right.
So
I
that
mean,
he
if
learns
that's
his
what you're
lesson.
into, dude, that's your thing. But that sounds
Yeah,
very
okay.
and dark.
Corporal punishment. Don't get weird, Geo specialist.
Yeah, I don't think it's
Hey.
ever right to whip a child with a belt. If you just said that's
Nope.
okay. But I know
Never.
you also said you're into circumcision, so you're into some dark stuff, I guess.
Wait, are you not into discipline?
There's discipline, and then hold on. There's discipline, and then there's hitting a child with a belt.
Yeah, not physical beating.
Yeah, I don't think you guys know what discipline is then.
I want to add a disclaimer to what I was saying, that I do not support installing a theocracy. I do not support installing a theocracy, especially the Torah in America. I do not support that whatsoever. I do support the separation of church and state. I will give, I do concede to that.
Me too.
Right. I think the only theocracy should be within your household.
Just like the only enforced communism should be in your household. Like, if I were to get sick, I would hope that my wife would go to work and supply to me everything that I needed until I recovered. Right? So that's an idea of like communists, each to their need, each to their ability, each to their need. But outside of the household, bad idea, deadly doctrine.
Indeed.
And likewise, if my wife became ill, like she did this past week, I definitely did some of the stuff around the house and took care of her to the best of my ability.
You make her some bitter soup.
She had like migraine headaches and was throwing up, so no, I didn't try to feed her.
Oh, okay, yeah, that might not work. I just assumed like the sniffles or something.
Yeah, migraines. It was weird because the next day I had migraines.
Interesting. Like psychosomatic or
Possibly,
something else?
possibly. But I literally thought I was going to puke. I'm like, I'm going to puke.
Mm.
I was like, I'm going to go to bed. I'm not going to puke.
To add a bit of nuance to my position, obviously I'm still going to stand strong in it, but for Gio's sake and whoever else is a bit affected by what I said, the assumption is you're not going to hit them like beyond belief. So if they're like a 2-year-old, you don't just get the belt out and whack them over the head. But if he's an 18-year-old, then you got to like adjust the punishment accordingly so that the lesson is learned. So
Well, people
that's
definitely have
that.
different viewpoints on that. To this day, there's people that spank their kids and hit their kids and do all that. So I have my viewpoint on that. You may have yours, but I
Yeah.
don't think that's the right thing to do at all.
That's fair enough. I just thought I'd add the nuance to it because some of the language I use, I get can be misconstrued sometimes, probably because I want it to be. But no, and it's not like you would be. It's not like, especially like with a girl, for instance. If a girl's misbehaving, the corporal punishment's not really going to work that well because they're a different kind of creature to the nutcase 12-year-old who's running around smacking his head into things and hurting people. So you're going to have to use wisdom and apply it. And then I'm of the opinion that after a certain age, when they start getting into that adolescence, starting to be able to make their own decisions as opposed to just you're a 5-year-old, do as you're told type situation, that it's more a case of you start adjusting it and start having conversations with them. And like what I was saying earlier, it's like, well, this is the rules of the house. If you don't like them, now that you're of this kind of age, you do know what the option is. But if you're going to stay here, then this is how it's going. So that it's not just a cherry picked comment that I make and taken out of context. There is nuance. I understand where you come from, Jim. Because I think it would be cool, right? I mean, I personally would love it if every young man, because I can only speak from the point of view of a man, right?
Not done in here yet?
Almost done. Could be like well disciplined.
No, he's hot micing, I think.
No, I'm still talking. What's up?
No, I think Jeremy's hot micing, I think.
Oh, okay. So like I would love
bad,
it. I'd love
guys.
it if you could raise all young men and them being pillars of society without ever having to raise a finger. But the problem is that never really worked. And some of the best characters I've known are ones from the old school who were raised like that. Or if not that they were put into a similar type of discipline, a physical discipline, be it martial arts, be it hard work or whatever. So there's ways to do it if people have certain opinions on the approach. But one way or another, some stern discipline is required.
I thought Jeremy was totally like telling you that you were hot micing. Like, I was like, damn, Gio and Jeremy are off work. They want some mic time.
Yeah. No, I think Jeremy's just being him in the background.
It was an accident. It's an accident.
It's okay.
I think the martial arts is a good example, like muscle memory. Once you get stung, I mean, you learn when to dip. You learn what to do, right? Don't be there the next time. And it's kind of like when you're sticking your hand in a cookie jar and your hand gets stung by your mother or father. you think about it before you go for that cookie jar again, right? When
Right.
you're not supposed to. And so,
Sorry.
oh yeah, and I would just say that I've received whippings, I guess, or lashings. You would have called these lashings. And I've also been, disciplined by just being spanked with a belt or a switch or a number of things, right? Now I've experienced both the great discipline of being struck, but not to the point of destroying my body in any way. But I've also been whooped in the sense of I shouldn't have been whooped that way. You understand what I'm saying? So I've seen both sides of it, but
Yeah.
I can say that this is a better place, and I deserved every one I got. I just didn't deserve it to that one point that the one person did. So that's what I would say.
All right, so yeah, I got the that from NIV translation, right?
Well, that explains it.
Right. But then I went to the root word. I went to go look for the root word, right, which is beten, BETNEN, right? And it's translated like this: it's either belly, womb, or body, right? Belly, abdomen, or as set of hunger, as set of mental faculties, of death, of Sheol, and then the other one is 1B, which is womb.
Yeah. And so
Brown Drivers Briggs, it says from an unusual root, probably meaning to be hollow, the belly, especially the womb, also the bosom or body or anything. Belly, body, plus as they be born, plus within the womb. Now, if it goes to Strong Hebrew, the Chaldeo Dictionary of the Old Testament, it's been translated from beten, B-E-T-N, been from an unusual word, belly, body, womb, and the ANSB has been used as abdomen, being, belly, birth, body, brothers, depth, himself, infancy, inward parts, mind parts, pregnancy, rounded projection, stomach, within, and womb.
Yeah, and all that's fine because it's only describing the womb swelling. It doesn't describe
What
the
happened
child.
to a baby
Let
if
me
it's in the
let me
womb?
just
Yeah, but did you not
the
remember what I said
baby.
earlier,
Let me just
Albo?
say, yeah.
Oh, go
please,
ahead, man. That's right.
So you have the thigh is going to rot, and the womb or the belly is going to swell. Now it's going to swell and it's going to look abnormal to everyone else around. They're going to obviously see the thigh rot because it's going to get weak. It's going to deteriorate. And we can talk of other instances about thighs in the Old Testament and what it represents. But the thigh will rot and the belly will swell. It doesn't say anything about the baby dying. There's no implication. This curse is upon her, not upon the child. That's so.
Yeah.
There's nothing there about the child
What's
dying.
funny is that in Psalms 58:3 it says that, and it's used the same word. It says, "These who speak lies go astray from birth." It's used as birth.
And that's true. I mean, some are born more. It's like
What I'm
Jacob and
saying,
Esau, man. It's
yeah.
kind of
So
like
what I'm
Jacob and
saying,
Esau. You could be born, right? You're born, not that you were aborted. You born. So
it's the same
you
word being used as either birth, womb.
Elbow, I think I can clarify all of this, right? The word and the word choice being used is fine, but you have to remember at the very beginning, within the context, there is no mention of a baby. It's simply a jealous husband and an either adulterous or unadulterous wife. So there is no child in any of this discussion. It's all speaking about her ability to give birth, and the consequence of her being an adulterer is that her womb will dry up. But if she's found to be vindicated and that he was in error in his jealousy, then she will still be able to give birth. That's the whole context. I think the only reason you have this question and that you're searching is because you're making an assumption that she's pregnant. There is no.
Wait, what
or
would
that
happen
she's
if
with.
she would be pregnant? If she has,
Well, it would be a different story, wouldn't it?
I was just saying, if the belly was swell, if she wasn't say pregnant, I mean, she didn't
But
she know she was pregnant.
It would be a different story. That this applies to a very specific setting.
Right, but would not the baby be aborted because of that swelling?
No, because that assumes that while she's with child, the husband would even think to do that, and that the priest would even consider running that operation.
Question
that
is,
that
how
would
long
never
do you
happen.
know when you're actually pregnant, especially in those times?
Even your definitions don't imply that there's a baby being
What I'm saying.
aborted or being lost or being miscarriage, and your translation says miscarry, and so there's no implication even in the definitions in which you read, no matter to which of those verses you went, or to the
Actually
Strongs or
says
to the
birth.
Briggs. If it says
one,
birth, it's not death, is it? But that's what I'm saying. Your definition of what word are you using is not implying abortion,
okay,
right?
my
Does it
question
say
is,
the fetus was?
my
Does it say
question
the child is
is,
aborted?
listen, my question is, let's say it is a birth. You can't, let's say she's pregnant 3 months, she didn't even know she was pregnant. The
There's
husband's
no way
jealous.
she didn't know, dude.
It doesn't.
Dude,
3
Look,
months.
listen.
What do you mean?
What? That she's been
You think a
without blood for
baby?
3 months? Come on.
It has
You think
happened to people before that they
Yeah,
go without.
nowadays perhaps in their idiocy and their fatness, but we're not talking about that. And
you think a
also,
baby?
even if she
not,
didn't,
not all women have their menstrual cycles.
even if she didn't know, the priest wouldn't be doing stupid stuff like that.
Not giving
I
her
would,
the water to test. What do you?
she'll be a curse among the people. The thigh will rot and the belly will swell. It doesn't say the baby is going to be lost or the baby's going to die. The belly can swell without the child dying, and people can see the abnormality, the thigh
That
rotting,
same
and her
word.
womb being dried up and never being able to produce children again. All of these different things can happen, and she can be a curse among the people, right? But not among the
Again,
child. She's the curse. Listen, she's the curse, not the child. She's the
that
curse.
same word that is used for belly or swollen is the same word that is used for birth in other passages or
And how does that
infants.
imply?
Because that's
How does
where
that
the
imply
child,
abortion?
if there
How,
were a
wait a minute.
child,
How
would
does
be
that
birthed
imply
from.
abortion? How does the definition imply abortion? Please answer that.
If a baby is 3 months of age inside a pregnant body, is that gonna be a birth baby?
It doesn't say it's going to be unborn. It doesn't say it's going to die. It
It's a
doesn't say
birth.
that. It doesn't say a
A
stillbirth. It
baby.
doesn't say anything about a miscarriage, but your
If it's
translation does,
a
right?
baby, says the same word is used for birth
There
in
is no
different.
baby in this verse, in this chapter.
Again, it says swollen.
There is no baby here.
The same
Elbow, please.
word.
You came to ask
Listen,
us a question, right?
okay, but you're saying there's no
Because you
baby in
The
brought
this.
birth
this,
will
you brought
swell.
this up for us,
The
right?
birth will
We're
swell.
addressing it, and you're not willing
Are,
to listen. There is no
are you
baby.
saying that? Are you saying the birth will swell? Is that what you're saying, Elbow? The birth will swell. You
No,
said the
that's not.
definition of this word is birth, right?
The
It's the
same
same
word is
word for
used for
birth.
birth.
Okay, so the birth will swell. What's the birth? What does that mean? Does
Again,
that mean abortion? No, that's not what it's implying. This word you're looking up and trying to apply it to this and say that this is saying abortion. It's not. The woman is the curse, not the child. Again, this is how she's going to be known that her lies found out and that she has sinned, right? And she's going to be a curse among the people. So her thigh is going to rot and her belly's going to swell. It doesn't say anything about the carrying the baby and if it's going to be a miscarriage or not. Now your Bible has said that, and many Bibles have many different translations, and they put words in there that shouldn't be in there. Just like Acts 12:4 with the Easter, it should be Passover. Just like the Philippians 2:6 I was talking about earlier. There's many things that are put in here and that they shouldn't even be here. So again, that definition would imply that what you're saying is the birth is going to swell. And then you have to reconcile how does that mean to the rest of us that a child is dying in the instance that she takes this instead of all the way up to the birth. This doesn't make sense.
the same word is used for pregnancy, by the way. So what I'm saying is like if that same word is used for pregnancy, I mean the person that translated from English from to English could have used well the pregnancy was swell. Or I mean it could mean whichever one you like decided, but you said
The problem with
Well,
that is, bro,
that
this is
doesn't
hold
even
on,
make
hold on, hold on.
sense. That
Hold on, hold on.
statement doesn't follow in English. The pregnancy as well.
This is
That's
still
that's a
inconclusive.
nonsense sentence.
Hold on. This is still inconclusive, bro. Just because they use the same word. The thing is with the Hebrew, bro, in the ancient Hebrew, there's only 6,000, 7,000 words, bro. So one word can mean many, many different things contextually. So you can't, just because they use the same word in another verse, meaning birthing or whatever, or whatever you're trying to correlate it with, is irrelevant.
Which was my whole point, right? When I said to him, when you take it in totality, there is no mention of a baby, so there's no reason to ever even consider that a baby is dying. End of story.
My question still stands. What happens to a baby that's, to say, it's 3 months? I'm just saying, dude, just chill. Like, oh, there is no. Yeah, I understand that. But if a person is pregnant, right? Let's say they do some bitter water or something, whatever that makes their womb swell. What will happen to the baby that is there prematurely without they knowing they will have a miscarriage, bro? No freaking doubt about that.
Seeing as your
Why is the
specific
water bitter?
example isn't specifically mentioned in the scripture, let me give you my suggestion. If that happened to have happened in that way that you've described, and she took the bitter water, reading the text the way the text says, it says, and it shall come to pass that such and such shall happen. My assumption, based on how I understand the Creator and the way He does things, is if she was with child, then the child would go, be born, and then later her thigh would rot, and she would be found out for what she did. That's my assumption. But remember, this is based on my understanding at large of Scripture, because the Scripture is specifically mute on your specific question.
And I want to add to his opinion, because we can speculate, but it's inconclusive. The verses are inconclusive. But I would say that what Elisha just pointed out is probably the most probable situation. But even if that baby was taken, right, because of that cursed bitter water, so be it. It would not affect my understanding of Yahuwah or the Creator and who He is, even if He decided to take that baby's life at 3 months.
Well, let me say this. The water being bitter is not like he poisoned the water with some kind of bitter herb or something that's going to abort a child. Like there are some things in nature that can actually do that. This is holy water, and this is some dust off the tabernacle floor. And that's it. And so if the woman had, committed this sin, then this curse would follow her. And this curse comes from above. It's not just from the priest, and it's just not from the water. It's from above. So that would be the curse. And the curse isn't that the child dies, and no matter what definition it's birth, it's pregnancy, any of those definitions you use, you have to define what swelling means. Does swelling mean the baby is dying? No, swelling simply means swelling. The womb is swelling. Now, what does that mean? Have you ever seen someone have complications and still give birth? And have you seen swollen wombs or swollen bellies? And of course, I'm sure you have, either in animal or with people or have heard of it. And that's what I would say. There's no mention of the child actually dying. And this curse would be to follow her also, and the people would know it. She'd be a curse among the people.
The thing is, adultery, according to the Torah, is punishable by death, right? And if theoretically she did commit adultery and trying to hide it from her husband, and the husband just he got an intuition that she was cheating on him, and he brought her to the temple, and they had her drink that bitter water, and like North said, it's really just dust from the same ground. There's no reason why it should be poisonous. The reason that it's bitter and poisonous is because of the power that Yah has. Because at the end of the day, it's just regular dirt. It shouldn't kill you for that or make you rot. But it was a death sentence. A lot of times these women developed infections and did die. Like their thighs would rot out. Their whole wombs would rot out. So I do, it is probable and possible that if she was pregnant, right, and did have a conception, then she would be, she'd lose the baby and lose her own life. But that's just the reality. That's why you don't commit adultery.
Is it lawful to kill a pregnant woman? That's one to think about, right?
Yeah.
Holy shit. That's pretty harsh.
And you know what's interesting? North, you know where it says if two geezers are fighting and one of the wives comes in and smacks his seed carrier, that she gets her hand chopped off, right?
Yeah.
So I'm wondering if that's what happens to a woman. There's no mention of what happens to a man. So if a man were to do something that's stupid, then he's probably acting as a woman.
Oh, sure.
Just saying, low blows are
Yeah,
a female
sure.
tactic.
Whatever, bro.
It's like, imagine if I was talking to you, T-Mac. Your response might mean something. But hey,
You mean like right now?
no, I wasn't talking to you. That's the point.
Or you mean
Talking to North.
another
You give
time?
your
Okay.
reaction.
Yeah, I got you.
Peanut gallery, man. Go
Yeah,
take a
bro.
walk, for real.
What? Hey,
Take a
go and
walk.
take it.
Breathe in the fresh air.
Yeah, I'm going to listen to you and your book. You're fucking Muslim or something, aren't you? Or you a Christian? I'm not quite sure what you are.
Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. It's okay.
Yeah, well, listen, I'm just trying to figure out what you are. I have no idea.
Do you
What
know
are you,
who you
Muslim?
are?
I think
Do you
you're
know who
Muslim.
you are?
I know who I am.
Oh yeah, so who are you?
I know I'm somebody.
Who are you?
I don't like you. I don't fucking
Okay.
like you.
Okay.
All right.
And what?
Probably 2.5 seconds take you out in one time. Anyway,
Oh yeah.
who
Go
are
on
you?
then.
Who are
Go on
you?
then. Give it your
Yeah,
best
okay,
shot.
keyboard warrior. Yeah, whatever. Who are you? What the fuck are
Who
you, bro?
are you?
What are you trying to fucking impose on us? What is your philosophy in life? What is your religion? I'm interested to hear because I don't like you. You've got this fucking higher than thou, mightier than thou fucking thing about you that I just don't like. And I don't say that about everybody. It's very, very rare. You're about the second person in my entire life I ever said that to. So you're just a fucking dickhead, as far as I'm concerned. Anyway,
He's done. Okay.
Well, tell them how you
I was
really
wondering
feel.
how long that was gonna go for.
I'm not done. If you don't want me to done, like, do you want me to carry on insulting you?
No, we're good, dude. Let's get to some topic.
Okay,
Listening
yeah,
to all this next stuff's pretty boring.
let's go back to the flat Earth, right?
Yeah, I mean, North. You say is it lawless to kill a pregnant woman? You say? Is it lawless to kill a baby?
Yeah, what the fuck?
Of course, I'm not advocating that it is lawful to do so. What I'm saying, I'm just proposing the question to people, and I'm not speaking of when the flesh was corrupted and all the beasts and women, children, men had to be annihilated. I'm not speaking of that. What I'm speaking of, do you think it's lawful in the text to do so? And I would say no. I would say no.
I mean, but when God commanded
I mentioned that. That's
King Saul to go destroy Amalek.
Yeah, that's corruption of the flesh. They were not, you would say, 100% pure. They were corrupt by what? The Nephilim? Which is why there were giants after the days of the flood, right? Which is why it wasn't everyone that he told them when they went to war to go annihilate everything, man, woman, child, and beast. It was only certain ones, right?
Right. Where
Well, there
descendant
you
did
go.
they come from?
I couldn't hear you.
Descendant. Where descendant did they come from?
Oh,
Not in the Spain, right?
Kamala Harris, I think.
Kamala Harris.
Yeah, Amalek, Kamala, same thing.
I was. Then you mentioned that we were talking about before Like where descendant did they come from? Like how did they get come after the flood?
They
I don't know if
picked
you were
up
here for that.
tablets. They picked up tablets in Noah's day, and they started defiling themselves.
I don't think so. This is the thing, though, man.
That's
The
what
reason
Jubilee.
why the reason
That's what Jubilee
why
says.
hold on, the reason why Jubilee says that he found the tablets, yes, but it doesn't say that that happened that created Nephilims. I know that the reason why there was
I think you need to
introduction
go
of
read.
Nephilims, the reason why there was introduction of Nephilims was because of the fallen angels, meaning it was genetic that was present. The interact. It wasn't
Yeah,
just
but they
here.
were
Take a
all
couple of
all
roots.
killed. So all the giants were killed, and all that remained was their disembodied spirit, and all the watchers were bound. So the reason the reason I mentioned Jubilees and the tablets is because the issue that people tend to make is because one idea has a similar theme, therefore both ideas. Well, because two ideas have a similar theme, therefore both ideas are the same. And the similar theme is the adulteration of the flesh and the giants and all of that, right? But just because there's giants doesn't mean that they have to have come from fallen angels. So I think if you study giantism and all of the rest of that, I think you'll come to understand that even now, if you wanted to be a degenerate, I don't suggest it, you could go and make your children or yourself a giant, like they did back then. That's exactly what Nimrod did. He made himself a Gibborim. He wasn't born a Gibborim. So it wasn't something that it was in his flesh already. It was an action, and it was a consequence from an action. You see my point?
Yeah, I'll have to read Jubilee again that part because that doesn't make any sense. I mean, for me, it doesn't make any sense that just by reading some tablets and that would just cause you to become a Nephilim giant or anything like that. I really
But
doubt
why is it
that.
so far fetched? Look at what they're doing now.
I mean, my question was,
people are
why
literally
was it for?
people are literally changing their makeup right now.
Yeah,
This
my question
idea
was
of
when I told you when I
GMO.
said
Sorry.
okay, my question. Sorry, my question was when I said it could be from one of the lineage that came with the sons of Noah that came not the sons of Noah, but one of their spouses or what picked. Why would that be far fetched?
Because scripture didn't say that, number one. So the best you could ever say is that's your assumptive position.
Yeah, wait, of
and
course.
Then more than that, right? Evidence in favor of what I'm saying is that Noah was found righteous, so therefore his sons would have been equally right.
I'm not
In
saying the
flesh, at
sons.
least.
Right. I'm not saying the sons.
Yeah, I haven't finished, right? So therefore his sons would have been clean as well in that sense. Though some of their behavior later on kind of was much to be desired. Also, being that he was righteous both in flesh but also in deed, he would not have gone out of his way to pick a corrupted wife for his children, because unlike today, it was usually the patriarchs that were responsible for picking wives. So he would have picked a wife according to scripture from the daughters of his brothers, right? So those wives would not have been like just picked anyhow. They would have been correct. So to hold your position, you have to make multiple assumptions, and I think the wisest approach is to dismiss assumptions in any position you want to hold.
Is it an assumption though? I mean, the scripture says that all were corrupt.
Yeah, but see, this is the issue. If I go all are corrupt, but here's my friend Jimmy, then it's not. It doesn't make my statement of all were corrupt a lie. It just means that when I complete the whole thought in totality, you understand the clear picture. So the fact that he destroyed all the rest of them, but saved that 8, right? Because and the he that I'm talking about is the creator. That you then have to assume, on top of the other assumptions that I mentioned, you then have to assume that the creator willfully chose to put the impure thing that he decided to flood the whole earth for on the boat so that the same problem would happen again. That's
Well, unless he
that's
had a plan though later on, like he did happen with the when he told
but
Solomon to
whether
kill a
he
man.
had a plan or not doesn't bolster your position of assuming that he would willfully do that to his people. And then
Unless you
so when
feel
you
that
when you take that, you want, really, this isn't everything. You want to do your best to remove all assumptions. So removing all the assumptions and then taking into account the other scripture, even if you're not sure if it fully makes sense, the more scripturally sound position is the one that I'm talking about, because it doesn't cause you to have contradictory ideas about the creator, and it doesn't cause you to hinge all of your thought process on assumption. And then, like I said, the modern evidence that we have now, that just to make it an easier conversation, people are doing this to themselves. Like, they're making it fun, like the humanist agenda, all of this. Like, people like to do this. They want to put things in their body that will change them. They want to change the food that they're growing in their fields. They're
I
doing all
understand
this.
that,
They're
but
doing all this
show
stuff,
me a
right? And
giant
it's,
nowadays.
say again.
Understand that, but show me a giant nowadays.
Well, anyone who's above a certain height is considered a giant.
I consider tall.
But yeah, just because you don't see them doesn't mean they're not about. Like, look, just look at you have photographs.
That's a valid question, though, and I just want to say that the giants dwindled out, bro. They literally went extinct. There could still be, like, I've heard of maybe a few left in Afghanistan mountains, but I don't know. For the most part, I think they dwindled out and went extinct. Human beings literally killed them off. Even the Native Americans in North America agree that their ancestors basically, attacked the last few ones that were dwindling in North America into a cave and burned them alive.
I mean,
in like the Four Corners, New Mexico area.
I do agree with him with you, Elijah. Yeah, it makes sense, and I do agree with you that yes, people are corrupt and they corrupt their bodies and do whatever. But if it was something that could done to become giants, dude, how many people would want to be a giant right now to freaking be starving? Yeah, do whatever, dude. Like, they would do that in like an instant. What are you talking about?
The technology was lost, but they're rediscovering it. They're rediscovering the technology needed to become giants with CRISPR and genetic engineering. It's coming full circle, bro.
Well, it has to be genetic engineering, and that's the point of what I'm saying is that it was a lineage that was pretty much was born by some genetic, exterior thing that happened to a human.
Are you
Now,
talking about pre-flood right now?
then what I'm saying, yeah, that happened because of it was pre-flood. It was where it was something that was introduced into the genetics, right?
Do you have the text with you at the moment?
That says that the humans, I mean the Son of Gods came and
Enoch.
mingled with.
Yeah, the Enoch passage. Do you have the text with you at hand? Because I don't. I thought if you had it, it might be easier.
I don't have it.
Okay, because this is also to do with my point, right? When you take Jubilees, you take Enoch, you take all the other stuff that I've said into account. Enoch says that it goes. I think I'm gonna paraphrase. That's why I hope that you had the text, but somebody could find it, I'm sure. So when it's talking about that they laid with the women and all of this, so it says that, and then it goes, and then they taught the women cutting of roots, and then were born unto them giants. So when you read the text, it's not that they were giants merely because they were the offspring of the Watchers. The way the text reads is that they were giants because of the root cuttings. The unique, and maybe you could say that their ability and how high they could be and all of the rest of it, sure. The expanse and the potency of their degeneracy, it was clearly massive because of the Watchers. But the distinguishing feature that separates them because of the Watchers is not that they were giants, but rather that when they died, they didn't go to Sheol like all mankind does, and they couldn't go to heaven, but they had to just roam around Earth. So that is the distinguishing feature, that they themselves, they're like primordial essence, as Enoch describes it.
Do we have to believe that Sheol is the actual place?
Sure, but
you
when
don't have to believe it. But hold on, just let me add to that. So unclean spirits that you know of right now, the demons, those are the disembodied spirits of the Nephilim, according to the scriptures. But I want to say that genetic engineering, bro, like you have to understand, if right now with all the body dysmorphia going on and the plastic surgery, we're just one step away from being able to freely alter our DNA. And if the government allows, you don't think people, especially you got all these roids, and people that are in the gym a lot and they want to get bigger and bigger, and they're huge, bro, doing roids. If they were allowed to like genetically alter themselves, you don't think they would? To be like 10
they
feet,
already
15
are.
feet.
I just think the capacity for them to do it these days is limited. Because when they started
can pass
doing
on
this,
those traits.
when they started doing all this stuff in Nimrod's day, those guys were
You don't
living
think
for
the Williams
months.
sisters are men?
Sure.
Hold
So
on,
when they were
me-
doing this in Nimrod's
Sorry.
day and before, they were, was it after? Well, before, after, and during, doesn't really matter. They were living for hundreds of years, not as long as Adam's crew, but they were still living pretty long. So you have to consider, like you're saying, they dwindled out. Not only were they hunted out by the righteous, but also by just everyone, because they were annoying, right? This is the post-flood giants, that is. So the ability for them to sustain that. So my suggestion is there probably will be giants like that again soon. If there are any now, they're intentionally kept obfuscated from society for whatever reason. But look at but the other thing is,
let me get a word real quick, bro.
Have you not seen those? Yeah. But I'll be quick. Have you not seen those creatures who go around like playing basketball? I'm suspecting that some of these are not legit creatures.
I
in terms of their physical expression.
I mean, I disagree. I think those are regular Homo sapiens. They just happen to be tall, honestly. Even Noah's family, they were tall. But hold on,
but
just
I'm not
hold
sa-
on. Let me
but
finish.
let me
Well,
clarif-
let me finish.
Can I clarify my
Oh,
statement?
man,
'Cause I
dude.
think
All right, go ahead.
It's okay.
Well, Elijah, you
when
gotta
I said they're
you
different,
gotta give the mic to someone else at some point.
I will. When I said different creatures, I didn't mean like that they were a different species, but that the reason that they're that tall, I don't think that's legit from just eating their greens and stuff.
So yeah, just the way that grizzly bears were basically dwindled to almost nothing in California. Why? Because human beings hunted them because grizzly bears are ferocious animals. You can't have them within your habitat. So naturally, human beings eradicated them by hunting. The same thing happened with the giants. This is recorded by multiple Native American tribes in North America, going all the way down to South America, that the way that the giants disappeared is because human beings hunted them to death. And people will ask, well, how could a giant not, because they were outnumbered. The giants were simply outnumbered. Even though we were smaller than them, and we were talking about giants 15 to 18 feet, these guys weren't very smart. I mean, maybe some of them, I'll give them the benefit of the doubt that maybe some of them were smart, but most of them were like barbaric, cannibalistic, beastly, like humanoids, and they were hunted out of existence. And we have in South America, amongst the natives in South America, they petitioned Elohim, right? Whatever Elohim they believed, the creator, because they were still pagans at heart, but the creator of heaven and earth is merciful. And they petitioned Yah to eradicate these giants in South America, because these giants in South America were causing a ruckus down there and havoc. And in the natives, in the humble people in South America, even if they were unaware of the Torah, Yah was merciful unto them, and He sent an angel down, and in one word, all the giants died. And that is Native American testimony in South America. Now I can show you in Ciesa de Leon's testimony where he talked to the natives way before the Colombian Empire, way before Columbus. He wrote this down in his journal regarding Native American testimony regarding the giants. And these giants did have red hair, and they were light skinned, and they already did genetic testing on these skulls, and they're rooted in the Caspian Sea, next
Like
to the
me.
Caspian Sea.
I've read here.
Yeah, no, I don't doubt that. I mean, it's
6 foot.
clearly that they're not rolling around in massive crews and cities and all of that. The thing that I think would be interesting to discuss is that's not the only expression of genetic adulteration that we see mentioned in scripture or in folklore. So to me, the sensible thing would be like, okay, we're not like let's talk and think as if you're the geezers responsible for all this, right? The hierarchy responsible for all this degeneracy. Okay, our giants are getting dealt with. Okay, let's think about it. What can we do? We can go underground. Let's go and hide some of the giants underground. Let's do these dumbs and all this stuff, and let's maintain a portion of the giants away from prying eyes because we need it for whatever reason. Also, let's develop other adulterations, like the little tiny creatures that run around under the leaves, and all this other stuff that we've seen like evidence for that some people might laugh at, some people might go, that's interesting. So to me, like the idea of the giants is only one aspect of the adulteration, but also if you read the word, or the words used about these Nephilim, it's not always that they were giants. Some of the terms are used for just creatures that have changed themselves, right?
Right.
You might have a better grasp on that line because of your word studies, right? So I would say that there's probably sub races or whatever you want to call it, or sub adulterations in multiple facets. The tiny people, all these little elf stories that we hear about, all of that. I reckon there's that everywhere and all the time. And I wouldn't be surprised if people run into creatures or people, half people like that all the time, and they just don't know it. So that's kind of maybe a more interesting discussion to follow up on.
Yeah, with the text where it says about the coming to aware with the angels with Enoch is found with, and it says that it was and all the other together which one took himself wives, and he chose for himself one, and they began to go unto them and to defile themselves with them, and they taught them charms and enchantments and cutting of the roots, and made them acquainted with plants. And they became pregnant, and they bare giants whose height was 3,000 ells, who were consumed in the position of man. And when men could no longer understand them, then the giants turned on against them and devoured mankind. And yada yada yada.
So you see what I mean? How they weren't giants, and like at least you could argue that I'm like maybe stretching it. I don't think so when you actually read the order of the language. But do you see how I mean? Like it was they did the deed, and then they taught them and they made them acquainted with the plants and all of this stuff, and then they bear giants. To me, especially given other contexts, that seems pretty cut and dry. That's the defining feature. And then also you have you have modern evidence of those growth hormones that you can find from roots and stuff.
In that case, you could say there was the charms and enchantments with the putting of the plants that caused the giants.
I think it's a combination of all of it, because man, they got up to so much degeneracy. Like, the giants is one focused on thing, and the Nephilim is one focused on thing connected with the giants. But the word itself has so much more attached to it. Like, go and read about the lion men, all the other different creatures. This is not necessarily like a scriptural thing, but just to simplify the discussion. All that Greek mythology is directly pulling from the histories that Enoch talks about.
Yeah.
So these like half this, half that creatures. I would say that some of the ideas of the dinosaurs is probably associated with this. They were creating some disgusting things by mixing with. I don't even want to think about it because it's so disgusting. But you see what I mean? This is like way bigger a topic than just giants.
Yeah, no, I understand. Definitely.
It's just obviously because they're so flipping massive, they leave such a great impact, both physically and in your mind.
You're talking about chimeras?
Yeah, that's a good word. Easier for people to think about it with that one.
The part that had the 10 where it says, and the watchers have disclosed and have taught their sons and the whole earth been corrupted. Works of through the works that were taught by Azazel. Can describe all sins. So I mean,
You know, I was thinking about this, and I'm not sure if Scripture would disagree. So this is just my thought. So, hit back, see what you think. Certain when you think about the spiritual aspect of stuff and demons and casting out demons and all that jazz, certain demons seem to have like this. There seems to be a hierarchy, at least. The question I'd have is this hierarchy? Does it come from the firstborn sons of the Watchers as opposed to the secondborn sons and the later children or whatever?
Yes.
Or does it come from possibly, and this is where I think I could be wrong, I could be right, I don't know, that when the Watchers of when the giants, when they went and then did their stuff, I don't know how they would have actually gone about it, but I'm sure they went and messed with women themselves, because if they lusted, then why not, right? So what if they had children as well somehow? However that would physically have been done, that's the question, right? And then those offspring of them became Nephilim as well.
say that one more time. Say that one more time.
So the offspring of the Watchers were the originals, and then I'm proposing and I'm asking, so it's not definitive, that what if those giants then went and had children of their own, and because their essence is from the Watchers, their children would also have the essence from the Watchers as well, because it's passed down the father, and that maybe those offspring, the second order offspring, are the current demons now, but like the lesser demons. This is just an idea. I
So-
don't know. I think maybe Scripture would disagree with me because of one way it's
you're
phrased.
on, no, that's exactly what Scripture actually points out. Both Jubilees and Enoch, Hanok and
Does it
Yobelim.
really?
Yeah, well, you have the Watchers, which are the angels, and their offspring, which are the Naphalim, and the Naphalim gave forth to the Nephilim, and the Nephilim gave forth to the Eliud. So
And
that's
this
four.
This is in Enoch or in Jubilees?
Both.
Can you
Enoch,
send
Jubilees
me-
corroborates Enoch.
Can you send me? Because maybe I just maybe I just haven't remembered that well enough. Because I knew there was different subsections, like they had different classes and they all kind of warred against each other. That was a punishment given to the Watchers to watch them fight each other. But the reason I thought my idea might be wrong is when Scripture says that the Nephilim are the disembodied spirits, are the disembodied offspring
They
of
are.
the Watchers, then that seems to me like it's a contradiction to my position because it says of the Watchers as opposed to of the Watchers' children. So it doesn't. But maybe that's like an all-encompassing idea. So that's why I asked in that way, because I wasn't sure if I was like contradicting a verse here or there. But what you said, there you go. Did
The
you have
Watchers
link
are a
to that?
specific group of angels, and their offspring are referred to as the Naphalim with an A, N-A. And this is distinguished in the Hebrew. I want to let you know that a lot of people that are ignorant on this topic conflate the Watchers with the Nephilim, but they're completely different groups according to the Scriptures. Both Yovelim and Enoch distinguish this, but it's in Enoch 7, 11 through 15.
So you think so would you be in agreement then with my proposition
Yes.
that the
Yes.
reason some demons are more powerful than others, to simplify the whole discussion, is that maybe one set was the original and the other set is like the I guess the
Third generation,
the children
fourth
of the
generation.
demons. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what we see.
Okay. I mean,
Bible
I
mentions
don't care
giants
if
and
I'm wrong or right too much with that one, but it's an interesting thought. Sorry, what were you saying, Elba?
So there were giants, and then there's this mighty men also, which and who were men of renown. I mean, that's just scriptures, right?
Yes.
There were giants in the earth in those days, and also after that, when the sons of God came in unto the daughters of men, and they bare children to them. The same became mighty men, which were of old, men of renown. I think there's somewhere in here other that speaks about different. I remember seeing that the Nephilim and Nephilim or something like that. That there were it was like two different subsects of species or whatnot.
Yes.
From
You
the
have
giants and the
Nephilim
men.
and Nephilim.
Yeah, I wouldn't be too dogmatic on my position because there isn't a verse that specifically says that the mighty men of renown had children. It's a good assumption to make. I don't think it would be too far fetched, but because the scripture is specifically mute on that idea, I could take it or leave it, I suppose.
What verse is he reading from? Enoch?
Here, I'll post it right now. There's Yovelim, Jubilees, and Enoch that both corroborate what we're saying. But it's fascinating. I'm not trying to read scripture all day, but because I know people don't like that stuff. But I'll show you.
Yeah, it's been a long time since I looked into it. It's like 2016 Flat Earth channel.
So here you got Jubilees. If you want to read it, please be my guest. Read it. Oh, wrong one.
You know where it says that the women became sirens, as in the
Right.
wives? I reckon that's the explanation for any female type evil entity.
Nephilim. Could mean because what did they only have boy Nephilims?
Yes, it seems to specify that they had
weird.
sons. So, but there was a mention of them being sirens. Now it's kind of mute on what a siren definitely is, I think, but I don't know. I didn't translate it, so maybe that's a correct word. But what I'm saying is, if that, let me rephrase. So what I'm suggesting is that because of that verse, any experience that somebody might have in the here and now of a female wicked entity would most likely be that. And the question I have is, how on earth did that happen? What kind of adulteration happened to that woman or those women that they became like Nephilim? But I don't see any scripture that kind of elaborates on that topic. So it's not something that I hold to either. It's just a thought that I think is a sound thought until I see evidence against it. Oh, that is interesting. So the second one you posted, that's from Enoch 7.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to go read that. So, well, I mean, now that I've seen it in that phraseology, I guess my mind was just catching up with what I'd already read before. And is that R.H. Charles?
This one's the Richard Lawrence, but it's the same thing. They both say it.
They both in agreement in
and the Torah also distinguishes in the Hebrew. I can show you a blog on it.
Okay.
Between Nephilim and Nephilim.
Yeah, I just think that would be the question I'd have is like, they must have become really tall after a certain point, because if they were that tall as Scripture describes, there's no way they could have been making women pregnant. They would have just killed them. You know what I mean? Imagine how big they were.
Well, the tallest ones apparently were the first generation, and then after
Right.
well,
But do you reckon
yeah.
they were that tall straight away, or do you reckon that took time, and that by the time they got there,
Yeah,
they'd already made a bunch of children?
it took time. It took
Yeah,
time
yeah.
to
So
get that tall.
yeah, I reckon by the time they'd reached there, they're like, well, we can't make babies anymore, so we're just gonna go kill everything.
It's like certain animals that just don't have that growth
Yes, that's a
protein
good
or
point.
whatever it is. They just keep growing and growing.
That
Because
is
the
a
thing is,
really
these
good point. Because they're lizards, aren't they?
they were somehow
kinda
able to
joking.
procreate, but I don't think that they could procreate when they're 30 foot tall. Like, I don't think that's happening. But what early in life they would have been able to procreate with regular women. Because there
Right,
were no,
yeah.
like you said, there were no female giants for whatever reason, which is beyond me.
Yeah, and there's no mention of them. That's why I suggest the thing about the sirens, because from the stories I've heard, I don't think I've had any experiences of this, but from stories I've heard, there does seem to be at least some female entities out there running amok.
There's
And
evidence.
the only explanation for that I could give, from my understanding and scripture, is that they turned into sirens, the wives. Yeah, what
There's
were you gonna say?
evidence. There's evidence that after each generation, it became less and less probable to conceive until like they basically just became sterile. They couldn't procreate anymore. If we see that even in the Americas, that these giants, they didn't have any, according to the Native Americans, they didn't have any females, bro. No females. Like when the ship of Canaanites or giants arrived in Peru, bro.
No
Right?
wonder they're a bunch
There
of
was
sodomites.
there were no females on that ship, bro, and that actually bewildered the natives because they were all men and they were sodomites. And they had a vile. I don't want to get into it, but they basically had sodomy in public, bro, and with no shame. And the natives witnessed this stuff, and that's why they naturally dwindled out. Also,
Yeah, that makes sense. So, because that's the result of that specific way of doing it, when they made a race of themselves. Because this is where the study of what Elba was asking and how I was responding is, I think, important, because the way Nimrod did it was smart. I'm not saying it's good, but it was smart because he did it to himself, as opposed to creating this whole clan that was like a zero sum game, like all the fags of today, where they can't sustain themselves because it just makes no sense. Now, maybe I shouldn't have said that word on GeoStreams, apologies, but you get my point. So I reckon that, like you said, they're kind of dumb. If they continue down that line, that they don't have a way to sustain themselves. So it's no wonder that they dwindled out. And then I reckon this kind of opens up the topic for what I wanted to talk about earlier, which is all the different other classes of adulterations. So you got the pixies, you got the gnomes, you got the elves, like whatever, like
no, yeah, I believe all
folklore
that.
term you want to use, right?
I believe it, bro.
Because I've seen. Have you ever seen those little mini skeletons? Kind of makes
Tinkerbell
you
kid.
feel sick just to look at them.
Well, I haven't seen a legit one, but
Well,
the
I
lore
suppose
is
I've
that
never held one in my hand, so how would I know? But I've both seen the supposed evidence, right? Let's be accurate. So the claimed evidence of them, but I've also heard the tales from, I think, the Native American tribes about these small people who, like, these small things who come and steal the children and stuff like that.
I mean, if you read the text, they mess with all genetics, including dragonflies and plants. So, like, it's not too far fetched to believe that just maybe, that some of the disembodied spirits of the Nephilim manifest as like Tinkerbell, right? Or like they're interdimensional beings. It's because you're dealing with spirits that at one point were alive, and their natural form was like that of a dragonfly humanoid. So that's how you end
I
up
think
with
it goes.
Tinkerbell.
I think it goes further than that. I think the creatures that we have now have been made since the flood to be like that, and they've perpetuated it over history. And some people restart it, some people have maintained it, whatever. and that some of these what do you want to call them, just abominations, are actually designed with the express purpose to allow the disembodied spirits of the Nephilim to embody them. Do you get my point? So they're making vessels for these spirits, and the best way to do that is to make these hybrid, never should have existed creatures. That's my position, at least.
But you mentioned that they weren't able to sustain themselves. Well, both, all three versions. Well, we have Jubilees and even the Book of Giants, and I don't think Enoch mentions it, but they had. Hold on a second, Johnny. Wait a sec. It's my son's interrupting, but yeah. So like they had a ferocious appetite, like they couldn't sustain their caloric intake. Like they had to keep eating, and they were literally eating everything, stripping the land clean of animals and humans. All that was just getting eaten.
Yeah,
So
you
they
know what I
had
think that
had
is?
to be done away with. Go ahead.
I think. What are you talking, pre-flood or post-flood?
I mean, both pre-flood, post-flood. They had to come up with the genetic and they had to genetic engineer vegetables,
Right.
to sustain
Okay,
their
yeah.
appetite.
So my suggestion with the post-flood specifically is that the ones who ended up kind of being in a position where they weren't able to sustain themselves was because they got kicked out of one land, and then they weren't able to establish the, practically speaking, if you've already established this way of, okay, giant stuff, even if you had the knowledge for it, you then get thrown and thrust into a new land because you were fighting in the other place, and then you land and now you have to fight again. You're not going to get a chance, practically speaking, to be able to establish that system that you had before. So it makes sense that they kind of, in their exile, they were kind of in a lesser state than they were before, if that makes sense. You could write some cool stories about this.
Me and you can go back and forth all day, but I'll leave it up to them to change the subject because I honestly feel bad. We've been going on for a while, but I love this topic, bro. Thank you for.
I think all of these guys should like this topic because we're not just being obsessed with scripture. We're talking about all these weird.
I know. I
all
love
these
it, dude.
weird observations and theories people have. Like this, like truth is stranger than fiction is not a cliche. It's a statement of fact.
Thank you for the dialogue.
Yeah, Levelist, if you have anything you want to add on this, that's all.
The only thing that popped into my mind was that when many people speak about the devil or Lucifer as a singular being, because of knowing all those the fallen ones, I think of them as like a quadri, like a group of all those disembodied spirits is the collective devil or the collective Lucifer. That's how I've chosen to think about it.
Yeah, I think a lot of issues happen over time with how language is applied. I'll give you an example. You know Nebuchadnezzar?
Yeah.
Right. There was multiple individuals who were given that same title.
Right. Across all the different continents.
Right. So with respect to Satan himself, he had a bunch of names in scripture. But he's like the top dog degen. And then all the other creatures are under him. So you've got Satans in plural, I suppose is one way of using it, but devils is a better, or just, messengers of Satan, whatever you want to call them. So that's one thing. So he is, at least within scripture, he's actually a specific individual being. But the term Lucifer is basically a translation cock up. And it's actually got nothing to do with the character known as Satan. The term Lucifer is a bad translation application to the man known as Nimrod, because when you read that part in scripture that says, "Oh, Lucifer, son of all this stuff," like I wanted to be all these different desires that he had, that, because I can't remember them all off by heart, but when you read that, what's actually being described is the desires and the claims of Nimrod, because Satan would never make such, well, not that he would never, but he didn't make that claim because he's not stupid enough to desire something that's not possible. Whereas Lucifer or Nimrod would have been that, that proud. Let's put it that way. Does that make sense? I know it might have been a bit waffly.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Okay. Because you have a lot of people who just, erroneously apply the name Lucifer to Satan, but what can you do? If they don't know, they don't know. It doesn't mean that people who name themselves Luciferians aren't devil worshippers or whatever. Like their actions are still the same. They just don't really know what the word is.
I would caution you that there's an increasing idea that both God and Lucifer are basically archetypes of really just like allegorical or metaphorical concepts that don't have, like, there is no such thing as a Satan, like a singularity, like an evil character, and there's no such thing as a God. It's like a human construct that really, it's like, it's more like how you act, right? But I honestly, scripturally, there is an arch nemesis. Messiah does have an arch nemesis, and it happens. He is the producer of evil. He's the first one to take advantage of the inertial potential for sin in this existence, and he is credited to be the father of lies. It is him who actually first rebelled. In all of existence, there is one character, a soul, right? A consciousness that decided to rebel. He is credited to be the first one to rebel, and it is an entity. He does exist.
Was that Samjaza or Azazel?
I honestly, I've looked into it deeply. I've meditated on it. I've yet to discover his actual name. It's not Azazel. It's not Shemyaza, and it's not Gadriel. I believe that those are all independent characters in the kingdom of evil, each distinguished from each other. But the name of the evil one, his name is unknown. He has many titles. The Satan, the adversary. He has another title, Mastema, which is basically breaks down to the worthless one. But he doesn't. I've never actually discovered his proper name, for good reason.
I did find it a little interesting. You said that I believe you said with the boats when they came over that they were all sodomites and that's why they died off. Recently, I heard Zerka talking about how, I hate using the word elites, but these dark forces like Aleister Crowley wasn't a homosexual, and he partook in that practice later on in life and claimed that that's how he attained revelations. And it's just interesting. They claim like they're gaining extra knowledge by partaking in that practice.
Yeah, there's multiple reasons why they do it. I think what Lion was saying was that those, at least from those tales, I think from South America, they were like a race of giants or a family of giants, whatever you want to call them, that were all doing it that way. You see what I mean?
Yeah, I didn't. I must have cut out. I didn't catch what part. I thought they were talking about. I thought they were talking about the first pilgrims coming over to America.
Oh no. When Lion was talking about the boat coming to wherever, he was talking about certain
South America,
peoples
the coast of Peru.
Right, you're talking about them encountering a group of giants, right?
So, according to native legend in South America, Peruvian area, where you find the highest concentration of elongated skulls, hundreds of them, right? That have been tested, empirically tested. They've done genetic testing. It's not like some crazy tinfoil hat shit. Like this stuff's been like already well established. It's just people ignore it. The natives record in their testimony, and you can find his testimony in Cieza de Leon. He's a Dominican explorer, right? Who wrote in his journal. I mean, he could have been lying, right? He could have been lying, but I don't think he was lying. And he writes down what the natives told him before the Colombian Empire. That means before the Spanish, right? He was like one of the first Spanish there, and he records them having like these giant skeletons that they enshrined and had all kinds of flowers, right, of giants in Peru. Not only that, he records the natives' testimony that they showed up one time. One day, just ran. There were no giants, and then one day they just showed up on the coast, and they were all men. And the natives were bewildered why they were all men and had no women on board, and they happened to just be homosexuals. Sorry if you if you have homosexual tendencies, but that's just the reality of it.
I'm trying to popularize the term Gomorrites. Everybody's familiar with the Sodomites. I think we should put Gomorrite into the lexicon.
I think that's just probably what you should call the Lesbos. Kind of has a female sound to it, doesn't it?
Yeah, but are there any actual? I'm going to steal some fresh and fit arguments. Are there any actual real lesbians, or are they just bi?
Degeneracy is degeneracy, isn't it?
Well, his argument is
doesn't really have strict
limitations
on it,
right? No. Well, his argument, his joke is that when two lesbians go to dinner, who's whipping out their credit card to pay? That's why they don't actually stay lesbians, because the women don't want to pay for the other woman either. So,
right.
But
And
just in case I wasn't clear,
phallic
this ship, according to DNA testing, this ship came all the way from the Caspian Sea, near the Caucasus Mountains, also known as it's a Canaanite region.
Khazars.
I mean,
He's a
this is way
Caucasian
before that.
from the mountains of the Caucasus.
This is way before that, though.
What I think people need to address, or at least consider, is look at how much they're pushing all this stuff that we're talking about in modern media. Like all these different anything but human creatures, or hybrid humans, or whatever. It's everywhere. Absolutely everywhere. Even to the lowest rung of like silly old movies like The Borrowers and stuff like that. Like they have this stuff in everybody's mind. And if people don't think that that's preparation for something, I don't know what's wrong. These are some interesting shots you're showing, son. What city is that?
I don't know. No idea. But it's gorgeous, and that's why I posted it. It's neither globe nor flat nor whatever proof. It's just proof that that's a pretty area, right?
Someone keep talking about the Nephilim. I'm bored.
Hey, can you guys hear me? Yep. What's up, guys? I was hearing your guys' conversation about libertarianism, and I think you guys kind of got confused with liberal and libertarian. So, and I think Gio alluded to that too. But instead of even using that word liberal, might be best, just to use libertarian and Democrat, because as everybody knows, liberal means Democrat and conservative means Republican and libertarian means libertarian. And Larry was also correct on his interpretation of what a libertarian is. And I don't think just because Lion of Yah had some friends that were libertarian, that accurately depicted what he thinks they are, because he's not one and Larry's one. Just wanted to throw that out there. But I do kind of align with the libertarian aspect a little bit, because it's complicated, man. Like laws and how we govern ourselves. I mean, do we go back to the Bible's ways? Do we follow the Constitution 100%? But I like Larry's aspect of, is there an injured party? And if God, where was I going with this? Yeah, injured party. Like low government I'm trying to look for the words. God damn it. He said it earlier. Low government infringement or interaction. But at the same time, we do need government, because look at everything we need the government for. But I know it should be minimal. But man, if we go back to kind of what Larry wants, there's going to be a lot of shit that doesn't get done. So it's complicated. Here in America, it's complicated. So we can't go back to the Bible's laws. Kind of like what we're doing is working, but yet seems there's some people who want to change stuff, and it's hard, right? So, with what libertarian would say was, their flag, like who's the model of libertarians, right? It's like they don't even, like, do they have a flag? Do they have a representative? I can't think of one popular libertarian that would be the model libertarian. So, and it's just a bunch of like ideas floating around. There's not like a creed or like a book where you can go to that say, hey, this is what I identify with. It's difficult, right? Because if they're just ideas, where is it established? So,
Jody, I'm
Well, I didn't really want to go back there, but I was gonna allow somebody else to talk. But since you brought me up, dude, I already distinguished between like what a democratic liberal is and what a libertarian is. Right? I'm not twisting it. I've been very clear. Modern liberalism is not actually liberalism, ironically. Yeah, they call themselves liberals. Yeah, they're blue and all this, but that's not true liberalism. True liberalism actually is libertarianism. It's morphed into modern day democratic liberalism. But what you're hold on, real quick. Yeah, classical liberalism. So real quick though, like if you talk about the last 200 years, what liberalism was, 300, 500 years, 800 years, like yeah, it morphed over time, right? But I brought it back to the original meaning, right? What it meant, the Libertas cult. And if you hear the liberals today, they still have that same logic that you just put forth, right? As long as you're not hurting anybody, like let everybody do what they want to do, right? That's the same thing that they use to promote homosexuality. It's the same thing they used to promote abortion. Same thing. Oh, let everybody do what they, as long as they're not hurting anybody. Well, the thing is, you are hurting the society. That's why I brought up hedonism. And what is a hedonism? Even amongst the atheist historians, right, that study sociology, they all, not all of them, but most agree that without order, without some sort of law, when a culture becomes depraved, right, and they degrade to depravity and hedonism, and eventually you have incestual affairs, and even father and daughter, like that's like the worst of it. That's how bad it can get, right? And I already see that with I don't know if you heard about the Island Boys, right? But the Island Boys at first, their manager came out a couple months back on Adam 22 show, and listen, this is all mainstream secular stuff, but he came out saying that, oh, he one time he walked in and the Island Boys were kissing, and I thought that was cap. I'm like, there's no way. Come to find out, now they're on video, two brothers kissing. One of them is like basically licking his brother's neck. That's a deprived culture, right?
Yeah,
And
this world's going to hell, dude.
well, you will hurt. The thing is, you might not realize the consequences and all the variables at play, but like the butterfly effect, your actions have a direct effect on the society around you, whether you believe it or not.
Okay,
so this idea is flawed. As long as you're not hurting anybody, well, first of all, abortion, you're hurting the baby. Let's get that right out front, right?
Wait. You're shotgunning me, but real quick,
Right, go ahead.
you said something about libertas, and then the sexual revolution movement, right?
That's just like listen. I'm just pointing examples from my thesis, right? From my theory, but it's not really a theory. To you, it's a theory, but to me, it's
No.
fact.
But Larry doesn't identify with that. He doesn't identify with that flag or that model or that
I know.
ideology.
I know.
So that's not libertarian. That's not being a libertarian, dude. Maybe in your studies way back when, but I don't think any party that's going to run as a libertarian is going to use that ideology of libertas, sexual, a woman flag, the Statue of Liberty and women. It's not a women movement. The women movement has been co-opted by the Democrats. The liberals are the ones who are backing the women. So it's not the libertarians. The libertarians are more on the lines of constitution, limited government, and constitutional rights, and right to life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness. They're big on the Constitution, man. So if there's any doctrine or anywhere we could look who follow what the libertarians follow, it's not libertas, it's the Constitution.
Yeah, and you're entitled to your opinion, right? But listen, the logic still stands. It's the same logic. Oh, as long as you're not hurting anybody, right? Well, guess what? You're still hurting people, whether it's the baby in the womb or the influence that you have on the children by your homosexual relationship. These things are affecting our society overall. The more you tolerate it and saying, oh, well, as long as you're not hurting anybody, well, according to whose standards, right? That's the same logic that the libertarians have, the same logic the liberals push forth. That's how they rationalize their actions. So what you're saying
You're
is irrelevant.
conflating the two things there.
All right.
You just said liberal and libertarian. Those aren't the same things. Liberals are the Democrats. So let's get that straight.
I know you believe that.
What do you
But
mean?
listen,
I know I believe that. That's the truth.
I know there's a spectrum. What it is, there's a spectrum.
You
This
are
isn't like
you are conflating liberal and libertarian. Those are two different sects of or parties of government.
I know,
You
bro.
understand that, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And I already distinguished. I know that they're different. I'm pointing out
So
the
why
difference,
are
but
you
I'm also
conflating the two right now?
I'm not conflating. I'm pointing out similarities between the logics, right? The logistics of not logistics, but the logical ideology of both parties. They have similarities. So you have the
So the
liberals promoting.
libertarians aren't running off women's freedom of sexuality, dude.
I'm not saying that,
That's
dude.
the liberals.
All right,
That's the Democrats.
that's cool, bro. I understand that,
What do you
bro.
mean that's
Bro,
cool? That's the truth, man. There's very few libertarian women, and if they are libertarian women, it's because their husband is a U.S. constitutionalist, limited government type individual. There's no women movement saying they're libertarians. Show me one.
I never
I
said
don't
that.
see any with their
Bro.
M16s running around
I never said
with
that.
their Statue of Liberty flag. But that's the picture you're painting, man. That all libertarians are women
Listen,
with a women movement and a Statue of Liberty flag. That's not what's going on here, dude. They're
it's all
mostly
good, bro.
white American from the Bible Belt, southern, a lot from the south, of America.
I'm aware. And that's why I said that the libertarianism movement, right, has captivated the conservatives in America, the Republicans, and they've shifted over to that party. But you have to understand, right, its foundation, its history, its roots, right? And yes, you're right. I know my personal friends on my Facebook that I knew in real life that are libertarians, right? And they rock the Confederate flag, right? Some of them happen to be racist, some aren't racist, right? Some don't like the Confederate flag. So there's a spectrum, bro. And I'm aware of that. And you're acting like I'm ignorant of the spectrum that you're putting forth.
Yeah, but you're mostly pointing out the women movement, dude. The women movement
No, I'm not.
belongs to the Democrats. I'm not even
I'm
gonna
gonna
say
disengage.
liberal anymore, dude,
I'm gonna
because we're
disengage, bro.
confusing that word liberal.
All right.
So from now on,
I'm
I'm
not,
only gonna
bro.
say I'm not even gonna say conservative. I'm gonna say Republican, Democrat, or Libertarian. Those are the three main parties.
I'm gonna disengage, bro.
Right on, bro. Nice talk, though. Hey, I did. If you want to, move away from this, there is one more thing I'd like to press you on since you are here. If you want to disengage with this combo, but I do have one question for you about something else. You game?
Yeah, I'm listening. What's up?
Hey, so I know you believe in the Bible. It's another heated subject, so if you want to go there, but since we are talking about government and laws and how we govern ourselves, what do you think about going straight from what the Bible said? It started in what, Deuteronomy, Numbers, and what's the other one? Exodus, I think, has some of the Jewish laws. What do you think about going straight Jewish laws since
No.
you guys think the Bible is perfect?
Yeah, but I would absolutely not. To reinstate, right? Like, let's say I wanted to rally for a revolution, right? And I was able to, like, the idea was that we would revolt against the government and that we have now, and we would collapse it and reinstate a new government based off of theocracy, based off the Torah, right? Or the Noahide laws. Absolutely
Yeah.
not. That's
Why,
not what
bro?
the scriptures put forth. The scriptures actually put forth that it's not our job to bring the Torah to America and have the Torah be the law of the land and have people follow the Torah. That's not what Yah wants of us. What Yah actually wants of us is to assimilate with the culture and be a light unto the nations, right? And while we do that, right, because we're in servitude right now, we're supposed to be slaves to the system, which we are slaves to the system, even if you don't believe it, the fiat dollar, right? And our job is to wait on the Messiah to return, to reinstate the kingdom of Yah. Not that we, step on his feet and reinstate it according to our will and our desires. That's not what we're called to do. We're called to be in servitude till he comes back and keep the commandments amongst our own communities, our set apart communities.
Okay, so and there's some of the laws right now that protect those, like thou shalt not kill. Got it. Thou shalt not commit adultery. That one we're a little lax on here in America. There's MFers all over the place, literally. That's, you know.
In order to properly, the thing is, bro, in order to properly set the law of the land, you need a temple, you need a Levitical priesthood, or at least a Melchizedek priesthood. And you need this whole faculty, which we don't have. It would be impossible to
Don't tell me nothing's
keep the
impossible.
law, bro.
Anything's possible.
The way that the scriptures put forth, you need for people to be put to death for murder, you need a righteous council of priests that decide that person's death, right? You can't just have regular heathenistic governments deciding people's death. I will agree with that. But this is where it gets complex.
Technically heathenistic, because it does have in God we trust on the Bible. So if we're going to be trusting in God, shouldn't we trust in his laws placed forth for the Jewish people as well as ourselves? Why are we better than God that we make up our own laws? How come we don't go with God's laws?
I don't make laws, bro. That's not my job.
Yeah, we do.
That's beyond me. That's why I said this is a lot more complicated. The reason I say is because we don't have a justice system. Our system isn't just. It's, in my opinion,
Wouldn't
disagree.
Wouldn't the just law be God's law, and not, you know, a light shining a light onto man's laws and their likings? Wouldn't it be God's law that's the perfect law? He's already placed out in his own word, which his word is perfect. Why aren't we following his law to the T?
Well, bro, I'm trying to explain it to you because you need righteous judges, which we do not have clearly by the Ninth Circuit Court. We got tyrannical judges all over the place. You don't think there's no such thing in a heathenistic system, bro. It's corrupt from the head down, from the top down, bro. You can't have a righteous case.
To stop the heathenism is go straight God's law. I don't see any Christians or any Bible Torah believers advocating for returning to God's law, but isn't God's law the perfect law? Why are we using man's law? That's my whole contention here, man.
The scriptures teach us, bro, while we're in servitude, we are to worry about our own house, bro. Get your house in order.
Servitude of
right?
Who are we serving? Are you talking about whoever enslaved? Are you talking about how the Egyptians were enslaved and then they were free? Well, after they were free, that's when Deuteronomy happened, and that's the rolling out of all of God's laws and how he wanted people to behave. Why aren't we obeying those rules?
Yeah. Okay. I say, right, I said it earlier, the closer that the law of the land lines up with scripture, the better we'll be, right? But there's to an extent, because there are certain laws that you just can't apply. They're impossible to apply because we don't have a priesthood and we don't have a temple. The reason you have a priesthood is the priests are actually judges, right? And they judge righteously. They're supposed to judge righteously. We don't have righteous judges. There might be anomalies, right, around the country that you'll have like a righteous judge. Like there's a righteous judge in Rhode Island, right? But for the most part, you know that there's lobbyists. There's a lot of money getting passed around under the table. Like, come on, man. You can't be naive to all the corruption.
But why can't there be a temple built in Israel, and that would be like the main place where this law is set up, and then just have like annexes like other countries, but you know what? We're going to follow that law, and we're going to place temples here as well, and follow God's law in that manner instead of just using man's laws.
Listen, I wish for nothing more than for Yah's law to be applied, but the only way that will properly happen is if Messiah comes back, right? Until then, judgment is reserved till he comes back. We don't have righteous judges. And if we do have a righteous judge here and there, they're very few in between. All right? That's all I can say.
But you keep saying that it's impossible and that what we have is insufficient, but whose fault is that? Is it the Bible believers' fault for allowing this to happen? Or is it, why don't you put forth the reason why the Torah's laws would be better than the laws we have now, and maybe by showcasing it to, the American public, maybe they'd say, this is a better way to live. Let's, and then we can go over what types of laws they had back then. Cause, I'm not saying their laws are better. I'm just saying, you know, if you guys want to believe in the Bible, why do you cherry pick the, you know, the good stuff, but then don't follow God's law? And you're
You
saying,
have
well,
to.
my government
I
doesn't
got you, bro.
implement it.
I'll give you a good
Well,
reason why, right? I'll give you a good reason why. Listen, you apply to the best of your ability within reason. I just told you why you can't apply all of it, right? And the second reason why you need a separation of church and state, because if you look at history, anytime you had a combination where the government had ecclesiastical powers, judicial powers, and legislative powers, and they were all combined, that always leads to atrocities and depopulation. Literally, you have it happened with the Church of England, where they became, you know, the government was the Church of England, and happened with Rome, and it happened with Messiah when he was crucified. Why? Because the government had ecclesiastical powers, and they decided the religion of the government. You can't have that, bro. Every time that happens, it leads to terror and tyrannical power, and they
does
establish a
God say
religion.
that? Does God say that there has to be separation of church and state?
Yes, I
Well,
just
show me
mentioned
that
that
scripture.
we're in service.
Show me the scripture where God in the Torah has ordered separation of church and state.
It's very simply put that the law, the Torah, is honestly for Israel. He says it, that you can actually sell swine and roadkill to the Gentiles, to the heathens. It's lawful to actually do so because they're non-believers. And all this stuff with adultery and all that, that only applies to Israelites. Heathens aren't getting put to death for adultery. That's a covenant that you make when you accept the Savior. But anyways, bro, I don't want to get into a biblical talk, bro. I'm just trying to give you a summary of what I believe, so that you can go research it yourself. I'm actually about to eat, so, but I'll be listening.
Now, I would agree that libertarianism is a subset of classical liberalism. So, using them interchangeably isn't a horrific offense that people were bugging you about.
I broke up on that last bit, man. Can you still hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Oh, right on.
He's
No,
listening. He said he's listening, but he's not talking. He has to eat.
Gotcha. I don't know, man. I just, yeah, you know, if we're gonna believe in the Bible, follow the Bible, you know, why aren't we looking to the laws of the Bible and implementing them in America? And maybe what he said is it's for Israel only. Well, that's kind of shocking, right? Because yeah, we're not Israelites here. You know, we're not Hebrews.
I'll give
So
you an
what does that
answer.
actually mean for us? Like, are we not allowed to even read the Bible, or what's up with that, right? I mean,
I'll give you an answer if you want one. This law
sure.
that the law we speak of, the law comes from God, right? So the question is, should all people follow God's law? Okay. Well, the text itself says that eventually all flesh will have to, and Messiah's coming to rule with an iron rod, right? All flesh will have to come to the holy mountain to worship, to learn the law, to learn his ways, and walk in his paths. Now, if they do not do that, the text also says they'll have no rain upon their land. And if they have a land that has no rain, he'll send the plague, right? So people will die even then. And so when we talk about this law that he has, he says in the days of, Messiah's reign on his throne, when he sets his kingdom up here, that he'll make a new covenant with the house of Israel and the house of Judah. And this covenant will be, he will write his law upon their hearts, and there'll be no need for them to teach each other, because they'll eventually know him, right? And know the law, and not have it all twisted and have all these people trying to twist what it says. So all flesh, eventually, no matter who you are, will come to this point in time, as the text says, that they will go forth to Zion. For the law shall go forth from Zion, and the word from Jerusalem. And all the nations will go and gather to that place to learn his ways and walk in his paths. So, and there's many more, verses you could cite in the text, but yeah, eventually that's going to be the case for everyone. Now, the reason it's not now is because, just like it's cited in, I believe it's the book of Acts, he says, trouble not these Gentiles, right? Don't try to make them learn everything at one time. He says, just tell them that they should abstain from fornication, things offered to idols, and the eating of blood, which all of those things are against the law. And then the next thing he says is, because they can go, there's a synagogue in every city, and they can go hear the words of Moses, which Moses got his words from the Creator. So it would be not Moses' law, it will be the Creator's law. It will be God's law. So there's going to come a point where that's going to be, prevalent amongst the whole earth, and it's going to be a have to or you die.
Well, how long is it going to take? Because it's already been 2,000 years.
How long is what going to take? Until everyone starts following the law?
Yeah.
Well, it says when he comes back, right, and he sets his kingdom up. In Zechariah 14, it says, all the nations that are left, if they do not come up year to year, Feast of Tabernacles, New Moons, Passover, all the feasts, if they don't come up to observe the feasts that they've never observed before, and if they don't come up to hear the law and to actually act upon it, then they're going to die. That's the case. So even when he comes back, people get this false idea that when he comes back, the whole earth is going to be a paradise. None of the animals are going to hurt you. No one's going to die. No, that's just in his holy mountain. That's in Isaiah chapter 11. That's the only place that is. And so if you're not going to that place and you're not adhering to the law of God that goes forth from Zion in that day, and all those nations that don't go to learn that and walk in his paths, walk in the prescribed paths and the prescribed law, then they will surely die. So how long is it going to take? All the way even until the end of the millennial reign, when Satan is let out, right? He's let out the abyss, as the text says. And then he goes forth to deceive the nations. So even in that time, people are still learning. It's not like everyone has become some angel in heaven and there's no flesh on earth and there's no one learning. This earth is going to always be here. So it's created for a purpose to be inhabited, right? So, yeah, as far as how long it takes, even, the full length of the millennial reign, one would say. For some, not for all.
So, explain the millennial reign, but before that, could you explain the holy mountain?
Yeah, just as, as you see in Revelation, you see Mount Zion, right? And you see the Lamb standing on Mount Zion with the 144,000, right? So when you look at the prophets and you consider what Mount Zion is, Isaiah chapter 2, 1 through 5, and I believe Micah chapter 4, 1 through 8, basically the same thing. It says in the last days that the mountain of Yah's house will be firmly established upon the highest hills and highest mountains, and all the nations will flow to it to learn his ways, walk in his paths. For the law shall go forth out of Zion, and the word from Jerusalem, and they'll beat their swords into plowshares, and so on and so forth. And they'll learn war no more, and all these different things. This is where they're learning, right? So this is Mount Zion. And so if you want to look at things like I'm going to bring you to my holy mountain and I'm going to give you pastors or teachers, that would be in Jeremiah chapter 3, verse 14 and 15. And also that new covenant that I spoke of, which would be in those same days, would be in Jeremiah 31 through 33. But this Mount Zion that I speak of, yeah, it's going to be an actual place, a center hub for worship and for learning the law. And all flesh must do it according to the text. That's what the text says, and I'm not, reading into it. It's for a specific
Is
time
there an
period.
actual is there an actual mountain in Israel that's Mount Zion?
Well, people argue back and forth about that, and that's not my contention. My contention is that, we're speaking of the law, and it's the law of God, and we're speaking of the text. And there's a time there's something that has never happened in history. All these nations are not going to that place year after year, every new moon, every Passover. They're not still doing these things. So the blessings that come with those things or the cursings are not being done today. So people still have rain, right? And they don't go. So we could consider all of those things and consider the law and where it's going forth from. And if it's a literal place, right? Is Messiah actually standing on it in Revelation 14? Is he actually standing upon Mount Zion? Is it a place? We could talk about all those things, but we were speaking about the law and if all flesh or all people would have to, or would it be beneficial for them to follow that law? Of course it would be beneficial to follow the law of the Creator. I mean, that's not a question. So I agree with you there.
But isn't it Israel is somehow, now a state, now rebuilding the temple, it's like it's working towards what the Bible supposedly is calling for in the end times, right?
No, and one way to know is go to Ezekiel chapter 40 through 48. That place has never been built. It has all the measurements, the entrances, the exit ways. And if that place isn't built to a T, as prescribed in the blueprints of Ezekiel chapter 40 through 48, there's 8 chapters that tell you the measurements of this place. If it's not that place, then it's not prophetic. That place will be built, and it is prophetic in the good sense, or in the positive sense, that the priests will be there, right? So it's not like we're not going to have priests forever. They actually, he takes some of the priests from the other nations, and that's what it says in Isaiah. I'll take some of them for Levites or some of them for priests. But Ezekiel points it out in chapter 44, and I believe in chapter 46 about the priests and the priestly duties and all of those things, and the inheritance that the stranger gets from all the other nations. So they get an inheritance there. They don't just go there to worship; they can get an inheritance in the land. So yeah, there's many details in the scripture about that time period.
So we're not in the end times according to you.
No, we're in the last days, but we're not in the days where people will be building a temple and doing positive prophetic things. We're in the days when they may, build an altar or maybe a temple of some sort and do some things they should not do. But if they're supposed to be building something, it should look like Ezekiel 40 through 48. And if it doesn't, they should be ashamed. And you can go to the first or the 40th chapter or the 43rd chapter, and that's what it'll tell you.
Well, aren't they claiming that they're rebuilding Solomon's temple right now as we speak?
Oh yeah, I mean, we have all kinds of claims people have. We all the utensils, all the furniture, all vessels, all the things they need. The red heifers, all of these different things have been put in place. And so yeah, I could see that coming to pass. But as for it being a positive thing and actually following the law, no, I don't see that. I mean, I seen not long ago you had these so-called priests outside, and they were doing a burnt offering, and they're using they go buy the meat, right? They go buy the meat and they walk up there, and some of them have cell phones on. They can't get the fire lit, and so it's obvious that the creator wasn't part of that. I mean, they couldn't even get the fire lit, right? And that was just what 2 years ago or so. But yeah, there's going to be a lot of things going on in that land that are against the Father, or against the Creator, and against His law, as they currently are today.
I'm against the building of the third temple, hands down.
I know people who say they would go, and I'm like, okay, man, that's your choice. I mean, I could try to reason with you, but just going to let you know, there's a lot of people who talk about a lot of different things happening during the millennial reign. So, or when Messiah comes back. But yeah, that's a deep topic, man. It can get really deep.
Yeah. I think it's also deep, how we govern ourselves. And I was trying to find out why we still don't use God's laws and use man's laws. I think you commented on that a little bit, but I still don't get it, man, because why aren't we using God's law?
Well, like Lion pointed out, you don't have the temple. There are some things you can't do right now that are part of the law. And so part of your law and part of your worship, there's some things you can't do right now because you don't have a temple. And where are the priests at? Where are the elders at? Where are these people at, right? A lot of people will ask that. If I'm supposed to call the elders to me, where are they? I don't see any that qualify, right? So the text itself speaks of a time coming when the time of the Gentiles is fulfilled, when it's time for Messiah to come, the restoration of all things, that he'll take of some of the people for Levites, for priests. And they'll be priests, and they'll get every dedicated first thing in Israel. They'll get it all. It's right there in Ezekiel, chapters 40 through 48. You also have the tree of life in Ezekiel chapter 47 or 46, and it speaks about the leaves for the healing of the nations, for medicine, but just like it does in Revelation. So just to let you know, there's entire chapters, there's multiple chapters in the prophets that have never happened in the history that we can account for, and those things will happen one day, and they're said to happen, but there's a time for everything. And so you can't just get all the Gentiles to just start following the law all at one time. And just like I've said before, you wouldn't adopt a child from another place and have them come in your home and then stone them because they can't adhere to all the laws in one day, right? And know all of them in one day. It's a learning process. So just like I said, even when Messiah comes back, they're still learning, and there's still an iron rod that he's ruling with. Now, if everything was gravy, why would he have to rule with an iron rod? And then you have, things about the resurrection. People believe different things about what happens in the first or what they call the second resurrection, and those things get very interesting. And I don't know if it's a topic for now, or if you ever want to go into Livestream 2 or something, we could discuss it there.
I wanted to add that the law is very specific, and even though they're trying to build a third temple right now and reestablish the law that's being established in Israel is not the Torah, the Tanakh. It's based on the Babylonian Talmud, and that's a whole other topic. But I just want to say that there's no credible evidence, there's no basis for establishing any genetic tracing to the tribe of Levi. Never mind Zadok, because in order to be a priest, you need to be of the line of Zadok. And these rabbinical priests that we have establishing the third temple in Israel can't even reliably track their DNA back to Zadok. They don't even know the proper anointing oil, the recipe for it. It's been lost. There's so many reasons why you can't reestablish the law the way that the scripture puts forth, because we don't have legitimate priests to do that.
That's when you ask people, if are all those priests going to be resurrected? David, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob at his coming. All these people in the Old Testament you speak of. That's when you ask people, are they resurrected at the first resurrection, or is it the second? Do they have fleshly bodies? Are they as the angels? Are they not given in marriage? What are they doing? All those questions would come up. But that would be it.
To change it, to change the topic a little bit, right? You have the anointing oil, which is debated what the recipe was, right? Some say cannabisum is cannabis, which is interesting, right? Because if it is cannabis, then they need to figure it out. Because if not, they're going to be making the wrong anointing oil. And the Levites, they don't. I mean, the modern rabbinical priests, they don't have any idea of what the original recipe was, because they don't know what the original word cannabisum actually meant. It's highly debated.
I'm about to go get anointed in a little bit.
Yeah.
Did any of you see the burnt offering they were trying to do in Jerusalem? I think it was about 2 years ago or so, and they had these priests, and they bought the lamb leg and they brought it up there. It's like a leg of lamb or something, and they come up there with their cell phones and they're trying to light the fire, and they can't light the fire. Did anyone see that?
They don't know what they're doing, dude.
No, a lamb leg, huh?
Yeah, they went and bought it.
That's pretty
I'll try to
funny.
find it and send it to you.
No Ark of the Covenant. No official priesthood. They don't even know how to build a temple right. Like, the whole thing's a mess, bro.
What about their clothes too? Were they all wearing linen? A linen turban? I mean, anything? Was anything right?
Are they painting some heifers red?
That's also debated. The word, Adama, which is the word for red, it can also mean heifer of the land. Which, if you look at the word red and land, they're literally the same word, the same spelling. The only thing that changes is the nakud. So for all we know, this idea of a red heifer could be a rabbinical obfuscation, and the original Hebrew intent was actually heifer of the land, not even anything to do with red.
Don't they already have the red heifer picked out? They're just fixing slaughter it on the third temple mount.
I'm not sure, bro.
Pretty sure.
They make a claim every year, dude. Basically, the latest claim is that they finally have the one that's pure, and there's not one blemish on it, but I doubt it.
Right.
I honestly don't think that's what the original Hebrew intended, red heifer. I think it meant heifer of the land. That's the difference between rabbinical Judaism and the Hebrew faith. There's a difference because Judaism is a religion, just like Catholicism, based on dogma and traditions of men and the Babylonian Talmud.
Do you think they're going to try to implement the Noahide law upon the
Absolutely.
resurrection? Yeah.
They're getting ready for that. Try that shit in America. They're gonna try
Wasn't
to
it supposed
influence our. Yeah. Yep.
It's supposed to be worldwide? Like they're going to do it under the guise of coexisting, right?
Yeah. You got it, bro. The elites.
So you think that's going to be the new world order, basically? No hide laws?
It's. I mean, if you read the literature, even the legislation that they're trying to put forth, like there are Pharisees or rabbinical Pharisees up there right now, having legislative power because it's like what I just mentioned, the combining of church and state. Well, that's what we have going on in Jerusalem right now, and the Pharisees are trying to push this Noahide law stuff, and the bankers are in on it, like the global cabal are in on it. And they want to eventually, and I think that if we do end up having like a worldwide currency, it's gonna be like China is gonna be a player, but Israel is gonna be right up there with the elites, pushing this. And I think the head of the beast might end up being Jerusalem, bro. But who knows?
I thought it would be Rome.
Isn't that silent weapons for quiet wars? I think it says Jerusalem in that. Does anybody follow a guy named Brendan O'Connell? That name sound familiar?
Nope. You ever heard of Adam Green?
Oh yeah. I mean Adam Greenstein?
I don't think he is Jewish. Didn't he have his DNA stuff tested and he didn't have any like Ashkenazi or any of that? He was like pure Nordic or something, wasn't he? Germanic.
Yeah, I mean I used to follow some of his stuff. I just don't trust him farther than I could throw him, but
Hey, Dice, so you've ever heard of Tom Brady or Ben Stein?
You're breaking up a bit. Al something.
No, Tom Green or Ben Stein.
Ben Stiller. I got a call coming in. I'll give me a minute.
But it is interesting that Trump might be getting reelected, and you got Jared Kushner, who's a Kabbalist, and then you have him basically as an ambassador for the U.S. unofficially, but he's over there making agreements with Israel and establishing the third temple, and Trump's on board with it. And yeah, man, you got Mossad. Israel and the U.S. have a long history of relationship, and we helped them out, even though they've committed atrocities and they've done things against the Geneva Convention. But
Kushner is Kushner's Chabad Lubavitch, right?
What'd you say?
I said I think Kushner is Chabad Lubavitch.
I don't know about that, but
Chabad Lubavitch is like the the Wahhabists of the Jayish sect, the extremists.
It's funny because like people would expect like me and North to like support Israel, right? And like most Christians, normie Christians support Israel because they don't really understand the complexity, you know, the foreign affairs and the politics, the foreign relations. It gets real deep, and I do not support Israel as a nation as we see it today. And Israel is a people. It's not like a piece of land, and it doesn't has nothing to do with genealogy or who you're connected to genetically. That's not really what it's about.
Well, yeah, I think you're referring to the churches in America being taken over by the Calvinists. There was a funding of church. I think it was like 1930s ish, 1940s. The Calvinists were recruiting all the new pastors to come through their schools to teach that form of Christianity, and then they were sent out to get jobs in all the churches in America. So
yeah,
it was a concerted effort. And of course, yeah, and well, Calvin, if you look him up, he's the one that allowed usury in the Catholic Church. So he's obviously friends with a certain group of people. So
yeah, I'm not a fan of Calvin whatsoever. But like, yeah, like it's hard to because you try to people put you in a box and they have these presuppositions of what you believe because you happen to be a Christian or you happen to follow the Torah and you're a Judaizer. But it's so complicated, bro.
yeah, I think it's important to separate and distinguish between the terms religion, church, and the Bible. I think all three of those need to be separated, actually.
Like it's funny, like sometimes like we'll be talking about stuff like this and in the chat you'll see people like posting like memes of dudes and or not dudes but the J people, right, with their yarmulkes and like or like they'll put mockeries up of J people, but it's like, bro, like they don't understand. Like I'm against those people too. I'm against rabbinical Judaism. I'm against the Talmud and all that stuff, bro. Religion.
Yeah, the rabbinical Judaism is just a direct descendant of the Pharisees, the literal Pharisees.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Like
I recently had to look that up. I was trying to distinguish or figure out what the difference between a Sadducite and the Pharisees and the Sadducees, and they're of the same group, but one is considered to be scholarly, which is the rabbinical Judaism. The other ones, the Sadducees, were considered to be the priest class of Jews. So,
like you'll see the archetype, right? Like they'll show like the mockery of a J person rubbing his hands with the big nose and the and like the hair and the hat. Anyways, I'm on mute.
came in to check in on you guys, make sure nobody's acting too crazy. Seems like you guys got it nice and quiet under control here. Please, please don't all talk at once and get rowdy, okay? Not chill.
Ahoy, ahoy.
Is there an event happening in 3 minutes?
I came for an event.
I mean, that's dope, but Killian's not even here. Maybe he's running late. I just came for the event too. That's the only reason why I'm even here.
You think maybe he just stepped away from the mic, seeing that he's in the room?
Oh, is he in the room? I didn't even see him in the room. All right. All right. We're good.
What's up, y'all?
Yo,
Y'all good?
What's good, bro?
Chilling, man. What you saying, Jer?
I didn't even know we were doing an event. I just looked at the screen. I was like, oh shit, there's an event happening in 4 minutes.
Word. And you're gonna get to jam out to Soundgarden.
No doubt.
Get my rolly roll on.
Yeah, anyone goes nuts. I muted that Tony guy last time straight away. When you were like, yo, can you just shut the fuck up, basically, and not so mean words. And then he started talking again. I was scrambling for the mute button.
Bro, when he started saying he's going out to dinner with his girl, it's been a while. I'm like, so you're like knowingly stating you're trolling right now. Okay, we're not here for that right now. That's not what
Yeah,
we're
he
doing.
was. Jesus, that guy is off the chain.
yeah, dude, he's crazy. It's funny though. I gotta say, he does it in a very funny way, but not in the middle of a presentation, obviously.
Alright, I'm gonna start streaming on my end. Manage broadcast. Let her rip. Yeah, Jeremy, I tag you guys in my lives. So when I'm streaming on YouTube, I'll at Earth Awakenings. Anybody off chance listen to my stream, we'll be able to tag on to your stuff. But I don't get much traffic, like 1-2 viewers. More than anything else, I'm like leaving this just for some kind of record of stuff that I think about. We are gonna stream. Let's be streaming, friends. Yay. View slideshow. And all right. Where we at? Nope, we gotta fix this. There we go. Hey.
You want like a big intro? You want us to play like WWF music before you start? Or?
I need walk-on music. And the champ Standing 6'2" in the red corner. Guys, what's going on? Welcome to another stream. We're live on YouTube. We're also hanging out with friends over at Earth Awakenings. And we're taking in another piece by yours truly, Killian. Book of Killian, that's me. What's up, friends? Thanks for being here. Appreciate you as always. Today's episode is called Killian's Scriptural Apologetic. Now, people are probably thinking, what the heck is an apologetic? Well, let me tell you what an apologetic is. An apologetic is something that is written or created in defense of generally a religious piece or religious understanding, writing, whatever. You guys know I don't really talk about, quote, religion. I really just look at what's written in the book. And if you want to say, well, what's written in the book makes it religion, then fine. But again, we're today's purpose is really to look at Genesis and prepare or show you what I've prepared as an apologetic, demonstrating the IRL, that would be the in real life stuffs that we have. So if you guys bear with me, I'm trying a couple of different things new in this presentation, so bear with me. Hopefully I don't hit any stumbling blocks, but I know that I'm with a patient audience. Appreciate you guys as always. Let's go. Guys, I gotta pause it. I had an issue. For some reason, my shit's not streaming. Okay, now I literally had to wait for YouTube to say, okay, you're live. Okay, so Earth Awakenings, give me a quick second. Let me just yo, YouTube, what's up? Welcome to the stream. We're about a minute in. We're just hanging out listening to Soundgarden, Black Hole Sun. This episode's called Killian's Apologetic, based on Genesis. Thanks for being here. I don't know who's out there watching. Maybe zero, maybe none of y'all. You've seen the table. There's nobody watching right now, so who really cares? But let's roll on the same way. Thanks for your patience, guys. View slideshow. Loading. Don't worry. I won't make you listen to the whole thing again. 133 we were at. Illuminati confirmed. Let's go.
Walking sleep in my youth, I pray to keep heaven send hell away. No one sings like you anymore. Black hole sun, won't you come and wash away the rain? Black hole sun, won't you come? Won't you come? Black hole sun, won't you come and wash away the rain? disappear. Black hole sun, won't you come? Wash away the rain. Black hole sun, won't you come? Won't you come? Black hole sun, won't you come? Wash away the rain. Black hole sun, won't you come? Won't you come? Won't you come? Won't you come? Won't you
Yeah, Black Hole Sun, Soundgarden. That was 1995, I believe. So, leading off of that idea, the Black Hole Sun, we take to Genesis, day 1. Chapter 1, verse 1 states, "In the beginning, God created the heaven and the earth. And the earth was without form and void, and darkness was upon the face of the deep. And the Spirit of God moved upon the face of the waters. And God said, Let there be light. And there was light. And God saw the light, and it was good. And God divided the light from the darkness. And God called the light day, and the darkness he called night. And the evening and the morning were the first day." Now, friends, I propose to you that the light that was present on day 1, that was created on day 1, is in fact the black hole sun. Shout out to my mom listening on YouTube, watching on YouTube. Mom, thank you so very much for being here. Appreciate you as always. So this, looking at it from an actual physical standpoint, demonstratable, if you will, the black sun being the original light, the light that is beneath the crust of the earth. You see the blue being representative of the waters, and the green being representative of the land. And you have this inner sun, inner light, if you will. Excuse me. Further in Genesis 1, "And God said, Let there be a firmament in the midst of the waters, and let it divide the waters from the waters. And God made the firmament, and divided the waters which were under the firmament from the waters which were above the firmament, and it was so. And God called the firmament heaven, and the evening and the morning were the second day." Now, this is my friend, or this is my thought, friends, is the pictures you see in the background are pictures, screenshots that I took from the Falcon 9 rocket launch a few years back. You can pick up the video off of YouTube. But what, in fact, we witness is that the rocket is launched upwards, and something starts to happen. Whether there's claims on the table that the rocket is expelling gases. I firmly think, if you can firmly think something, that we're witnessing the rocket interact with a water-like substance, in fact, in the sky. What I have for something to provide as a lily pad or a parallel observation, if you will, is this footage here. Gun being shot underwater. Bullet comes out. Very similar pattern created. Again, note the stream that the bullet creates, and also the puffing like pattern of the water. Now, the last image on the right-hand side, which is interesting, and the most interesting to me, is this thing creating like ripples in the sky. Now, the video of this rocket is that this, like, it's the booster, the second part of the rocket breaks off, and these like ripples are created again in the sky, the firmament. I propose that it's something called heavy water, tritium H3, a form of hydrogen. But that, my friends, is what I think is the firmament, but day two's creation, if you will. And this is a graphic. Apologize for the how crude I had to, or would it be? No, not rasterized, but how dithered this image is, overexposed even. The resolution is completely horrible. But basically, I found this amazing GIF which showed what I needed to see, the firmament itself, and then I had to screen cap it and zoom in quite a bit. But this illustrates the design. You have the rock below, the pillars of heaven, if you will. You have the waters beneath. You have the earth formed itself, and then you have the waters above, and you have this dome-like firmament structure which holds back the waters above. This is in fact why the sky is blue. Why is the sky blue? Because it's made of water. Day 3.
And God said, "Let the waters under the heaven be gathered together unto one place, and let the dry land appear." And it was so. And God called the dry land earth, and the gathering together of the waters called he seas. And God saw that it was good. And God said, "Let the earth bring forth grass, the herb yielding seed, and the fruit tree yielding fruit after his kind, whose seed is in itself upon the earth." And it was so. And the earth brought forth grass, and herb yielding seed after his kind, and the tree yielding fruit, whose seed was in itself, after his kind. And God saw that it was good. And the evening and the morning were the third day.
Shout out to Mr. Christopher Glynn. So we have the land, and again, the waters are, in fact, there. They're always there, right? They were created on the second day when the firmament was introduced. And then you have the insertion, if you will, of the lands, kind of like a submarine that's beneath the surface, and then it comes to the surface, it rises above, and you see the waters come up and start to protrude through the waters below. Day 3's creation, ladies and gentlemen, the land. Day 4. And God said, "Let there be lights in the firmament of the heaven to divide the day from the night, and let them be for signs and for seasons and for days and years. And let them be for lights in the firmament of the heaven to give light upon the earth." And it was so. And God made 2 great lights, the greater light to rule the day, and the lesser light to rule the night. He made the stars also. And God set them in the firmament of the heaven to give light upon the earth, and to rule over the day and over the night, and to divide the light from the darkness. And God saw it was good. And evening and the morning were the 4th day. So the celestial bodies are the observation that were created on the 4th day. So you have the sun and the moon, which govern over the day and the night. And then you also have the stars, Polaris and the rest of the celestial team, if you will, which help us with navigation. Shout out to Shane, who hooked me up with this image taken from the Walter Bislin model, which shows basically the plane that we exist upon. And then you have the ability to use the long distance stars for celestial navigation. Polaris shown, and then you have the other immediate stars shown within the personal reference dome, if you will. As you see, as you change your different placement upon the plateau, different stars start to become relative to where you are, and you can use them for your navigational purposes. Some interesting observations: clouds in front and behind the moon. Local shooting stars, and stars moving themselves versus us moving. Day 5. And God said, let the waters bring forth abundantly the moving creature that hath life, and fowl that may fly above the earth in the open firmament of heaven. And God created great whales and every living creature that moveth, which the waters brought forth abundantly, after their kind, and every winged fowl after his kind. And God saw it was good. And God blessed them, saying, be fruitful and multiply, and fill the waters in the seas, and let fowl multiply in the earth. And the evening and the morning were the 5th day. So on the 5th day, the Lord created the fish and the birds of the air.
And God said, let the earth bring forth the living creature after his kind, cattle and creeping thing, and beast of the earth after his kind. And it was so. And God made the beast of the earth after his kind, and cattle after their kind, and everything that creepeth upon the earth after his kind. And God saw that it was good. And God said, let us make man in our image, after our likeness, and let them have dominion over the fish of the sea, and over the fowl of the air, and over the cattle, and over all the earth, and over every creeping thing that creepeth upon the earth. So God created man in his own image. In the image of God created he him. Male and female created he them. And God blessed them. And God said unto them, be fruitful, and multiply, and replenish the earth, and subdue it, and have dominion over the fish of the sea, and over the fowl of the air, and over every living thing that moveth upon the earth. And God said, behold, I have given you every herb bearing seed, which is upon the face of all the earth, and every tree in the which is the fruit of a tree yielding seed. To you it shall be for meat. And to every beast of the earth, and to every fowl of the air, and to everything that creepeth upon the earth, wherein there is life, I have given every green herb for meat. And it was so. And God saw everything that he had made, and behold, it was very good. And the evening and the morning were the 6th day.
6th day, ladies and gentlemen, the 6th day. Everything that resides upon the land was created on the 6th day. On the 7th, thus the heavens and earth were finished, and all the host of them. And on the 7th day, God ended his work, which he had made, and he rested on the 7th day from all his work, which he had made. And God blessed the 7th day and sanctified it, because that in it he had rested from all his work which God created and made. These are the generations of the heavens of the earth when they were created, in the day that the Lord God made heavens and the earth. Made that earth and heavens. My goodness. Apologies. So, further along to that, so you've got the 7-day creation, which is all outlined and takes place within the beginning of Genesis itself. Now I've just gone through the remainder of Genesis and just kind of picked out the things that I could find. And this may sound like I perhaps cherry picked or found things that better suited my argument. But what I honestly did was just go through and find things that from the 7-day creation onwards that I could align with things that we relate to in present day. So in Genesis chapter 5, verse 19, we have the first identification of Enoch, which states, "And Jared lived after he begat Enoch 800 years, and he begat sons and daughters." And that present day, we do make reference to the books of Enoch. There are 3 different books. They've brought them together. It talks about the celestial bodies, their navigation, things of that nature. Then within Genesis chapter 5, verses 28 through 32, and Lamech lived 182 years and begat a son, and he called his name Noah, saying, This same shall comfort us concerning our work and toil of our hands, because of the ground which the Lord hath cursed. And Lamech lived after he begat Noah 595 years, and he begat sons and daughters. And all the days of Lamech were 777 years, and he died. And Noah was 500 years old, and Noah begat Shem, Ham, and Japheth. Genesis 6:3, and the Lord said, My spirit shall not always strive with man, for he also is flesh, yet his days shall be 120 years. And that's where, before that, man lived a very long time. Methuselah, I believe, lived to be like 925 years. But as I was quoting, prior to this, men lived to be many hundreds of years old. As at this verse, God limits man's age to 120 years. Further along in Genesis, Noah's Ark. Genesis chapter 6, verse 14 through 16. Make thee an ark of gopher wood. Room shall thou make in the ark, and shall pitch it within and without with pitch. And this is the fashion which thou shalt make of it. The length of the ark shall be 300 cubits, and the breadth of it shall be 50 cubits, and the height of it shall be 30 cubits. A window shall make thou in the ark, and in a cubit shalt thou finish it above, and the door of the ark shalt thou set in the side thereof, with lower, second, and third stories shalt thou make it. So it's the first thing being 300 cubits. 300 cubits works out to be 515 feet. The further along in Genesis, it speaks of the boat coming to rest in Ararat, Turkey. This 300 cubit long or 515 foot long pile of dirt was located and began being vetted and verified in the early 1990s. They began scanning the pile of dirt, if you will. And upon scanning and further investigation, they pulled out this deck board in top right hand corner, which shows to be a laminated veneer lumber type deck board. And through scanning of the pile itself, showed that there was 3 deck heights, 7.8 meters the lower deck, 4.7 the second, and 3.2 meters the upper. The structure itself shows that there's a central gangway, kind of like a ramp, which would lead through the structure itself, and you could access these 3 tiers of the structure. So it appears that Noah's Ark was in fact found, and they've been vetting it ever since. Again, early 1990s. Genesis chapter 9, 11 through 13. And I will establish my covenant with you. Neither shall all flesh be cut off any more by the waters of a flood. neither shall there be any more be a flood to destroy the earth. And God said, this is the token of the covenant which I make between me and you and every living creature that is with you for perpetual generations. I do set my bow in the cloud, and it shall be for a token of a covenant between me and the earth. I was blessed enough to capture this half rainbow outside my window one afternoon. It was raining, and yeah, I caught it from left to right. So I was like, hey, great time for me to share this. So this was the covenant that the Lord made with Noah after the flood, basically stating that he would never flood the earth again. And every time we see a rainbow in the sky, that would be a promise and a reminder of this covenant to always be kept. My friends, that concludes my presentation. I thank you so very much for being here. Open up the floor for any questions, comments, concerns, criticisms, please.
Thanks, brother. Appreciate that, man. Your work, your passion. I love it so very much.
Thanks, Sensei. Appreciate you, man, as always.
Yeah, thanks for sharing, Kiwi. Really good stuff.
Thanks,
Yo,
man.
shout out to Killian's mom.
Yeah, for real, right? That's no joke.
Thank you, Killian. You're the man.
No problem, guys. Thanks for being here. Well, I'm going to close up the stream on YouTube. Again, YouTube friends, thanks for being here. That was great. Got that episode wrapped up in under 30 minutes, which is always a good thing. Better than me and my prior episodes, an hour and a half of me talking about randomness. But I appreciate you as always, friends. Thanks for being here on YouTube and Earth Awakenings. Thanks for hanging out. And stream is done.
Hey, Killian.
Yo.
I was gonna ask, do you think it's actual like 800 years, or did something get messed up in translation? Is it literal or what?
800 years. Sorry, what are you referring to?
The lengths of their life. So.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's you know, when things are shown in scripture, it's not to say that I'm, you know, leading blindly, but for the things that I've found to be right, the biggest thing, and I'll be again 100% honest with you guys, is Noah's Ark. And I'll put more than willing to put a presentation together on that. I've put many I've talked about Noah's Ark nonstop, but the Noah's Ark is so exact that 515 feet in length, and then he says 3 stories, and then he tells him how high that thing needs to be. And then you look up, like for me, I looked up the height of a giraffe and realized that a young giraffe is like 14 feet high. Well, by the dimensions given for the ark, you could have literally 3 giraffes stacked one upon the other for each story. So I worked out the math, and it works out to be 122,000 square feet of floating space. And then you think, well, that's the size of like a Walmart. Well, I could totally fit animals and stuff inside of a Walmart if I had three floors. And all of a sudden you start to rationalize and think, well, if I allowed myself to think about and actually entertain the idea, it starts to fit together. So why am I being long in the tooth about that explanation is because if he was so exact about that, the dimensions of a floating structure, then why wouldn't he be exact about the length of days that those men lived? Because that's when you look at, I believe the addition of it works out to be actually no, I haven't figured that part out yet. Withdraw. But the question for me becomes, why wouldn't it be right at 800 years? And then he further goes on to describe it at 120 years, that it gets reduced in Genesis 6, I think it is. So yeah, to answer your question, 800. Yeah, I do think it was, or believe it was.
I'd probably have to look into the 120 years as well, because I always thought that was the time from when he stated that to when the flood would happen. But I do know in Psalms it also states the age like limited to a certain amount of weeks or something like that. Only because I've gotten asked the question, like, because you have the children of Noah's children, so Noah's grandchildren and their ages.
Tori, give me that again. Sorry, dude.
Yeah, no problem. I'm saying the children of Noah's children, so Noah's grandchildren, their
Right.
ages, yeah, I think they lived more than 120 years, if I remember.
Okay,
correctly.
okay. Gotcha.
But I'd have to restudy that to really look into it. And I think as far as the age, like these people were living in 969, I always felt like I think there was something to 1,000 years. I have a feeling that the plan was for them to live for 1,000 years.
Yeah, the I forget what book it's in, but they actually get into talking about how old Adam was when he passed, and Seth. When they get into the specifics of each son, that's crazy.
Yeah,
But then-
definitely.
But then you start adding things up and start to think to yourself, like, pre-flood, I think it was 2350 BC. So prior to that would have been like 4500 BC, 2000 years or something like that. I had this lineage figured out in my, or the timing figured out. If we took Christ's passing at 30 AD, we're at 2000 years post. Then you would subtract off 4000 years.
Yeah, like in our history, what's the oldest like Sumerian writing or like something like that? Do we know that?
That I don't know.
I feel like it lines right up with that timeline. Like
I believe it's the Sumerian tablets.
What's up, Jackie?
yeah. Do we know the year of those by any chance? Like that they date them to?
What gets me is the end of the Egyptian Empire and how the Romans like to fit themselves in there at the end. That's what gets me. Is just I don't believe that they existed. The Romans existed when the Egyptians existed, at least in the sense of the pyramids. I don't know. I don't follow. Didn't mean to derail your conversation there.
Anybody out there? Anybody out there?
Yeah.
Who that
Hello,
is?
hello, hello. Is that snack to the
Hello.
future?
Oh, I'm not talking that. Fuck that shit.
There's lots of sounds. Hey, Babs. Nope. What's going on?
No, not much. Just a little quiet room in here, I guess, huh?
Yeah.
Everybody ran out of things to talk about. Like, everyone figured it out. We know where we live now and everything.
Yep. Figured it all out. Just taking a break,
Nice.
I guess. Yeah.
Cool. Sit back and relax. I feel so much more
Big
relaxed
globe.
now that the ballers finally gave up and realized that we're on a stationary plane.
Oh, no, it's still a ball. What are you talking about?
That sounded sarcastic,
It's
unless
always
it's
been a
somebody
ball. What are you
talking? Who's that?
It's not true.
Not familiar
It's
with
not
him.
really. It's not. It's somebody else. You're not familiar with Turnip? Ask to tell these motherfuckers.
You don't come in here often, unless you change your name.
No, you're right. I do
seen you in
not
the
come in
chat.
here often. You are.
You got a channel? Do we look you up on YouTube? Turn Up True, or you have any reference we could go by? You have our 24/7 a lot or something?
Turnip is cool. Turnip has been around for a while.
Oh, okay, so he's more about like he's with maybe Bev crew or maybe your old crew.
Bev, got the Bev flag.
Yeah, I'm on the level.
Okay, right on.
Yeah.
Got it.
What's the latest with Bev's streams?
Well, we haven't really been doing any.
No? Yeah.
Well, not really. I mean, why continue to do streams on something that is pretty self-explanatory in itself? You really shouldn't have had to do these videos for so goddamn long. People should just fucking know.
Yeah. It's like we're explaining the obvious over and over again to people that think that it's obviously the opposite of that because of what they believe.
No. There's explaining something to the obvious, and then there's what we're doing with this whole fucking thing. Like, this is ridiculous how much we've got to go into to fucking explain something that literally does not need to be explained like this, guys. Like, holy
Right.
fuck.
Bev's hilarious when he does it too. He's just like, yeah. He's just sarcastic and so dry in his sense of humor. It's hilarious. He's like,
Well, because
so it's level, right?
insanity. Like, for fuck's listen. I will gladly, SC will back me up on this. Well, maybe not the stupid part, but he knows where I'm going with this. I am literally the stupidest motherfucker in my Discord, and this shit makes sense to me, okay? What the fuck is going on with these people?
Yeah, that's the question. That's what keeps us interested. Is like, what is the deal? Like, what? I guess it's yeah, I don't know. It's either cogdis or just hoping, and I don't know. Paradigm cracking's a hard thing to figure out.
Okay, so do you know how? I can't believe I'm going here. I can't believe I'm fucking going here again. Whatever. Do you know how they fucking try to portray like two worlds? I think they're fucking right. I'm not gonna lie to you. Because the way that sometimes these assholes talk, They fucking gotta be in another fucking place. They gotta be. No wonder they can't see what we're seeing because they're not even fucking here. They're literally in a different fucking place. They have to be.
You're roboting a little bit, yeah, but we get you. Yeah, they're in a different place.
Well, I mean, it's the only thing that makes sense. They can't be here with us seeing what we see because just fucking.
Yeah,
It's so stupid.
yeah. It's like reality is like it seems? No way. No way. You mean reality is just like it seems? Haha. It's the opposite of that. You just can't tell.
That's too easy. It's gotta be controlled.
This is not my stationary house.
And you know what's fucking stupid? You know what's the stupidest thing? It has bothered me for years since I fucking read it. And it's gonna bother me, I know, even after all this shit is done and over with. But they said that the one thing that caused all of this shit was tiny. I wonder what that tiny thing is. Because honestly, I don't think I want to find out. I don't think I want to know.
Wait, what are you talking about?
Well, if you believe in the good book, which, you know, take the good and leave the bad, obviously men wrote it, not God, clearly. But I mean, it's.
I mean, something coming from nothing? Is that what you're getting at?
Well, no, because like that's precisely exactly what I'm saying is the way that all of this is here is because of design. And I don't think I've ever fucking seen anything be as complex and as well designed as this place just from fucking nothing. Even a sandwich, even a sandwich has dynamics to it, for fuck's sake.
That's a good point. Dynamics, yeah. They're just using the geometry and kinematics, which are mathematical fields, rather than the dynamics, which is actually what they need to use, and that's completely excluded from their big problem for them. I don't know if you've looked at the posts that I would put, or the big section in here called Brenner Compilations, and Michael Brenner, this guy in Quora, has been flat smacking people since 2016, and he's a scholar that a lot. His PDF comps that I made up, no dynamics to their model. Plus, they just ignore centrifugal force as a factor with their orbit, so it's over right there. They don't even have a working model.
How about you say that you have something from 1492, but you didn't go far enough away till 1969? Uh-oh!
You're roboting a little bit. You're roboting, but I don't know if it would help to like get a better position or rejoin or something. But you're a little bit garbled. To let you know.
Yeah, bro, you're on some T-Pain shit right here. My man's auto-tuning.
Yeah.
Yeah, come back.
Jacqueline flabbergasting going on there.
Show day.
Oh, it's cool to see Uber in here, by the way, Snack. That was cool that he came in.
Yeah. Yeah, I assume he'll be around.
Awesome. Yeah, I texted him.
Digging it. I was big up in the room too.
Right.
How's that? That's much better, right?
Little bit crackly still. Try it again.
A little bit better. A little bit better.
Oh, it is a little bit better. Yeah.
Well,
Oh, they're reading you.
it's a lot bit better.
Yeah, he sounds good.
Yeah, you good.
Like I was saying, this stuff is clearly got a lot of intelligence to it. It's not something that just fucking happened. That's like I said, even a sandwich has dynamics to it. I mean, a sandwich doesn't fucking make itself. It's gotta have a creator. So like 1 and 1 is always 2. Unless you're a baller, then it equals 5 for some fucking reason.
Well, I think that's the part of the big hang up for him because it's presented as if there's just two choices. Either there's a creator and that's intelligent design at least, right? Or, you know, it's a random thing that doesn't really have all the implications that might go along with that. Or maybe just the implications of the reifying the text of the scripture and all that, which people kind of shy away from. But I don't think that needs to be the case. I think it can create itself if the essence of everything is intelligent. Right? It's not like it's creating itself necessarily osmosis or I mean by just like nowhere. I mean, if the essence of everything is intelligent, then there's still intelligent design and a working to everything. I think God could be just everything, not necessarily an outside creator. I don't know if they would accept that more, or if that would be more palatable for them to just at least accept that that's a possibility. But I think when you get into the whole idea that there's this man in the clouds type fantasy that they put out of their minds as a possibility because it's the antithesis to what they believed, then it's like that. It's like that. That's the only other option for them. They have to choose one or the other. When really it could just be that there's an essence of everything has this intelligent symbiosis with all other things, and all of it together is what we could call God. At the very least, there might be an outside creator, but I mean that's unknowable.
That is exactly it. You obviously have to think to yourself, this place must have some sort of intelligent design to it. It must. But then when you sit back and you look at how you just said things, can it create itself? I would like to say that in all of this, in any of the models, there is always one thing that never seems to not be part of the equation that nobody, well, I wouldn't say nobody, but a lot of people don't really consider because it's around us so fucking much. But if I had to take a stab in the dark, I would say that it's water that's the designer.
Well, yep. Water and heat side as well. Even about microzyma. It's one of the things that become up.
You're breaking up. New perspective.
Oh yeah,
am
yeah,
I?
okay. I thought that was just me, but yeah, no, you're definitely breaking up.
Oh shit. Okay, let me try to rejoin.
Another guy's gonna have his brain signal. No, I'm just joking.
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
It's better.
Better? All right. Yeah, I've been looking into this microzyma. It's something they seem to be also covering up, or one of the big things they may be covering up, goes back to the debate about terrain theory versus germ theory with Antoine Bouchamp, who discovered or rediscovered these microzyma that actually proves what we're talking about. It's the essence of intelligence and the inside the most infinitesimal part of a cell, and it shows that these cells are pleomorphic because of this essence of intelligence that can change itself into whatever it wants. That's what pleomorphic is. It's like it changes into what it needs to be, and it creates all things, and it permeates all things, organic and non-organic. And it could be called the ether, or altogether God, or water, or whatever it is that everything is permeated with, and that essence of that is intelligent. And they showed this through microscopes that were like more intense than some of the electron microscopes they use today. And they took this one guy's microscopes, or his whole lab. It was just like a whole like Tesla type thing. Destroyed all of his equipment and everything. He saved his microscope, not Bouchamp, but another guy that followed his work, and he was calling them somatids. Same thing. But basically, what they do when they're studying this blood is a lot of time what they're doing is the blood's on a slide and it's already like dried up, and that's the samples that they're studying. But if you study the blood before it, when it's on the slide before it's like dormant, or even while it's drying, there's like creatures, basically they describe, like crawling out of the blood. So like it's almost like there's like an alien, not alien, but like a creature that is pleomorphic, can morph into whatever it wants at the essence of everything. And all of those creatures, if you want to call them that, are in symbiosis with all the essence of everything else. Intelligently recreating and creating itself over and over again.
What is the name of this creature?
It's a microzyma. Look up microzyma.
Okay, what is a microzyma, if you don't mind me asking?
You have to look into it. It's basically the life inside a cell that they've been able to identify. Here, I'll put the GIF that I made up of one of the.
How is it spelled? I don't know what I'm looking for, so because I don't want to.
MICRO.
Yeah, I know micropod. What Zima is the issue?
ZYMA.
Okay, because I typed it in wrong and I was getting things for like hair cutting razors for whatever.
Is that like related to like an enzyme? Is it like a microenzyme? Or?
Yeah, it seems related to that. Yep.
Yeah, I think somebody told me about that like maybe like 2018, and I was like, wow, that's crazy. But then I forgot what the hell it was called.
Yeah.
And then another dude called it somatid, SOMATID, I guess.
Yeah.
Okay. Spelling B.
I put all the links here. I'll put all the links that the best links for it in the chat, but then I should probably erase them just because it's related to I don't know if it's bad or not, but I'll put the best of in the chat, and then I'll erase them if everyone wants to just copy this list down to the ones that I saved. This is a short list, so I'm not putting them all in there, but here's some good ones. And then just copy this list of links down, and then you can get some of it. And I'll erase them because it might get a flag from being related to the terrain theory versus germ theory stuff.
Yeah, the only thing I can get from the microzymas or whatever is that it's basically just an early version of what we call enzymes and other stuff like that.
Yeah, Google doesn't really want you to find the best stuff on that. I use a Mojeek, MOJEEK for a search engine, and it comes up with more relevant. So, but just copy the list of links that I just have there. There's a bunch of information that I just posted in a live stream that'll explain it all. But actually, I should just read a little bit of this one that kind of wraps up what the whole thing was. It's like also there's books by Beauchamp. The third element of blood, I think, is one of them. He was erased from, like, he was taken out of all the encyclopedias, and he has like pages of credentials. So they're just really buried him.
Is it the fact that he potentially had information that is no longer, what's the correct way of saying this?
Relevant?
Not irrelevant isn't the right word. There's a correct way to go about saying this, because like there's information that it's like when newer information comes into play that proves the old. Like nobody listens to people who like were saying, "Oh, this is the person who came up with this thing," or would have potentially would have.
It doesn't seem to be the case.
Well, I'm just like giving an example. Like I'm looking into this, and he's just like, "Oh, he discovered germs and like enzymes potentially." That's
No, it wasn't germs. He didn't discover germs. He was. Here, let me read this part here.
I'm just paraphrasing at the moment. I'm not like taking.
Yeah, he didn't discover germs.
Yeah,
he was actually refuting germs.
But just on what he was saying, like, I mean, I've also heard that like science really doesn't disprove other science. It pretty much just replaces it with something else that's more contemporary for a greater group to work on. Like if somebody has like a, their own way of, if this guy was just independent basically and came up with his own system, if it's not something that a body of scholarly people can absorb and do work on, and it's sort of like not a sciencey thing. It's like that's like an independent sort of you understand, like, just because science.
Yeah, this doesn't really fall in that category, because it's one of those things that was a political thing at the time where Beauchamp, it was like Beauchamp versus Louis Pasteur, and Louis Pasteur had all the political weight and the paradigm supporting people behind him. They don't want people. They don't want us to know that the stuff doesn't come. The germs don't come from the outside into us. That it's the body repairing itself, right? They want that to be an infection rather than a repair. Is the whole idea. Because then they can treat you for something that you're actually already treating yourself with. Your body's already repairing itself. But they want to call that repair process something that they need to treat you for, which is why we're in the situation we're in with what happened this last, few years.
But the problem with that is that it's scientifically proven to be coming outside of the body. That's the only issue.
Oh yeah, right. Well, then that's the issue why we're here talking. I mean, if you're saying that things are scientifically proven, then
people can visibly look at stuff from outside of the human body if it's been contaminated with something. And
okay, yeah, post your site, post your links, man. Because if there's something that's physically outside of the body, that's alive, that's a creature floating in the air, I'd love to see that.
Well, you're construing with like bacteria and enzymes and viruses as like life, which, to my knowledge, scientists don't consider them to be life.
Let me guess. You think we live on a spinning ball?
We do, because it's been scientifically proven.
You're new here, huh? Are you new?
Well,
at least you're listening most of the time.
I mean, disregarding the fact that we just diverted the conversation away from what we're talking about, but.
Well, I just assume that you're probably buying into the mainstream narrative about a lot of things.
Well, just because
do you think we were getting away from the topic, just like sort of getting into the weeds, just sort of talking about what scientific convention is? I mean, that's also sort of diverting from the topic. I mean, you didn't really go into it, and then you tried to use Google as a way to try to find information, and you couldn't spell it. I mean, it's pretty easy to spell.
Well, it's not when it's considered to be spelled with a Y, because when I assumed it would be spelled with an I, because. So, but like, forgive me.
Well, that's not really the point. The bigger point of what you're saying.
Yeah, that was more of like me trying to figure out like what the heck we're talking about.
Well, I mean, do you think that just like Googling something gives you like the best information right away? Like you don't have to ever dig to like find out maybe there's some kind of explanation that might not be like the most popular thing. Like, do you think there's a possibility that there's a narrative that makes people money, and so they bury some things because
No,
it's not it doesn't generate profit for the people in control of things? Do you think that's possible?
That's too complicated a question. Do you think
Well,
that
I
you
don't
can
assume. I don't, unlike you guys, which I'm not trying to be like negative when I say this, but I don't automatically assume people have an ulterior motive the moment I ask a question and they give me.
Yeah.
No,
I don't.
Yeah,
I
it
don't
was-
ask
it was
Google what's
ulterior
2 plus. I don't ask Google a math question and then it gives me an answer. Then automatically assume if there's some sort of ulterior motive behind like the actual thing.
Right. Yeah. So that's a straw man because we don't like to do that either. We don't want to assume anything. That's what this is all
But you
about.
do.
We're not assuming anything because assuming, you know what that does. Makes an ass of you and me. You don't ever assume anything, right? You have to check all your sources. You have to question whether it's a mainstream narrative for a reason. You don't just assume it is.
Well, we go by innocent until proven guilty, not whether like a suspect if someone has an ulterior motive automatically.
No, exactly. And that's what you're saying we do, but we don't do that. Like you're just straw manning it. We don't do that.
Well,
But
that's why
you
I think it'd be
are when
better
it
if
comes
we-
down to the specific case.
Am I
correct?
muted?
Hold on, Stack's trying to say
What?
something. Go ahead, Stack.
No, I'm just trying to say walk it back. You've loaded that baked potato up too much. New perspective. Just walk it back and just be like, do you think you can get accurate information from Google on a number of topics? You know what I mean? And it's right. That would be a first question.
Sure. Yeah, you can. You can get accurate
think so?
information for sure. Sure, you can get some accurate information. Like he's talking about math. He's like equating like looking up a math problem and like what we're talking about.
I just
which
use that
doesn't
as an
really-
example. I could apply it for
No,
anything.
but it's a poor example because it's something that you can just like 1 + 1 = 2, and that's
no, it
not
could be
really
like
what
some
you.
quadratic equation. That's why I didn't use a simple one.
Yeah,
Like,
but it doesn't matter.
Well,
If
it
it's an
does.
equation, if it's a math equation, you can find the answer to the way that math works. But that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about interpretations of things. Often, mathematical interpretations are in place of reality. We've found that out, it seems. But we're not assuming anything. I mean, I think you're new here, but that's the whole idea. Is you don't assume anything, but you're assuming that you're going to get your answer and it's going to be probably exactly right because it's the mainstream narrative, right?
Well, just because it's the mainstream narrative doesn't mean it's not true.
No, you're right. You're right. So there's a medium. There's a meeting of the minds there. We have to come somewhere in the middle. All right. It's not one way or the other. I mean, if we're talking absolutes, we're not going to get anywhere. We're not saying it's always going to be the opposite of what the mainstream says, but you have to also assume it's not going to always be what the mainstream says.
Would you hold that logic to the people where you get your sources as well?
What's that?
Would you hold the same exact logic to the places you get your
Absolutely.
sources as well? To the same.
Yeah, I would hope
way?
to. I really hope to. Yeah, for sure. That's the whole point of this. I don't know. Are you new? I don't know if you've been around for a while.
I'm more. I think I'm.
You
just
new to this topic?
you. I think I'm just new to you because I don't. I've been in here for quite a bit now, and we probably just haven't crossed paths yet.
Have you been into this topic, like looking into the the idea of that we're not on a spinning ball? You studied the whole idea and what the other side is saying that doesn't think we're on a spinning ball anymore?
Well,
you understand? Like, can you steel man the flat Earth position at all in any way?
I mean, I can give a basic idea of what I think it is.
Okay, go ahead.
So, from what I can gather, just by listening to the conversations that have been happening here, it's basically we don't trust this particular entity, regardless of what that entity may be, because of XYZ information that they have given, and either A, we don't understand the information that we have at this current moment, and because of that, we're going to deny what they're saying, even though they have a much higher level of intelligence than us. We're going to disregard. I'm just speaking off the top of my mouth. I'm not actually.
No, I know. That sounds like where you're coming from our conversation so far.
Yeah,
you're completely wrong. Would you be willing to like hear why
So
you're
you're-
completely wrong?
So you're not anti-establishment?
Nope.
Oh, so you're for the establishment?
Nope. You see, you're talking in absolutes. Again,
Well, I'm just trying to figure out like what's like.
you're either for or against. You're either completely for or completely against. Is that the way you think?
Well, I would like for you to elaborate so we know on this we don't.
Well, it's about
Not-
checking your information, not assuming anything. Don't be an auto hoaxer or an auto believer, right? You have to take each piece of information and evaluate it and understand why it's what's being said is what's being said. Not just assume it's wrong because it's establishment. Figure out maybe their interpretation of something that actually is real evidence is what's skewing the paradigm believers to think it's a spinning ball. But really, in my opinion, flat Earth, in quotes, because it's not flat, it's a misnomer, right? It's the loss of a belief, right? It's the loss of a belief that you're on a spinning ball. In my opinion, that's all it is. When people lose the idea, lose the belief, because that's where the belief comes in, because reality is like it seems, right? Anybody that was born on this earth without the whole idea of the spinning ball would just assume that it's like it seems, stationary level plane. Their base axioms would tell them that, right? That's what people would assume, right? You'd have to admit that. Can you at least admit, if you had never heard about the spinning ball, you were just like a man born on this earth, you might just think, oh, well, it's stationary and level because that's what I experience.
Well, yeah, obviously, but we don't.
There you go.
But like I can't speak today. Jesus Christ. But I wouldn't just use that as like my first particular answer because reality, as you said, reality isn't exactly as it seems. So like,
not necessarily, but yeah, if it's not like it seems, you'd have to be like very, 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 very good reason to think your reality is the opposite of what it seems, right? And we all assumed there was, but we looked into it and it doesn't seem like it checks out, bro.
Well, it does.
Okay. Okay, well, tell us how it does.
All right. So with a sphere and speaking towards the Earth being a sphere, not the other conversation that we had earlier. But the reason why the Earth is a sphere is because in the northern hemisphere, the sky spins counterclockwise, and in the southern hemisphere, that spins clockwise. Okay. When you take that and I'm just using hemisphere as like a way to like attribute location. Doesn't mean anything in the long term. When you take that observation and you apply it to both a flat plane, it doesn't make sense because in the northern hemisphere, there's a center point to where the sky rotates around. Same thing in the southern hemisphere. There's a center point it rotates around. When you try to apply that to a flat plane in the shape of Earth, in the context of Earth, it falls apart. Are you guys still
think
there?
so?
No,
yeah, we're here.
No, all three of my monitors just blacked out for some reason. I don't know why.
It's all right.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, that's one of the big stickers for a lot of people.
But I'm still. But when you apply this to a sphere, and it could be like any type of sphere, it just seems to work better. The observation still kind of works for like other 3D based objects like a cube, but you lose the ability to smoothly from one continent to another without hurling over like.
You're roboting a little bit. Maybe that's the reason that you cut out for a sec.
Yeah, that's probably what it was. Yeah,
Now you sound okay.
Okay. It mainly, but what parts did I cut out? Like where? Just so I don't want.
Were you saying something about a cube?
Oh, so I was saying like I was saying that like the observation you can get to work with other 3D based objects like a cube or a pyramid, but you run into the issue of like crossing over ridges over the middle of the ocean, which we know that doesn't happen. So like. Basically, what I'm trying to say is that a sphere is basically the only true way to actually be able to see for the Earth to actually work as how we experience it.
Yeah, we all thought that too, and then we did like years of research. I mean, we've been at this since a lot of us since 2015. Me, I was 2017. And none of us wanted to be flat earthers. Did you know that? Like, no one wants to be a flat earther. Like, they have to go through a bunch of shit, like with their family and their friends, and like they don't want to admit it to themselves. Like, all of us were like kicking and screaming, not wanting to think that it wasn't a spinning ball, right? None of us. Can you at least accept that that's the case? Because that's the testimony you'll get from every flat earther in here, I guarantee it.
Well, I would argue that they weren't thinking about it properly enough in the sense of
You would assume, or you would think, because otherwise, then you're not thinking about it necessarily all the way through yet, right? It's like either we just haven't thought it through and we must be wrong, or you have some more thinking to do, right? It's one or the other.
Well, it just seems like that one particular observation that I just gave is pretty clear cut and dry. I will admit that observation doesn't give like in the sense of it doesn't give like mathematical ways of actually figuring that out. So like it's a sphere like, oh, you can't measure the curvature, so you can't do this, blah 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 blah. So like it doesn't give you any numbers based, so like you can't use it for like scientific mathematical equations basically. But it does seem pretty clear cut and dry that it is a sphere based off that.
I don't know if it's cut and dry because then you have to experience. You have to include the idea that there are alternative explanations for the southern stars. There's a few of them, and I just posted one graphic that would help. It could have two rotating sets of stars in the sky over a stationary plane. Actually, that's an alternative. And if it is a viable alternative, right? And then we have to go to the next thing. Okay, so if there's two viable alternatives, one is that it's a ball. The other is that there's two sets of stars circling over us, and that in the area we're in, we can only see them go through the celestial equator and then go off in their separate directions. It's not seeable because we're not out far enough to the perimeter to see that these actually go in their own 360-degree circles and then rejoin through the celestial equator and then go off in the other direction again. That's a possibility. The other one is the azimuthal equidistant perception that we all have. We all see in a certain distance, and we have anti-crepuscular and crepuscular rays for the sun, and it could be a similar thing with the stars and the sky in general. Everything we see is possibly working like that. That's another viable alternative. So if let's just say that those are viable alternatives to what you're saying, right? Then we have to go to the next thing. Then our experience might be something that should also go along with that. Now you're going to say mathematically we shouldn't feel the Earth spin, but that's a scaling fallacy in my opinion, right? Regardless, the fact that we experience this realm as stationary and level is a huge factor. It's a huge factor, at least for us. It may not be for you, but it is a huge factor, I would say, objectively. And the threshold that you think of us not feeling it, I would double check that, man, because they give you the example of just going on like a station on a plane in one linear direction as an example that you could be going in several different directions at multiple different speeds. Don't you think that's kind of an extreme parallel there? Like, just one direction on a plane at a consistent rate is really good enough for you to think that you could be going in multiple directions at what adds up to millions of miles per hour? Is that good enough for you?
Well, I didn't bring any of that up, so going.
No, I'm just saying there's like other things that, like, if there are two viable alternatives to the stars, right? If there was 3 or 4, and there doesn't necessarily have to be a ball because of that, then we have to go to some of these other factors. Okay, so we're weighing it all out, right? Okay, well, if there's a viable alternative explanation, then maybe it's stationary and level, just like it seems. That would be, pretty strong indication that might be the case. Yeah.
Here's my question. So it's not really my question. Has anyone ever done any scientific experiments related to the stars being able to do the very things that you're claiming it to be, or are you just like giving?
What do you mean scientific experiments? What scientific experiments that does the ball do? What scientific experiments?
No, I'm asking you, like with the specific star situation that I'm asking about. You're saying like I said this is why the Earth is a sphere because of these star rotations. And you said that there could be a multitude of possible explanations as to why that's happening. Have you actually had one that proves what you're talking about?
Oh, well, you don't have one that proves what you're talking about to begin with.
I do.
But there's viable explanation. You have an explanation, and then there's
Yeah,
there's
because
other
the Earth's a
viable
sphere.
explanations.
Or just like
Yeah,
let
but
me
wait.
cut in when I want to cut in sometimes.
Go ahead, Snack.
No, I'm good. You're past it. Yeah. But next time, if I've just got some bullshit to say for a second, it's only gonna be for a second.
Oh, please do. I didn't know that you
No.
were trying to. My bad.
You didn't hear me? Okay.
Yep.
Yeah. So, fuck. No, I can't. I know. I think we've missed the point.
Please go back. Whatever it was, we were talking about experiencing, or he was saying there's scientific proof that we're
stop.
at a ball.
Stop. You want me to?
All right. I'm going to mute.
So, hey, Alex, what's going on? You familiar with like electricity?
Are you asking me if I'm aware of electricity, Andy? Electricity?
Right. Okay. All right. So like we could set up like a little an experiment here, right? You're saying like that because there are two different countering rotations that this comports with the sphere.
Specifically that when you take the observation that we see on Earth and apply it to various shapes, it works best on a sphere. That's in that specific context.
Okay. Well, right. So the this is so much harder now. Right. Sometimes when something's right in the context of it, it's a lot easier. I don't have to replay all the shit to get you right back to there. But I guess I'll just state it because it's easier this way. But if you have a magnetic field and you have like two opposite polarities, right, and you were to like put them in something like a little tub of water with some with a magnet on the bottom, got the magnetic field working. The electric, if you take positive and negative, what they'll do is they'll form like kind of a sort of a coaxial circuit, if you like that these two things will move in counter opposition, that they will turn at the opposite rotations. Does that make sense to you? Like they'll each create their own little eddies. It's called eddy, like an eddy, sort of like it goes around. Some people want to say vortexes. I'm trying not to, but
there's some visuals I just put in the live stream that go along with what Snack's talking about.
Some people refer to this as like electric Coriolis. Some people refer to that as, right? But
you could
like,
just
we could just understand
Coriolis effect in this context. You don't have to
right.
be
Well,
electrical or not.
Well, then I don't know. Then coaxial circuit will have to do for you if I can't say electric Coriolis. Okay.
I know. I'm saying you can. I'm just saying like it just seems redundant. You can just call it a regular Coriolis.
Well, Coriolis is determined from like the rotation of a ball, which is different than what I'm talking about. There's no rotation going on. Actually, everything's still, but it's just because of the polarities, things will move in opposition to each other. So you would naturally have the same kind of situation. And the only thing that you could compare it to would be a ball, but it also can work if it's working on a planar surface. It would work this way too. So I just wanted to throw that in there as a possibility of a one that we didn't examine, one that New Perspective didn't mention, but that probably you might have also thought about. Would you consider what I just said as having any kind of weight as far as like understanding how the sky moves?
I mean, I could see like how you could think like that would work, but my only issue with it is that it just seems like it's a sidestep away from the actual issue at hand here. That's all. It's just like, oh, like here's the explanation of why this is happening. Therefore, Earth is flat. Like, and even then, that's just based on possibility. Like, I'm just looking.
I don't.
That's just how I'm viewing it from this.
I found this information is itself not connected to anything that I found that was flat Earth. It's just like somebody's demonstration, which would be science, about this, and they described it as electric Coriolis. But we also have corroborating evidence that there are different. Are you familiar with oceanic gyre? Do you know what that is? Big whirlpools.
What?
They're big whirlpools in the ocean. Do you know about that?
I mean, are you talking about like currents or like are you talking about like actual whirlpools forming in the ocean?
They're like they're called oceanic gyres. JYR or GYRE. You can look them up. They'll also kind of comport with this very same. I don't know what you can call it, but the same rotations are going on. They're in the north they're spinning one way, and south of the equator they're spinning the opposite. It's just kind of like, if it works within that paradigm, then I think that there's a viable explanation for the rotation of these fields moving, because there's an amount of energy that's fluxing through everything. This is one way of possibly having an understanding, but it's I don't think since it's capable of being demonstrated. I don't think you can easily just like say that it can't work, or that you can exclusively only have it working on a ball to have these observations. And since the night is not present everywhere in the south, it's only at one locality, and then it kind of moves as the sun moves around. Not everywhere in the south would be experiencing it.
I understand what you're saying. Like, oh, there's like more than one possible explanation, but based off like
That's all I was basically trying to say. Just give you like a framework for what
I can
somebody
understand.
might think. I'm only one person. Everyone's got their own explanations for this. So I'll throw it back to new perspective. If you that's all I really wanted to just interject with.
Yeah.
Then so sorry for interrupting you in your perspective. You guys go on.
Yeah.
If I just have to
No,
do this,
not
make
at
it
all.
quick next time. I'll try to make it quick.
Yeah,
Next time.
no, you're good. You're fine. You're fine.
Okay, buddy.
Yeah, so take a look at all those posts there. I mean, there's alternative explanations, and if you think the one that you're talking about is scientifically proven, that if that were the case, then we wouldn't be here still arguing about this for 7 years, right?
Well, I just find it very odd that the argument came back 7 years ago when it was like I'm not. This is just more like me jabbing at like what you're saying right now, but it
That's
just
fine.
seems like it just seems very like weird that like the argument comes back up after 7 years. Yet people you figured out how this worked thousands of years ago, created star maps based around this, and all this information, and it based the entire world face around this. And yet it
Right.
doesn't really, and it keeps seem to be reinforced it with more evidence backing it up. It just seems very weird that all of a sudden, in 20 like in the early and mid 2010 that it comes back up.
Really crazy, huh? Like, why would that be? And like you would think, I mean, anybody new to this, sounds like you're a little bit new to this. Like you would think,
I have
and
my
we all
theories,
assume too.
but-
Right, but we all assume. I probably agree with some of what you're saying, more so than you might assume. Yeah, I mean, we all thought that. Like, how could this possibly? We all just didn't want to look at it first,
Certainly
right? And we then we kind of like assumed a lot of the things you're assuming, and we just, I looked for like, mainstream debunks of flat Earth right away, and it made me feel like okay for a little bit. Like, okay, all right, okay, that's right. We know this. It's science, right? Convincing myself this couldn't be the case, but something kept nagging at me that didn't sit right with some of the information I was looking into, and then we all kind of dig back into it, and we double check everything, and we become very thorough, and we realize that that actually seems like there's a lot of benefit to the idea that we're on a ball, and the science doesn't really pan out. I mean, literally, you don't even have a working model, but we all assumed we did. Like, the ball isn't even a working model, bro.
Well, here's what I'm just gonna say. I explained to you how the stars worked, and then your response to that, here are some other potential possible explanations to happening. Do you have anything that's like concrete?
Well, you don't have anything concrete. You just explain. It's one explanation versus another explanation.
And it's very solid, though.
Wait, why is yours more solid?
Because it's replicatable. That's why. Is yours?
Oh, you can replicate that? Go ahead and replicate it for us. Show us the replicatable movement of the stars with the ball and everything. Show us how you replicated that, please.
By taking what we see, a center point in the southern hemisphere, in the northern hemisphere, that's rotating clockwise. You apply that to a flat plane. You then observe what happens in the southern hemisphere, record it. If it's clockwise, it belongs on a sphere because it breaks underneath a flat plane of how we observe the Earth. If it spins counterclockwise, then it would be on a flat plane, and then there's no issue. It spins
See, wait a
clockwise
minute.
in the southern hemisphere.
But wait, so you're dead set that you're right, and you're talking to people that obviously we're not dumb, right? You're talking to us here. We're being very rational. We've looked into this like for a long time. You're new to the subject, and you're assuming that you must be right and we must be wrong, and that's natural because otherwise something's crazy right now with this whole thing possibly being the case. That we're actually not on a spinning ball. So it's really hard for you to think that's even a possibility still, because you're new to this. But we were all where you're at. None of us wanted to think it was a possibility, right? So just take that into consideration at this point, at least.
Yeah, I did provide you with something that's replicatable. That's where I derived the idea that well, I didn't even know that that's the way the fields worked.
The main issue, though, is that your thing that you brought up, it requires another force that needs to be taken into account, where the thing that I brought up is something that you could look up at the night sky.
Electromagnetism is something it's endogenous to this environment.
Look at the GIF that Geo just posted in the live stream. It's just 2 electrodes in the water, and it's got these opposite rotating fields there, and it's moving all the stuff in the water. That's a demonstratable effect there, right?
But I'm not denying that that's happening. I'm just like, that implies that there's some sort of like electric coils happening which haven't been observed to be true yet.
Wait, you don't think that there's electromagnetism to the environment we're in? You don't think there's you don't think that that's the case?
To the mass scale, to what the effective you're trying to prove, yes.
We're not trying to prove anything. We're just saying this is an explanation, and you only have an explanation. You haven't proven anything.
Well, the explanation I gave proves that it's a sphere because
your explanation doesn't prove anything.
It does, though.
No, it doesn't. Listen to the words. An explanation is not proof, bro.
You
can't equate those two.
Well,
in this case, for you, it is because otherwise something's really wrong in China right now, right? You can't have that. You have to think of it as proof, but it's just an explanation, bro.
Because I don't think you understand what I'm saying here. The specific explanation that I'm giving you right now is proof for it because it is replicatable. That is
okay. Go ahead. Show us the replication of it. What are you talking about?
Because when you take the center point of the sky rotating counterclockwise, and the observation of the southern hemisphere rotating clockwise, when you take that and you apply it to a flat plane and a sphere, the sphere comes out on top because it is because it's the easiest to replicate. When you try
but show us the replication. Show us that.
It's because I don't have image perms.
Oh, okay. Well, we can give you that. Geo, would you mind giving him image perms? And besides,
sure.
You're talking about replicatable. Geo just posted a GIF there. That shows what we're talking about. That's a demonstratable, replicatable way of showing how it could work if it's not a ball over a flat plane. And so even if you do have something that shows visually how it could work with a ball, it's just 2 explanations. It's not proof of anything.
Well, the issue is that his explanation requires another factor at play here.
What do you mean? What other factor?
Because his factor is implying that there's some sort of electric force happening in the sky. My explanation just looks at what's happening and applying it to a flat plane.
But you have to assume your force too, right? You don't have proof of the force that's making the Earth spin.
What force am I talking about?
Well, but what's making the Earth spin?
I don't know. I never.
Oh well, you don't even have a force then. So you're assuming that there's something that's making it happen without even knowing what it is.
Because I don't know if it's the sky is spinning or if the Earth is spinning based off that information.
Very good. That's where we're all at. We don't know if it's the sky or spinning or us. That there's 2 viable alternatives. It's one or the other, right?
Yeah, I never claimed that the Earth itself was spinning or the sky is spinning. I'm just saying when you look at this information that we have right here, Nothing else. When you apply this information correctly, this is how it turns out.
Well,
Okay,
that's one
Yellow.
way of it turning out. And the other way is you said you don't know if the sky's spinning or if we're spinning, right? So
Yeah,
there's
exactly.
two different ways. It's one or the other. Either the sky's spinning or we're spinning.
But
So that's
either
where
way,
we're at. It's one or the other. You can post images, by the way. Go ahead and put your proof
Okay,
in
yeah.
there.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, let me just get it because it's like I have like specific files organized in the correct way.
Now, just keep in mind that, you know, like a lot of guys come in here thinking, oh, well, this is easy. I got this. These flat earthers, I'm just going to go. They never thought of the most basic things of science. They must have never taken science. We've all been there, bro. I love Stephen Hawking. I loved Stephen Hawking. I used to like highlight every other page of his book. I used to talk about all of the theoretical physics and think that made me feel like I was smart and all these things, and about the wormholes and the space time, the fabric of space time, and it none of that at all is what's going on. It seems so. It's not like we're not up to speed on what you're going to probably post. We've all seen it many times before.
Yeah, I'm just trying to make sure that I have the images in the correct order when I send them in, because like I don't know if you ever had this issue with Discord that like, oh, when you post a bunch of images and it comes out of the incorrect order. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I got you.
Yeah,
no
exactly.
problem.
I'm just making sure that it's in the correct
Take your
order
time.
for
It's all right.
when I'm specifically posting.
You seem like a nice guy. You seem like you're being honest. Like you're new to this, but you know, I'm not trying to be a dick to you. If you feel like nervous at all, don't worry. Just
No, don't worry.
You know, it's
Don't
no
worry.
big
I feel
deal.
comfortable. Don't worry. I feel very comfortable right now. Don't worry.
Okay, good.
Yeah, trust me.
Let me ask you this.
Yeah,
This
okay,
is
there we
what
go.
I'd like to first ask anybody that's new to this. Okay, if it's not, if we don't live on a spinning ball, right? Would you want to know that? Would you want to know, or would you rather assume we are?
Are you asking me specifically or just the group?
Yeah. Would you want to know if it's not a spinning ball? Would you really want to know?
I mean, honestly, probably yeah. I mean, mainly because for one, like, because I used to study cellular biology, so like I'm very well aware with like the science aspect of it, and like because that would be like a very huge major conspiracy I would want to be a part of, or like rather a conspiracy I would much want to see exposed, so that way more people would be educated on the matter.
Yeah, because you'd want the truth to be what people actually go by,
Yeah,
so
exactly.
that
Exactly. Yeah. I was
Right.
originally going to study to be like an Amgen scientist, but I discovered how difficult studying biology is and getting perfect. So that's why I stopped doing that. But yeah.
I don't know if you want to just get into a new perspective. Like, what was your first initial gut reaction to disproving flat Earth before you tried to look it up? Like, was there something you thought like, oh yeah, it must be this, that would totally, that makes that invalid?
Well, it would be like the other, like the fact that there's orbits and planets and all the theories that go along with that, and that it was mostly about like how big the conspiracy would have to be, or how big the deception would be. There's like one of those things that like it's so hard to accept that could be possible, and that the scientists, there's fields. I mean, there's so many different fields of study that are that have to accept that paradigm to even be valid, and then you realize that, oh, okay, wait, so they are studying something, but it's the interpretation of what they're studying that's skewed in just the right way for it to be thought of as a ball spinning in space, even though it's not. It's one of those things. The thing that really hit me though, when I thought that it might not be a spinning ball, I'm like, oh, okay, well then so many things make sense, like the stars position, the black of parallax, like the Milky Way, or not the Milky Way, like the Big Dipper. Those stars, my whole life, and as far as I know, anyone else's life, people I know, they've always been the exact same distance apart from each other, right? And they always go in their same rotation. And my juxtaposition to the stars and their juxtaposition to each other has never changed. And then you find out that the heliocentric explanation for that is that they're so far away, right, that it doesn't matter that we've moved out of our original position in space and time by 12 million miles every single day, 12 million times 365. But it doesn't matter because they're so far away that you don't notice that there's been a change. In fact, there is parallax, and that's how we know how far away they are, because of the slight little smidge of parallax that they could measure with these telescopes back in the day. By the way, on that note, have you ever read or heard of a book called Kings Dethroned?
I'm not.
Check that out. It explains the history of how this happened.
Can I just address like, what you said about the Milky Way and not the Milky
No,
Way?
the
stars,
the Big Dipper.
Big Dipper, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, assuming that's what the explanation that they gave, like, oh, it's so far away, therefore you can't tell that it's moved. That's basically what you said it was.
You can't tell that the positions, their relation to each other or their relation to you has changed, because it's so minuscule compared to the distance away that they are, that you would never really notice.
Yeah, I mean, logically that makes sense to me. I mean, just listening to that, just because it'd be like the equivalent of being in a car ride and staring out the window at a location for a very, very long time. And let's say it's like I'm just giving this as an example, but I'm sure you can envision what I'm talking about. If you're in like a little kid and you're in the car ride and you're staring outside the window, you notice the objects moving past you. The ones that are in closer to you appear to be moving quicker than what they actually are. Like they're moving. Basically, you're moving fast in the sense they're so close to you. They're also moving fast. But if you look past that and you look super far away, and you see like, oh, there's a barn house right there. It appears to be moving at a much slower rate compared to the objects that are moving in front of you. So, to me, that makes perfect sense as to like why, like the big.
No, it does. That does make sense, and that's the thing. Is like a lot of these explanations are based on things that do make sense, right? But the extreme of what it's taken to, it becomes unfathomable. You know, it's like the one linear plane direction. You don't feel that when you're in a plane, right? You could be going 500 miles per hour and you don't notice that you're going that fast. But then they take that small example, which is true, right, and say, oh, well, then you could be going in several different directions in different vectors, different speeds, and it's the same thing as going one linear direction.
Well, I would argue that if you were going in two different directions at the same exact time, even with a plane, a train, or a car, it could be any object, you still wouldn't feel it as well.
Well, that would have to be something you'd experience then, right? Like you'd have to be a big enough circle, that you're going around, and then it's still not the same because there's not going at two different speeds. Like if you got the Earth spinning, right? You got the Earth spinning. What's that?
Like a roundabout in a car.
Yeah, like a roller coaster ride. Like if you're on that roundabout roller coaster ride, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and by the way, that's what NASA astronauts use to like. They
feel the G-force.
Yeah, it's for G-force. Yeah, so that's like something you can do. So.
Well, you don't feel G-force at all, do you?
What do you mean?
You don't feel anything. You don't feel like you're moving whatsoever, right?
Yeah, at this current moment, yeah, because the speed is constant.
Well, that's what you have to accept. That it's several different directions at different speeds. What adds up to millions of miles per hour with the Milky Way moving the whole solar system, right? And then the sun. Do you know how fast the sun supposedly moves? Without looking it up right now, can you tell us how fast does the sun move in your model?
I wouldn't be able to tell you. Only mainly because
Take a
never
guess.
stated.
Take a guess.
I mean, I could, but I don't want to misrepresent it and then be.
Okay, but you know that your model says the sun moves, right?
Yeah, I know. But
Because
like,
a lot
like
of
I
people
said,
assume that the sun doesn't move because we all had that like that solar system thing hanging over our bed when we were kids,
oh yeah,
where all the
it is.
planets move around the sun, and people a lot of times assume that the sun's not really moving, but it's almost like 500,000 miles per hour, they say. So that's like a 500,000 miles per hour. Did you know that? I mean, now you do. That's
Yeah, I knew.
that's pretty fast, I think.
I mean, logically speaking, yeah, it makes sense that the Earth Sun would move because, like, oh, if we're inside the Milky Way galaxy and the galaxy's spinning, like the way that it's shown in diagrams, I was like, oh, then that implies that the Sun is moving as well. To
Hey,
what
SE,
speed?
are you still in here? Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Oh no, yeah, I finished mine.
SE is a guy in here that I like to talk about this. There's like 11 different vectors. So when
Oh,
he
you
adds
mean?
them all up, he's got like a
Oh,
whole
you.
list of the vectors, they say.
Oh, you mean SC Montreal?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I don't think he's here. I think he's AFK because he's
Oh, okay.
unmuted. But
Yeah, he likes to talk about that. I have a GIF that I made, or a meme that I made up for all the different speeds. Since you didn't know the sun supposedly moves at 500,000 miles per hour, I'll put the one thing that I made up that shows the different speeds that they say that we're going. Now they use vector maths to make it seem like one movement, right? And they mathematically you can accept that it's just one consistent motion. I would say that's the scaling fallacy, right? Just because you could be moving in one direction and not feel it at less than the speed of sound, then you could then believe that at the equator you're moving faster than the speed of sound and also moving around the sun 560 or is it 767,000 miles per hour, and then the sun is dragging you along 500,000 miles per hour, and then the Milky Way is also spinning the whole solar system at millions of miles per hour. So I mean, it's a lot of different vectors, and mathematically people are able to say it makes sense to them because of the numbers seem to add up. And well, people that know about this, they would have figured out it's wrong and they would have said something, right?
yeah, well, it also has to be kept in mind that all these numbers are usually over the course of like an entire day. So like, imagine it'd be like saying like, oh, we move at this crazy amount of speed, but like the Earth rotates at this speed for a day over the course of 24 hours. Can you believe how fast that is? But it's like at the same time, apply that speed and then to any other object, and then see if you're going to notice it over the course of that time frame. And then you can just keep expanding it and expanding it and expanding it and expanding it to bigger models and bigger speeds over the course that it's saying it's at. And it's going to be it's not going to be like, what's the correct way of saying this? It's not going to be super noticeable to the point where how you're experiencing it doesn't, you're basically just not going to feel what you're experiencing because it's over the course of a super long period of time.
One day's not super long, but like a lot of times,
I'm just
the one thing that, I know, but I'm saying that once you get into this, like you'll hear like the typical tactical explanation on what we feel on the baller side is deceptive, intentionally, consistently, in that they always want to represent the rotation of Earth. Let's just take that and they'll minimize, they'll attempt to minimalize it, especially with people like you who are trying to stay convinced it's the ball, or at least ready to accept anything they say. Let me just say this: they'll always say that it's 15 degrees an hour or one rotation per day, right? And they'll make it seem like it's not that fast. Or they'll say like, if it would be twice as slow. Have you heard this one? Twice as slow as the hour hand of a clock. You heard that?
Well, it makes sense, but no, that's a new one.
Well, they say that, but then the thing is that if the clock were as big as they say their circumference of the Earth is, the tip of the hour hand would be literally moving at 1,000 miles an hour.
What are you talking about?
Well, you know what the speed of the spin of the Earth is supposedly at the equator? You know the miles per hour spin? What it's supposed to be?
No, what is it?
1,000 miles an hour, about.
How did you come to that conclusion?
That's just the heliocentric model's number. That's what they say. but it works because it's either the sun is going around 24 hours, or we would have to be spinning that fast for everything to work out in the reverse engineered model of the heliocentric belief. Now, think about that. Now, there's also the biggest problem for a lot of us is that then there would be a gradient of speeds as you get up towards the North Pole, right? Because at the North Pole, you're not supposed to be spinning at all. And then at the equator, it's 1,000 miles an hour. Now, think about if you lived at the North Pole your whole life, right? And you've never experienced that spin, right? And you get on a jet airplane that can also fly at 1,000 miles an hour. But let's just say you get on a jet and you go to the equator, right? You get there really fast. Now, all of a sudden, you're spinning at 1,000 miles an hour. You've never experienced that your whole life. Don't you think your body would have like a huge adjustment to that? Like, don't you think that you would notice the spin then? When you were not spinning your whole life, and then all of a sudden you're going 1,000 miles an hour when you get to the equator, wouldn't you think just like, that would be something you would take some adjustment?
No, and the reason
Why not?
is because the main reason why is just because I can't speak at this current moment. It's that even though that the Earth that's just like what it's spinning at this particular location. But you're forgetting the fact that the Earth is spinning like this across the entire plane. It just so happens that when you record it at this, it's going to appear like this on the equator, even though it's still moving in the same direction, the same constant speed regardless if it's the northern hemisphere or the southern hemisphere.
But what he asks is when you move from one location to another, the forces are different upon you. So,
are they though?
Well, they say that you wouldn't be spinning at the North Pole, right? At 0 miles per hour. You live your whole life at 0 miles per hour spinning, and then you just take a jet plane to the equator where you literally would be moving then 1,000 miles per hour compared to not moving at all. Wouldn't you think, just like on a common, just forget that you're defending the model for a second. Just answer me as like a man-to-man kind of like, okay, yeah, that would seem like it would take adjustment, wouldn't you think? Because you would literally be moving at 1,000 miles an hour when you hadn't been moving that fast your whole life. Or you could even be going like 200 miles per hour at a certain latitude your whole life, and then move to the 1,000 miles an hour, and now it's 800 miles per hour faster than you were spinning before. Now, the typical baller answer to that is, well, it would be over a flight that takes a long time to get there, and the plane would then somehow get you to adjust to it by the time you get there or whatever. I mean, you have to you really bend over backwards to defend your model, you'll find, as you get into this conversation more and more. And bro, good luck, man. We haven't had any ballers really be able to defend it. I mean, they lose every single debate. If you pay attention, you'll see that.
We all need to double check what the claim is also, is that your weight changes as well.
But this also just applies back to the logic of what we were saying earlier, news perspective. Yeah, you could be saying, oh yeah, this really doesn't make sense when you actually think about it. But at the same time, remember what we were talking about earlier with if we were just average people and we didn't know what we were talking about right now, we wouldn't assume the shape of the Earth at all.
Yeah, we would just assume it's like it seems. Yeah, we would just assume it's stationary and level, right?
Yeah, it's the same logic. So,
what do you mean?
So you know how you said oh, this information when you look at it at face value doesn't make sense at all, but when you actually think about it, it actually starts to make more sense as you start actually going through the process of understanding it. It's
but that example was to point out that we would assume that everything is as it seems, as a basis of where to start to figure where we are, right? If you're figuring out where you are, you're in a house. Say you just woke up and you have amnesia. You're like, okay, I got to figure out where I am. Okay, I'm in a house. I got 4 walls. You wouldn't even start to think, okay, I might be actually upside down relative to right side up on a daily basis and not even notice it.
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
That wouldn't even be within your consideration. Yeah, you wouldn't think about it. None of us think about it, right? Your whole life, you never thought about, oh, I'm spinning right now, and where I was earlier today is 12 million miles away from where I was yesterday in space and time, and I'm upside down, and I'm at this angle, and I'm breathing air that people in Miami were breathing because You know, like none of that. It's like none of that is what we think about. We never literalize it our whole lives. But you'd think that if we were actually, I mean, the claim is miraculous, right? But you have to admit, the ball model claims are miraculous. Like you'd be spinning in all these different directions, going millions of miles per hour. You're on a ball. People are hanging upside down, even though it feels the same as being right side up. You can't tell the difference. I mean, the claims are extreme. You have to admit that, right?
I mean, they're extreme in the sense of like anything that you could possibly claim. Like it's just the fact that
extreme.
It's just the fact that this has been backed up with thousands upon thousands of research documents over the course of thousands of years, constantly.
We thought so too, but that doesn't seem to be the case, bro. We assumed that too. We all thought, oh, yeah, it must be backed up. There must be tons of evidence. There must be tons of provable things that I could just bust out anytime and show. Well, let's show us the proof, man. It's all just explanations.
Well, I showed you
one explanation. One explanation is not any explanation is not necessarily proof, bro.
Well, then I could just say like everything that you're talking about right now about explanations to why. Oh, that's not proof because I'll tell you X, Y, Z. The thing that I explained to you earlier.
True, I'm not saying anything I say is proof. Yeah, anything I'm saying is not proof either.
Okay, then.
Yeah, I'm not trying to say I can prove it, but if we were just being common sense people, you know, that's what I like to say about this whole thing from the start. Actually, that this is a war between common sense and consensus. And if consensus isn't including any common sense, then there's a problem. Wouldn't you imagine? Wouldn't you say? The consensus should have like a lot of common sense involved, right?
Well, I would also argue that they overlap with each other as well.
You would hope, but it doesn't seem to be the case often enough. Is our argument?
Okay, okay. I'm just trying to figure out where to go from this conversation, just to tell you.
Well, okay. Well, it's just what you'll find when you get into this is that it actually the scientific in quotes proof that you think is there isn't necessarily actually the shape of the Earth isn't even a scientific question, right? Because it's not something that you can prove. It's not. You can't use the scientific method because you can't vary any of the elements, right? You can't stop the spin of the Earth to prove that it spins. You can't suspend gravity to prove that that's real. I mean, there's so many things. Following the scientific method's really not a way of going about this. But
was the thing that
there's a lot of research. Have you done any kind of looking into, like, did you watch Eric Dubé's 200 Proofs yet, or any of that yet? That's like one of the ones that people watch right away, and then they have to go and listen to the ballers' explanations for some of them.
Well, but disregarding that whole thing about Eric Dubé, just because he's another can of worms that's just going to diverge into another thing that will lead somewhere else.
Have you heard any of the debates that Whitsit's had?
I have heard of them, and they seem like dumpster fires every time.
Yeah, the ballers just get crushed and embarrassed.
No, he just deflects every single time. That's just from me.
Okay, but have you watched any of them? Have you actually watched them? You said you heard of them.
When I mean heard, I mean like I hop in VCs and hop on mute. That's what I mean by heard.
Oh, okay. So you have listened to him.
Yeah, I have listened to them, and he just seems every single time he hops in, he just deflects every single time.
Deflects by like give one example.
Well, so one example I could give was just that he would always divert the situation. Like when a Glober gives a point, he would always divert it away to being, oh, that's a fallacy. And then the debate becomes all about the fallacies. That's just an example to give.
But do you know?
Are you familiar with the fallacies and why he was saying it would be a fallacy?
I understand. Changed. I could understand how someone who doesn't know how to handle the point being brought up would think it as a fallacy, but he doesn't really seem to care about that. But
a lot of straw manning goes on. You know what a straw man is?
I'm very well aware of what a straw man is.
Yeah. Okay. So what are some of the fallacies that he's called out that you didn't think were fallacies?
That's that specific one.
The straw man fallacy? When you represent the other person's position poorly to make them seem like they're wrong when that's not even anything they said?
Yeah.
Okay, well, if there was some specific examples on a certain topic, it'd be easier to like follow what you're saying. But we don't have to talk about Whitson. I just wondered if there's like other research that you've done or other things that you've looked at for the other side, and have you found any reasonable position on the it's not a spinning ball side? Is there anything that you come upon that makes you think twice yet?
No. No, nothing really. No, not yet. Nothing really.
What about the idea that you're 24/7? Your experience would tell you that you're on a stationary plane, right? You would think that if you didn't believe you're on a ball. That's pretty
Yeah.
strong, right? That's a pretty strong like,
That's almost
Didn't that
like
make you say,
Occam's
hmm?
razor.
Yeah.
Well, it's more the fact that you wouldn't that specific that specific line of thought is just based on the everyday man. Like the average day person's not going to give a crap about if the Earth's a flat or a sphere. You want to know why? It mainly has to do with the fact that he's still going to be farming up his crops. He's still going to be going to the office from 9 to 5. He's still going to be at the construction site from 7 to 5 to 3. The kids are still going to go to school from 9 to whatever time kids go.
Do you think that's the same experience the kids have too?
To a lesser extent, yeah.
Do you think that there's any person on Earth that has a different experience? Like base assumption, straight out of the womb?
No, but then again, I wouldn't use an infant as to base off of it because he's.
I mean, I don't know. I know.
Think
you just contradicted yourself slightly. I mean, you kind of just said, "Oh, well, the everyday man," but it's kind of just everybody.
Yeah, but like if you're someone who actually goes and actually studies this stuff and does tests based around this, then yeah.
Well, the people who study this stuff, they've admitted that they could be just as wrong, but they believe that it's this.
Well,
so
it's
they don't necessarily know just as much as anybody who doesn't know their scientific facts and theories and all that shit.
But yet all their scientific theories and experiments check out when applied in reality.
Like what?
Like nuclear bombs, for one example, just to give, like when they were testing the first atomic bomb, one potential theory that came out was that this is the blast radius of what's going to happen when we use a nuclear bomb. You
don't think that could be figured out without a globe?
Yeah, it could. I'm speaking in general terms of scientific reasoning and all that stuff. But I'm not speaking towards like the globe theory and based off that alone. I'm just like going through like the actual scientific process of it, which can be applied to any field typically. But like specifically with the globe, in order to chart, in order to figure out like what the most effective way to travel is, you need to know what you're on first before you can actually make those judgment calls. They wouldn't have been able to make the judgment calls that they had if the Earth was a flat stationary plane, because we would get completely different calculations, or the calculations would be the same, but the observations we see would be also different. So one of the things that's got to go: the observations have to be the same, or the calculations have to be different. Does anything what I say have to make sense at all?
Well, I don't know if you mentioned airplanes there. Were you just mentioning airplanes?
I was mentioning from modes of transportation for travel, not specifically airplanes.
Well, do you know anything about like the whole idea of how the airplanes fly over a spinning ball? Have you heard that argument yet?
Like from globers or from flat earthers? Like what do you mean?
Well, that the globe side has to admit, because this is what pilots are told, they just treat the Earth as stationary and level, right? And all the flight simulators simulate a stationary and level Earth, right? So they're training the pilots how to fly over a stationary and level Earth. Now, how could that be if it's a spinning ball?
Because when you're flying a plane, the curvature a plane attempts to maintain a certain level altitude, and the altitude conforms to the shape of the Earth.
Well, even if that were true, what about the spin?
because objects are retaining the momentum that they're gained from flying off of the Earth, not flying off of the Earth, being on within Earth's atmosphere.
Conservation of momentum, right? But then if you
conservation
have
momentum.
right, but then there's a gradient of tangential velocities. Did you know that? Like, of course you knew that, right? So if you start at 500 miles per hour, and then you fly to the equator, now you have to be going eastward 500 miles more per hour, but you didn't conserve that momentum. How do you get more momentum sideways when you're headed south?
What directions are we going in? So I don't misrepresent.
Say if you're starting at 500 miles per hour in northern latitude, and then you go to the equator, where you have to be spinning now eastward tangentially at 1,000 miles an hour rather than 500, but you only conserved 500. So how did you gain the extra 500 to be spinning in perfect sync with the Earth so that you could continue to treat it as stationary level?
Because the Earth's rotational axis allows you to travel down south at a quicker rate due to it being at an angle.
That's not the explanation that the ballers are kind of mixed up on their, or they have multiple ways of justifying that this could possibly work, but they don't check out.
With all due respect, when I say this, I don't really care what other globers who come in here have to say.
Well, I know, but you might want to know what their explanations are because it's not the one you're giving. And then, I mean, the axis of rotation is making it move faster. Is that what you said?
It's not necessarily that it's making it move faster. It's more of that your destination is closer, if that makes sense.
No, that doesn't make sense. Why would your destination be closer?
Okay, so let's say your destination was from New York City to what's a city in Chile? There's a city in Chile. I forget what the name of it is. Hold on.
Santiago?
Yeah, Santiago. So let's say you're going from New York to Santiago. If the Earth is at a slight angle, which is what the globe model says, and it makes sense to me, but that's another debate. When you travel down south, you're gonna get down to that specific location at a quicker rate if it was just a completely perfect spinning top of a ball, basically.
I mean, these are things I think that you're guessing at, just assuming that it makes sense, but those aren't really explanations.
It is an actual thing because because it's the
what's an actual thing
possible, because pilots use the shortest way to travel as a way to get.
Oh, you're talking about great circle routes.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So your specific situation is circle routes, basically. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
A great circle route, yeah. But we're talking about how the plane could be in sync with the spinning Earth if the Earth's spinning faster and faster as it goes towards the equator. How does the plane spin faster and faster with the Earth? And I can tell you, even though you don't care about other ballers' explanations, a lot of them will say that it's just the atmosphere that carries the plane and moves it automatically, with the Earth's spin, right? The atmosphere is just carrying the plane sideways as it goes south. And you don't have to even think about it. We have a pilot in here, his name's Left Lane. He says he never has to worry about the curvature, never has to worry about Coriolis. Just flies like it's stationary level, and he assumes that the atmosphere carries him along in perfect sync with the Earth, right? And he thinks that's the case, right? Other ballers will say, well, that's true. You are going to have to, incrementally bank eastward to catch up and be in sync, and they would be 0.001 over a certain distance of miles, and then gradually you'd have to actually somehow, increase your momentum to gain the 500 mile per hour needed tangential velocity. But then the problem is we have these jet streams that supposedly go 200 miles per hour faster than the spin of the Earth. So how do you figure that you go into the jet stream and you're moving 200 miles per hour faster than the spin, and then you jump out of the jet stream, and all of a sudden you're in sync with the Earth again, and you can just treat it as stationary? Doesn't that kind of make you go,
No, not really. It makes.
Why not? How does the plane automatically return to being in sync with the Earth and treat it as stationary when it was going 200 miles per hour faster at one point. Well, why? How could that be? How do you explain that?
Well, I'm not prepared to argue about this, so that's the
Well,
only
then why
thing.
doesn't it make you go, I should prepare to argue about this rather than say, no, it makes perfect sense, even though I don't know why it makes sense?
Well, it's more of the fact that, so it just comes based on the fact of how I understand how objects work.
Okay,
When
then explain it to us. You should actually know then, right? Explain it to us. How does it stay in sync with the Earth? How does the plane stay eastward in the same exact tangential velocity when it never had the exact same tangential velocity from where it started? It would have to gain more eastward momentum. How does it do that?
it would do so for multiple reasons. One, the reason I gave earlier. Two,
what's the reason you gave earlier?
It was
Reiterate.
the circle plane for the circle routes, basically.
But that doesn't have anything to do with the spin. That's just the direction it goes. It has nothing to do with the spin of the Earth.
Yeah, but do you disagree that the direction of where something goes is going to affect it? I mean, you and argue.
I'm disagreeing with the fact that it's going to affect where it goes, but I mean, the Great Circle Route is just the shortest distance between 2 points, and actually, there's a whole nother argument there. You know, it actually just flies straight to the destination. You know, and that's a problem too, because by the time you got to that destination, it's going to be east of you by, several hundred miles, depending on how long your flight is. Like, say you're taking off from New York, right? And you're going to Florida, right? Now, Florida's moving faster on the ball model, right? Florida's going to be moving at a faster speed than New York. You understand that, right? Because it's closer to the equator and it's a bigger circle. Like, think about like a racetrack, right? You know how they start the guys off at they taper the starting points because the guy on the inside has a shorter distance to run. So they have to taper it. So, because the guy on the outside is going to have to run a lot faster to go around the circle in the same amount of time as the guy on the inside, right? That's why the equator's fastest and the North Pole is 0. So it tapers out. You understand that? That's your model. It requires different speeds for different latitudes. You get that? So if you're starting off in New York, you're saying that the plane's automatically moving with the Earth because it took off at that speed, right? But then it's flying to Florida, and Florida's moving faster than where it took off from, right? Get that? Now let's just say that it just didn't even go along with the ground path, using a star as a reference point. Let's just say it could fly in an exact direct south route, right? And it didn't try to correct for Coriolis or winds or anything. It just went south. Dead reckoning. You know what dead reckoning is, right?
Yeah,
in your model, by the time it got to where Florida's going to be east of it by a few hundred miles because the ball Earth has moved, and the pilot made sure that he wasn't moving with the Earth at all. He was just going directly south from where he started. Dead reckoning. Right? So Florida's going to be eastward of him. You get that? That's what they call that's the displacement. That's what the Coriolis effect is about, right? Because if you just went south, like you know about the Coriolis effect of like the bullets. If you're shooting a bullet from the equator, and then you're shooting it into an area that's moving slower northward, then there's going to be a deflection, right? Because of the different tangential speeds of the ground. You get that?
I mean, kind of, and not really at the same time.
It's something you really have to look into because it's one of those things that really, is hard to explain on your side because every projectile, anything in the air, they have to claim would experience a Coriolis effect because there's a different speed from where the bullet took off from to where it's going to land, right? Where the bullet is flying into is a slower atmosphere / Earth than the place that it was shot from. Because it's 1,000 miles at the equator, and then it's shooting, like say it could shoot the bullet all the way up to like the North Pole. Well, by the time it got to the North Pole, the Earth is spun, right? And it's going to make this apparent curvature from like if you're looking at it from space, the bullet would be, apparently going in one direction or another. But because the Earth has moved independently out from under the bullet. You get it? Because once it's in the air, that you're not connected to the Earth any longer, and there's a separate reference frame.
Okay.
You get that? You know about inertial and non-inertial reference frames?
Yeah, I know, but yeah, I remember those. Yeah.
But the ballers have to say that it's the same reference frame, but also a different reference frame. It's a big contradiction on your side of the argument.
Is it though?
Well, yeah, it can't be both, right?
Why can't it be both?
Because if you either have two reference frames or one reference frame.
Why can't it be both?
There's a difference between two and one, right?
So you are aware that there can be reference frames within reference frames, right?
Sure.
Why can't it be that?
Well, but if it's in the same reference frame, then there'd be no second reference.
No, I'm talking about a reference frame within it. So like, that's what I mean by two.
Yeah, but that doesn't exclude
exclude
the idea that there's two reference frames. It's either one or two.
That seems kind of absolute, my friend.
You could have two reference frame within a bigger reference frame, I guess. You have to think about it like that. But
yeah,
the
that's
fact
what
is
I'm talking
that the Coriolis effect requires two reference frames, right?
Okay. And are you going from one reference frame to another one from one side to the other, or is it one halfway in between the middle of it and then straight into one, or is it
No,
one
it's
going?
just the fact. It's just the argument's over right there. If you have two reference frames, you have a Coriolis effect. That means that the Earth is moving independently of the plane. It's moving out from underneath the plane, and the plane's not connected to the Earth any longer. So it's not in sync with the Earth automatically, the way you would have to assume. So the pilots could be trained on a simulation that is just like it's stationary and level, right? Doesn't that make you go, how could the pilot be trained on a completely stationary and level Earth? But then when it gets in the air, it's no longer attached to the Earth, so it's in a different reference frame, and the Earth is moving and spinning at a different tangential velocity than the plane would be. Wouldn't they have to train the pilots to deal with that?
Supposedly, yeah. I mean, do they have math for this, or are they just kind of flip sides and say it moves and then it doesn't move depending on?
Well, like aircraft carrier pilots, they have to be specially trained because the platform they're landing on might be slightly drifting. And that
Right.
takes a very, very special training, right? So think about it, bro. If they're landing and they're just a little bit out of sync with the runway, when they're landing on a north-facing runway and they're headed south, and the runway is moving at a different tangential velocity eastward, and the plane didn't have the same exact momentum, the wheels would break off. It'd have to be in perfect sync to treat it as stationary, and the Coriolis effect automatically requires that it's not in perfect sync. So that one, you might assume there's an answer to that. You'll probably have some ballers DMing you saying that I'm
No, I
being
don't.
ridiculous. Right?
No, I
But
actually
look into it, man. This one's got to make you go,
Well, it is, but like I just Googled it, and it's according to what is this nationalgeographic.org.
Google. Oh, I didn't think to Google it myself. If I had done that, I would never have this argument. I got ChatGPT to go ahead.
Well, I'm just looking at it for just like all right, let's see what we have here. The weather impacting fast-moving objects such as planes due to the Coriolis effect, the directions of prevailing winds. Coriolis effect, and pilots must take that into account when charting flight paths over long distance. Okay, so they do. Okay.
Well, we got a pilot in here. His name's Left Lane. He never worries about Coriolis.
Does he travel?
Pilots are sure. You would have to worry about it no matter what distance it is, because the Earth. I mean, if you have to deal with a spinning Earth, you have to make sure that you're landing on a surface that is completely. I mean, you've been on planes, right? You've seen the runway out the window, like way ahead. Does the Earth ever seem like it's moving at all underneath your plane? Ever? I'm not talking about the plane moving side to side and that making the illusion of the Earth moving. I'm talking about a consistent 15-degree rotation of the Earth below you that the plane would then have to be moving sideways to be in sync with.
I mean, no, but
anything like that ever seem like you're experiencing a plane?
No,
You see the
but-
runway ahead, and it's just a stationary runway, and relative to the plane's motion, the runway's stationary.
No, but like I said, that goes back to the conversation we had earlier. But but it's just
This is like actually something you can observe and experience. Like that runway. I mean, you're starting with a different conserved momentum. You're heading into an area that's got a faster speed than you started with. How can you assume that the plane's in sync with the Earth?
Yeah, I'm just currently reading up on this pilots taking into account the Coriolis effect.
Yeah, they'll say it's like they always try to say it's lost in the winds, right? It mixes it. The wind speeds would be so much more drastic than what they would have to worry about with Coriolis. No, that's what the usually you'll get an explanation like that.
No, it's just saying that they do have to correct for it.
Yeah, but then the flight simulators you think would be training them to do that, right?
Well, the expert pilots here just say it works itself out when you're in the air. That's what they just say, and that's just in this room. That's what they say. Negligible or some shit.
Yeah, be minuscule. Be lost in the winds, hidden in the winds.
Yeah,
Coriolis
just
hidden
the
in
bullshit's
winds.
lost in the winds.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm this one by what is this? That one's by Wikipedia, which I don't know. What source did they get this thing from? Yeah, this one says that they need that the Coriolis effect is a concern for pilots where it can cause extreme disorientation. This happens as pilots accelerate their craft and also need to check their instruments, which involves moving their heads. This is particularly dangerous for an airborne pilot because it can give the feeling that they are pitching, yawning, and rolling simultaneously in extreme situations that can cause the pilot to lose control of their aircraft. Sources, according to this, it says sources 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, and 14. American Institute of Aeronautics and Astronautics is where number 9 was from. I don't even know how you pronounce that one, but it gives its IS. Oh, that's from a book. Okay. Thomas Barrett, The Vertigo of Its Multisensory Syndromes by Thomas Barrett. Its ISB number. American Institute of Aeronautics and Astronautics. Yep, with its ISBN number. Okay, so it does. So they do account for it.
That's interesting. How do they do that?
By checking their instruments to see they're off course or not.
Of course, relative to what?
Relative to the location they're pointing at and when they take off and what's happening outside the aircraft with the Coriolis effect.
So what's the indicator in the cockpit that tells them how fast the Earth is moving?
Well, to my knowledge, I don't think it's how fast the Earth is moving. It's the Coriolis effect itself.
Well, it would have to be the comparing how fast the Earth is moving, right, at the destination they're headed for. They'd have to know how fast that Earth is moving there, so that when they get there, they could treat the runway as stationary. That would be something they would have to have a reading on, right?
That's not annoying at all.
What, the keyboard clicking?
Wait a minute, my paradigm's breaking.
Yeah, I know. I'm just looking this up as I'm going along. I'm not taking this.
Let me just ask you this, like hypothetically, if the plane wasn't in sync with the Earth when it landed, that'd be a problem, right? It'd have to almost like it would have to be so in sync that the ground would seem completely stationary when it lands on it, right? That would have to be the effect that you're looking for. Whatever corrections it has to make, the pilot would have to make sure that the plane is so in sync with the Earth that it just seems like it's landing on a stationary runway, right?
Yeah, I'd imagine so. But
Otherwise, there'd be a problem. You can admit that there'd be a big problem.
all right. Yeah, I'm just looking at some of the instruments that pilots use now in their airplane. This is like such a tangent from what we were originally talking
Well, I was
about.
just going to say that it's you know, where its destination is.
Airspeed indicator, altitude indicator, altimeter, turn coordinator, heading indicator, vertical speed indicator, directional gyro indicator. Like, yeah, there's a multitude of
you know how like when a plane like has like crosswind to deal with when it's landing and it's like, you know, it has to like straighten itself out. That could be a little bit dangerous, right? As a crosswind, right? And it has to like make sure it's even with the runway. Now think about if the Earth were moving on top of that, like if it had to deal with like the 15-degree rotation to keep up with, as well as a crosswind. Now the ballers will say it's the same thing. Don't worry about it. It's just like a crosswind. It's not the same thing. The Earth are moving 15 degrees an hour, and it was moving at a faster speed than where you took off from. There'd be a lot of adjustments to make, and I don't think you could do it because planes aren't made to accelerate sideways, right? If you're headed south, it means that the plane would have to accelerate sideways, eastward, to keep up with the Earth. And then it could go into a jet stream and go 200 miles per hour faster and then jump out. How is it going to be in sync with the Earth then? Like I asked you. It would have to be so in sync. It would have to be so perfectly in sync that it would just treat the Earth as stationary. But the atmosphere can't even be claimed to be in perfect sync. They can't even claim lockstep atmosphere because we have fluid dynamics, and that's just undeniable, right? No baller will deny that there's fluid dynamics. Plus, think about this: just like with the racetrack, the outer circle has to go faster than the inner circle, right? So when you go up higher, right, you're going to have to even go faster to be in sync with the Earth because it's a greater circle than the ground. The ground would be a smaller circle than the altitude that the plane gets, which would be a greater circle. So it would have to move faster to keep up with the Earth sideways, which planes aren't even designed to do. So there's a lot of problems there, man. I mean, it's actually impossible. But look for a way of justifying it. How is it that the plane treats?
You don't understand it, or there's
No, I'm explaining it to you. Why would you think I don't understand it?
Respond, though.
Well, you don't.
Respond, though. Yeah, let him respond.
All right, go ahead. Yeah, he just asked me if I don't understand it, but how would that be the case?
I'm asking. Well, you're just saying that because for one, it just seems like, oh, well, this doesn't make sense, and now my mind can't handle it. Therefore, it would just understand this quickly. That therefore, it's a flat Earth. Is that what you're saying?
Is that what it sounds like to you?
Wow.
That's what it sounds like to me. Just
well, how about could you repeat what he was saying, just to make sure we're all on the same page?
Yes. You know, it's called steel man.
Yeah, we could use some help here. Maybe you should, tell us what we're arguing in the best case scenario.
He is saying that hold on, let me adjust it. He is saying that there's too many factors at play in accordance with landing an airplane from one location in the northern hemisphere down at the equator, that it's impossible for the Earth to be a sphere based off that. Am I incorrect in saying that?
Well, no, I didn't say that it's impossible for it. I said that it would seem impossible for a plane to be in perfect sync with the Earth when it's moving from a lower speed to a higher speed eastward, when planes aren't designed to move sideways, to accelerate sideways. They would have to pick up sideways momentum to be in sync with the Earth, because we all know that the plane treats the Earth as if it's stationary when it lands. We agree on that, right? So for that to be the case, how does the plane adjust to be at a higher speed sideways, eastward, when it gets to its destination, when it didn't have that conserved momentum to begin with?
Do you think I'm just asking this, do you think airplane pilots are incapable of performing such duteous tasks?
No, it's not about that. That's another straw man. It's just that they're not trained. They're not trained to do any of those adjustments, as far as
But they
as
are.
far as we can find out.
Putting it simply, you agree at the equator it's 1,000 miles an hour, right?
Yeah, I'm not denying that. No.
All right,
No
and
one's
then
denying
at the North Pole it's 0, right?
Yeah, no one's denying that.
Yeah. So what he's asking, if you're at the equator going 1,000, flying north to the North Pole, when do you go from 1,000 down to 0? When do you make that change of speed?
When you're
the other direction.
As you're observing
Or
as you're observing the instruments inside your cockpit as the pilot.
But it's an actual change in speed, though. So when is it slowing down, or when is it speeding up when it goes from the North Pole to the equator? When is it doing that speed change?
I don't know
And
because I'm not
what's
charting
the indicator?
I'm not charting.
Well, you said in the cockpit, right? You would look at the indicator. So what's the indicator that's telling them how fast the Earth is moving compared to how fast the plane is moving sideways?
I mean,
essentially.
I don't know what the specific thing is, but but judging by how many instruments that they use in order to calculate it, that one of them is the one that we mentioned.
There you go. So you should be able to find that. We looked for it. We couldn't find anything that says, okay, so you're headed to a destination that's moving 1,000 miles an hour, but you're starting out at 500 miles eastward, 500 miles per hour tangentially, right? So this is how much tangential velocity you're going to have to pick up, and here's how you read it and make sure that you're in sync with the Earth. There is no indicator as far as we can tell, but go ahead and try to find it.
Yeah, I'm just looking at them right now. Just airspeed indicator, altitude indicator, altimeter turn coordinator, heading indicator, vertical speed coordinator. I'd imagine you would use a combination of the airspeed indicator, altitude indicator, vertical speed indicator, and heading indicator. Those are the four that I would. Being the numbskull that I am, and that I'm not a professional pilot, those are the ones that I would locate at.
Well, if we had a pilot in here that's saying he doesn't have to worry about Coriolis, the spin of the Earth, the curve of the Earth, he just treats it as if it's stationary. And if you find out that all flight simulators actually do train their pilots to fly over what they treat as a completely stationary level Earth, then there has to be something wrong, right? There has to be some kind of training that we're missing, where they actually have to make sure that the plane's picking up speed eastward as it goes towards the equator. Right? Find the training where these pilots are shown how to do that, right? And then ask Lefley when he gets in there why he's not trained how to do that.
Or there's a potential reason as to why they're not trained to perform that certain way.
What would be the reason?
Because the Earth isn't moving. Because the Earth is at rest, stationary.
Could be that. That's a good reason. Yeah, that would be one of the major things I would guess at.
You don't have to adjust for something that isn't there.
Right.
Movement of the Earth.
That would be the most likely reason. Yeah.
But like you were saying, like the Velcro atmosphere, they try to kind of say that. What do they call it? It's in the winds. The
hidden in the winds. Hidden in the winds.
Yeah, that's it. Hidden in the winds.
Coriolis hidden in the winds.
Yeah.
So what's the?
Yeah, that's hilarious.
What's your guys' flat Earth answer to the question? Like, if the sun is above, here's the question: if the sun is above China, why don't I see the sun right now on this on your pizza Earth? Is what I got asked the question. I was wondering what you guys thought about.
Are you playing baller?
No, I mean, no. I got this question. The guy was like extremely drunk, was on another server, and just irritating. So I didn't even like answer any of his questions. That was his question, and
It's fine,
I was
dude.
just thinking, like,
If you're underneath, if you're in the ocean, and you're trying to see around you, how far can you see?
Like it depends, but like if you're in really brackish water, it could be only like fucking 5 to 10 feet. So
Yeah. Well, it's something akin to that. You have all these different mediums. You have tons of distance, and all of that medium is going to trap some of the light. You know,
I personally think the sun could even be a convergent of light coming from above that's just focused into like a hyper point. You know what I mean? And then that, oh my goodness.
well,
That
since we've already confirmed that there are signs of creation with the cosmic radiation background, we can assume that maybe something like that is possible. It's possible. Because if there's a creation, then there could be design, and that, you know, there's a lot more that could be applied to this realm than we think.
And if we want to talk about intelligent design, it's a mystery why ice floats. Why I forget what it is about light. Something about light. It's like meant to be impossible. It's I watched a video on intelligent design recently. I think it goes by the name Is Atheism Dead? Something like that.
Well,
They
we
were
Like,
denying
take everything
buoyancy.
that we don't know, and we just say that we, you know, we'll apply these like theories to it. But instead of just saying we don't know, or that it could possibly be supernatural of some sort, I'm
yeah,
open-minded.
why not? Yeah.
I mean, I'm certainly not in a rush to say I know everything about light, but I know a few people who are. even if they deep down know that they don't know shit about it, they'd probably still say, "Yeah, well, we know this, we know this, we know this." Well,
Yeah, that's true, yeah.
What were they saying about ice cubes?
oh, they float.
And what's the argument there?
Well,
I guess.
essentially, everything that changes density when it's a solid usually sinks, and they can't figure out why ice floats. It's something to do with the impossibility of water. It's like this, I guess.
You got a link for that video?
conundrum. Yeah, I do. I'll find it now. It's more of a talking video. It doesn't have much
Alright.
visual aid. Where should I post it?
Live stream voice chat? I don't know if you have perms at all.
I think I do.
You think wood and ice floats for the same reason?
Kind of.
There's a lot of air in wood, isn't there?
Absolutely.
Density.
So it's the air. So air is in ice, and that's why it floats.
Why would you say that? No one said air. You said do they float for the same reason? The reason is the density of the object, whether it be ice or wood, in the presence or inside of another medium, which is denser or less dense, it doesn't matter. And the buoyancy will be the amount of material that has been displaced compared to what the weight of material that is floating or in submerged.
Panic, do you really think you're teaching me like 8th grade? Like, okay, yeah, I know what they say, right? So now you have wood. Okay, so now we have to accept that wood is not just wood. There's something else in there that's not wood, that is lighter than wood. So what is that thing that's inside the wood that's not wood, that's lighter than wood, that makes it float?
No, that's a fallacious assumption and deduction as well as logic, because you can have things that are solid that have no air in them. For example, like steel versus aluminum. Both are solids.
But do you think air being in ice is part of why it floats?
No, it's the same. No, it's a molecular structure,
And is the air in wood part of why wood floats? I would say it is, because more air.
Well, there is air.
Yeah,
there is air in wood.
You've seen a log that's really waterlogged and starts to sink or becomes neutrally buoyant versus a fresh piece of wood that's dried out.
That's a good
piece
point.
of wood will, it'll float
Right.
very much.
It has,
so.
Wood has spaces, it has gaps in it. Yes, and those gaps can be filled with other materials that are not as dense as the water. Once the water permeates in the wood and starts filling those voids, or even filling these capillary areas, the phloem and xylem tubes, then it becomes the same density as the water, and so it will sink, or it will float, or it will be neutrally buoyant.
Anyway, so what was the topic? I guess RTH was bringing that up. What were you bringing it up for?
Oh, just because the ice is floating and it's for a reason, so if ice is special, right? Like they're trying to say, oh, well, ice is special because it floats. And I'm like, well, wood floats in water. Is wood special? Is this thing that's special about water also special about wood, and that's why it floats? Is the mechanism the same? Is it special?
It's the same mechanism. It's just the density and the buoyancy. It's the buoyancy force canceling out the force of gravity. That's what it is.
No, it's the weight. If the weight of what the material is being displaced is greater than the object, then it will either float or sink. So the specialness of water is because when it freezes, when it changes states, molecularly it becomes less dense. It's still the same water. No air has been interjected. Just the fact that it's freezing changes molecular. So it grows when it starts aligning these molecules in such a way that it freezes. Then that structure becomes larger, and so now that same exact number of atoms are still present, but the space they occupy is greater. And if that is greater than the water that it's in, then of course it will float, because the displaced weight of the medium is less weight than the weight of the or more weight than the actual object that's displacing the water.
So weight is the reason things float?
Of course. When I have something that weighs, when I displace something that weighing more than the object, what is it going to do? If I have a rock and I'm going to put it in water, it displaces the volume of that rock in water, but the volume of the rock and its weight is more than the displaced weight, so it sinks. If the volume that is less,
you take up so much airtime. I think like every 5 minutes you should take a 5-minute break.
I was actually looking at the clock, and that was a minute. That was a minute and a half right there. I know I haven't talked for a week, and so I speak about something to give information for 30 seconds to a minute, and everyone goes ballistic.
Well,
no one's going ballistic. It's just
that's why it was so nice in here. Shit.
You took quite a bit of time. Yeah, you took quite a bit of time to explain something that was rather simple. It almost feels as if you're taking so much more time because you just like to hear the sound of your own voice.
No, I really want to be clear. I want to be clear and deliberate so that there's no question about the mechanisms that are involved with things floating or sinking. That's all I was doing, being very clear.
Okay, well, we'll give you the benefit of the doubt, obviously. But yeah.
Thank you. I wasn't trying to hear myself talk. Thank you.
Does that make any sense to the water kid who brought it up? Water boy.
Weight making things float makes no sense. Weight would be like why something wouldn't float, right? Like,
I agree.
Yo, that kid just destroyed Zanuck in one sentence, man. That was fucking God fucking damn it. Oh. Who is this kid? That was fresh. That was fresh, dude. Oh.
No, weight is like I said, that's why I spoke slowly and deliberately about the topic, and went over someone's head, obviously data. But yes, the weight of the water and the weight of the object are very much involved. That is due to the mass and the gravity. Now, that weight, and just like when you step on a scale with you, step on a scale with something that has the same volume of you, that isn't as dense as you, it will float. Because of the fact that the water, it weighs more, will actually push the object upward because it's lighter. It's actually taking precedence down, and the down direction is occupied by the water because it's more powerful. So the other object goes up. Now, if the opposite occurs, like the rock, well, it's now more powerful. It goes down. It pushes the water out of the way. But it still has buoyancy, still has a force acting upward on it, and that force is exactly equal to the weight of the material or medium that it's displaced. That was 35 seconds, sorry.
Is displacement the same as weight?
Does it, kid? Does that explanation clear up the subject for you at all?
If I have a weighted liquid like mercury or water, would you agree that if I had a 1 cubic meter cube of this liquid, whether it be water or mercury, that weight of the liquid we could use to determine whether something would float or not? Only by the weight of it. The volume's the same, whether it be water or mercury, and I'm going to drop a rock, a lead ball, a needle, a balloon, whatever I put on it or in it, it will have forces acting on that object that's displacing it. And what would actually penetrate the liquid, whether it be mercury or water, to go down? Something that actually would weigh more than that liquid volumetrically. It has specifically has to do with its weight, the weight of the liquid for that given volume or the density. I mean, it's not that complicated. You can do this experiment yourself. There's no way you'll find something that contradicts what I'm saying.
Is there some way to move this conversation forward into something productive or interesting? Like you're saying really remedial stuff that I'm pretty sure everyone in this room already knows. It's not really like a lecture session for like introductory stuff. So like, what do you?
I know, but
actually something that would be of interest.
Good point. But data was still confusing.
It's not data.
How was weight?
Wasn't
that data? Who was that talking?
There's a couple people talking, but
anyway. So someone said, "How does weight, do anything? How is weight involved?" That's why I commented.
Yeah, weight.
Yeah, no, that was me. So.
Yeah, weight is how much something presses down due to gravity, meaning gravitas, like weight, which is
gravitas. I was just thinking about that in the other server.
Yeah, and
but if something floats, its weight is not necessarily a direct factor. And it sounded like Zanuck was saying that because
gravitas.
You could have an anvil. You could have an anvil that floats in mercury, for example.
Gravitas is just an accelerative effect that we all experience everywhere on the Earth. And that the globers attribute to a force, which makes no sense actually when you think about it, because a force exerts an acceleration depending on how much mass an object has. But when it comes to gravitas and the acceleration towards the ground, it doesn't matter how much mass the object has. It always accelerates at the same rate.
Isn't that because its inertia has increased by the same exact amount that the force is increased by?
It sounded like that was painful for you to get out, Kosho.
No, I'm just
you were like
thinking about my experience at 24/7. No, but yeah, yeah. If you have a giant mass, like a giant bowling ball the size of a house, and you have a marble, and you drop them both in a vacuum, the force on the giant mass is greater, but its inertia is also greater by the same ratio. So the effect ends up being the same.
It kind of seems a little fallacious to me. That I guess way of thinking that what we observe in reality is a downward accelerative effect. What it's like the actual empirical thing that we all experience, and pretty sure we all agree on the reasonable spectrum here. And so we go and we measure that. We just say like, okay, we'll call it gravitas. It's an accelerative effect. The Gobers go a step ahead and actually say, no, this is a force. And then you bring up the point, well, wouldn't a force have to be, wouldn't the acceleration due to a force be proportional to the mass? And then the explanation is, well, if there's more mass, there's more force. Therefore, it's always the same. So that almost seems like kind of like circular reasoning to me, in a sense, like, oh, it's a force, but it doesn't actually behave like a force, because when there would be less acceleration, there's more force to then bolster up the acceleration number. Kind of see what I'm saying?
Yeah, but not sure why it doesn't make sense to you. If you have a marble and you have a giant mass, understandably, if you wanted them both to accelerate at the same rate, whether across the ground or falling or whatever, it's clear that in order to even move the large one, because it has so much more inertia, it's going to require so much more force. So it makes sense. So that part that I don't understand why you don't get that, but
Well, yeah, that's
the amount required for that amount of force required is related to its inertia, and its inertia is going to be directly related to its mass. So the fact that the difference in the force in the gravitational universal gravitational law that changes by its mass. So it makes perfect sense why those two why the same acceleration would occur.
Yeah, it seems like circular logic to just say like, it's basically, oh, there's a force exerted. There's more force exerted on a larger object so that it accelerates at the same rate. Just seems kind of like an ad hoc explanation where they kind of had to like basically wedge the whole Newtonian idea that acceleration can only occur through quote unquote a Newtonian force or whatever, and then masses don't accelerate under any other circumstance. Therefore, there has to be a force that basically essentially matches the mass of the object and increases or decreases to get the same acceleration when you're on the surface of the earth or the water, wherever you are, at the same rate every time. It just seems like a big roundabout circular reasoning way to kind of just shoe wedge this whole, I guess, Newtonian idea of what force is and what acceleration is and how masses interact.
Magnets work like that too. That's not unusual. It's a very sound equation that you can not disprove in any. There's no exceptions to it either. Larger masses have the same acceleration, which means there has to be a force that's increasing with the mass. That's just the same as magnetism. We see that in all types of forces like that.
That's not true. If I have the same amount of
show me an example.
If I have the same, I'm trying to answer. If I have the same magnet pushing on the opposing, like two magnets, right? And they're always facing opposite each other, so they're pushing, right? It's the same force exerted by the magnet. If I put a larger weight, the acceleration will be less. If I put a less weight, the acceleration will be more. Easy. It's very easy to understand. That's the exact opposite thing. That's the exact opposite thing that you were talking about earlier.
No, I didn't say add a weight to the magnet.
Because the acceleration is always the same when it comes to gravitas.
I didn't say add a nominal force or a nominal load or mass to the. I said magnets. You increase the magnet size, and that force will be increased. The acceleration will be constant. You said put a weight on it.
Yeah. So if I have the same magnet,
and I make it bigger.
If I have the same magnet acting on a larger or lesser mass, the acceleration will be larger or lesser. If I have the same Earth gravity, it doesn't matter the mass. As I vary it, it just stays the same. There's always the same accelerated effect.
Yeah, we're talking about the mass being proportional to the acceleration, and that's what happens with magnets as well. You make a larger magnet, acceleration stays relatively proportional because that force will increase with the amount of flux proportional to the amount of flux.
In the analogy, the magnetic force would be the analogous to the gravitational force.
Yeah, it's loosely.
But the problem is, if I'm sat there, I have the same source of gravity. I'm sat there, I have the same source of magnetism. So it's the same. The force doesn't change. But if I change the mass, there's a different effect when it comes to magnetism than there is to gravity. For if I have a bowling ball and a penny, they both accelerate towards the ground at the same rate. But if I have a bowling ball and a penny and I put two magnets that are pushing against each other on side of it, the penny will accelerate much faster than the bowling ball would. So it's the exact opposite.
Neither one of them.
Because with gravity, they would accelerate the same rate. With the bowling ball and the penny, with the magnets, the penny would actually accelerate faster because it has less mass.
Pennies don't accelerate. Copper is not magnetism.
I said two magnets pushing against each other.
Yeah, but you see, you took the analogy and then destroyed it by throwing in some other variables that I wasn't even speaking about in even a remote sense. I said you got two magnets, two neodymium magnets.
Get rid of the magnet.
Well, I just want to give you.
No. Get rid of the. If you can't follow an analogy, then you shouldn't be invoking them.
Let's just bring it back. The magnets cause a force. As you make a bigger magnet, the bigger force. Why are you arguing with me?
Basics, Zanuck? No, I'm trying to fucking have a fucking productive conversation instead of you just going on and on about something that nobody fucking knows what fairy tale land you're in. You have a force, right? With any other type of force, the more mass, less acceleration. Less mass, more acceleration. With gravitas, same acceleration no matter what the mass is. See how that's fundamentally different?
That's not my analogy. My analogy is the thing that's causing the acceleration, causing the force, is the magnets. You make the magnets larger, the flux density.
I'm bowing out of this conversation.
I think anyone else could see the logic there in my analogy. It makes a lot of sense. You're adding something completely unrelated to the analogy. And that's fine if you don't want to listen to it.
Yeah, you're not really addressing it directly, Zanuck.
I was. So I gave the analogy of magnets acting like masses do in nature for as far as gravity. We have a magnet that's a certain size. We double the mass. The magnetic strength will double, so the force will increase proportional to the overall force to the mass. And that acceleration will still be constant, relatively constant. Same thing happens with gravity. We make a larger mass, it accelerates downward the same. And we can experiment on the table, doing things laterally. How much force it takes to accelerate a mass to 1 meter per second squared. And we can actually find out what that force is and make the mass bigger, find out what the force is. You'll find out that it will go directly proportional with the mass.
Okay, I'm gonna break down my point very simply. And this isn't an argument to Zanuck. This is just gonna be like the basic, I guess. I don't know what you want to call it, but here's what I'm gonna lay down here. Is that when it comes to forces, the mass and the acceleration are going to be inversely proportional. So if you have the same force, but you have more mass, there's going to be less acceleration. If you have the same force and you have less mass, there's going to be more acceleration. This holds for electrostatics, magnetic forces, all kinds of stuff. Now, in the case of gravitas, the accelerative effect towards the ground, the claim of the globe is that somehow, because there's more mass and there would usually be less acceleration, they're claiming that there's more force in there to balance out their equations, which is kind of just a circular ad hoc reasoning. And that's how you shut it down, boy.
And what's the flat Earth thing, Noah? What's the force? What's the mechanism? Electrostatics, is that what you're saying? Magnetism?
I don't, dude. I'm not making claims to what it is. I'm just saying we observe an accelerative effect. They claim it's a force, but given that all other forces are proportional to mass, whereas this force is not, because the same different masses accelerate at the same rate towards the ground, they ad hoc in that this actual force is inherently related to the mass, and that the more mass there is, the more force there is, just so that it perfectly balances out, so that it's always the same acceleration as we normally observe. So I'm not trying to give any explanation to why there's an accelerative effect. I'm just saying, like, the way they're doing it is they're just trying to shoehorn this Newtonian force equation and then shoehorn in their model of gravity on top of it, and it's just completely unnecessary.
You said you said the same thing like 4 times. Can I respond? I mean, I get your point there, but if you just want to break this down to simple Newtonian mechanics and say that I have a 1 kilogram mass and I want to accelerate it laterally, and I put 10 newtons on it, it'll accelerate at 10 meters per second squared. So if I change that mass to 2 kilograms and I apply that same force, it'll be half the acceleration. It'll be 5 meters per second squared. So it stands to reason that if something is going to accelerate at the same rate, there has to be a force that is doubling if the mass doubles. And we see that in gravity. We see whenever you double the mass, that force has to be doubling. Otherwise, you wouldn't have the same acceleration. So it's not like circular logic. It's bare bones logic.
And I think they even, okay, are you done with that now?
Yes.
Are you done with your diatribe? Okay, so I'm just going to go ahead and just speak out what I'm going to say. I'm not even addressing you. I think they came to the same conclusion that I guess I did, and I guess previous people have, in that it is circular and it is an accelerative effect. And they kind of went back on what they said before, and now it isn't a Newtonian force. It is just an accelerative effect. And then they invoke this whole. The thing is, we would go back to just having like a stationary Earth. They went forward and have this whole relativity thing now, and warping space time that explains this accelerative effect. So now they've even come full circle to admit, no, that's not a force. We know it's not a force. We know it's just an accelerative effect, which is what we had at the beginning. This was the original observed thing. So they kind of double back. They said this is a force and it's proportional to the mass. And then they double back. No, there isn't actually a force. It is just an accelerative effect caused by the bending and warping of space-time. So like they kind of fundamentally showed their hand by the 2 moves that they made. We already know. It's kind of like if you're playing poker with someone, when you see the river coming, you've already seen how they reacted to the card. You already know their hand, dude. It's an accelerative effect. And they had to admit it in the end.
Well, there's no displacement of gas to the liquid when something's in free fall, though. So you've never seen. This is what I keep saying. This is what Del keeps saying. If you're telling me that a weight in a bottle and the fucking water and you drop it and it's just as soon as it's away from the reference frame, density and buoyancy ceases to be.
Well, it's because they're free falling. No, they're just
right.
It's just canceled out by the free fall.
Is it accelerated?
Everything falls together in that case.
Yeah, but the point is, everybody keeps saying it's accelerating. If it's accelerating, please show me that in a different vector, in a different, like I said to Loggy earlier, show me that laterally, because that sort of acceleration does not exist.
Can I post this very quickly? I'll just end a second, but I just want to share this real quick. This is kind of, I'm not trying to offend anybody, but it's just kind of obvious. There's 2 equations in 2 different situations. One equation represents what the force is between these 2 objects in the universal law of gravitation. So they're different because the mass on the right's different. Okay. The equations on the right, those are the equations from Newton's second law of motion, which describe what is the equation for acceleration. And this is what it is. So the in one case you have what's the equation for the force? So I put the acceleration in there. So the acceleration is the same, right? And if you see the force is different, obviously. The mass is different. The difference between both these equations is the same thing. It's whatever mass you're using. So it stands to reason that the acceleration for any object falling or going towards the same 2 objects of different masses going towards the same object, the acceleration is going to be the same. It's just the only thing you're changing is the mass of the other object. If that's the only thing you're changing, then the inertia is going to be greater for the greater mass, which is obviously going to translate to the force in the universal law of gravitation. So I mean, it's just yeah. Go ahead.
This is why the globe has to say proper acceleration. It's a different
That's right.
type of acceleration. I'm going to bed. Anyway. Have a good night.
That's right. Proper acceleration, which is in regards to general relativity. But yeah, he's right. Proper acceleration is
Well, yeah,
different than
that's in the vertical axis though, not the horizontal.
That doesn't matter. I mean, what do you mean by that?
Weight is.
Oh yeah, of course.
I heard Andy mention something about lateral. Just saying the
Yeah,
acceleration would be vertical.
yeah, but that doesn't really matter. It doesn't matter whether it's lateral or vertical or horizontal or you know what I mean. It's
No, it
just the
does.
direction of the
It's in
force.
one of the vectors of x, y, z. It's only in one of them. The other ones are affected by it, but it's the vertical. It's down versus up.
If that's what's defining that. If there's a gravitational attraction towards from one thing to the other thing, that's basically describing which direction down is for that thing. So I agree with you, but I mean that's down, but that's what down is. Down is the direction that gravity's pulling you.
Instead of the idea of gravity pulling you through something, what if I were to say that the object itself has its own natural movement to it? That it's actually coming from the object more than something outside of it pushing on it. It's like the nature of the object and the nature of the medium. And the surfaces of the electrical, like the Gaussian surfaces electrically. Like the idea that gravity is pushing on it like a blanket, you're saying? Like some kind of something from the outside, rather than it just being inherent in the physical matter itself?
No, the truth is that the effect that we see that it shows to us is that these objects are attracting towards each other. So you can say pull or push or whatever, but in actuality, the claim is actually that that's just the effect of a more cryptic relationship, which
the
is
space
actually just
between them.
it's traveling in a straight line in a space time.
The space between them is shrinking, isn't it? In their claim.
The space time is warped, so you can describe
Right,
the time as being.
Yeah, so
right, but
Cavendish is just
between the two objects isn't. Let's just say there's a reference frame where one object is still, right? Isn't the distance between the objects the thing that's actually shrinking? Like,
I wouldn't say that. Like I said, you don't even have to think about the space warping. You could describe it purely in the purely by the time being warped. So you don't even have to. You can describe it in that way, although that's not entirely correct either. But it can be described as just as the time warping. So I wouldn't say that space is shrinking.
space warpage via time warpage now? Coach,
No, I'm
is
saying
that
that
where we're
you
at?
don't even have to describe. You don't even have to describe the space warping. You can describe the time warping, and the object would still be attracted in the same way.
Time warp? Rocky Horror Picture Show? You're saying we can warp time, and then that will warp space.
No, I'm saying that you can describe the event as just time warping, and what you're gonna observe is the object being attracted towards the other object. I'm not saying the time warping is making the space warped. I'm saying you could describe it by just the time warping, and the object is gonna appear to be attracted to the other object.
I would say that's just the fields. The fields are actually causing a propagation rate between objects rather than any attracting by any nature of what it is. Like in the Casimir effect. And in Coulomb's law.
Yo, I am actually trying to have like a discussion with North though sometime, Geo. I don't know if he like I don't know if you were here earlier, like in my morning time. I don't know. I guess it would still be morning time for you, but I was trying to have a discussion with him earlier, but I don't know if like what your recommendations are on that. Like, should we do it in another VC or something like that?
Well, if you want to have like a set discussion where others wouldn't be jumping in and you guys could get into it, then yeah, we'll just do an event. Just throw it on the event,
Yeah,
whatever time you guys
could,
want, and then yeah, we'll run it.
Others could get in, but like it has to be to a point where like it's not like they're just getting in to just muddy the waters. You know what I mean? Like I'm completely open to other people adding, but I don't. If it's like we're discussing one thing and then they try to go off on the weeds about, you know what I mean? And
yeah, for sure.
Yeah, I'm very interested in this subject and getting to the bottom of it. And yeah, I don't know. I guess it's more of a personal vendetta than really anything else to get to the bottom of this. But yeah, I don't know. I'll see if I can set it up with him or whatever. But I'm not too sure if he's too. Because I'm not even trying to debate, dude. I'm just trying to see. I'm just trying to ask like very simple questions so I can just get us understanding of his position. You know what I mean? Because there's no point in me trying to debate someone who I don't even understand their position. You know.
Yeah, well, dude, with the open panel, yeah, there's with the open panel, it allows for that organic nature of a large group to be able to carry the conversation. But yeah, dude, if you're trying to get into like something in particular or with someone in particular, absolutely, that's the only way to really do it. Well, no, there's other ways. I mean, if the room's kind of chill, like if he was here right now, it'd probably be fine. It's a pretty chill room. But if it's really active, or depending on the time of day and who else is here and who wants to jump in. So if that's the case, if other people are jumping in and you're not able to, that's when just throw it up on, we can throw it on the events. And we could even do it in the moment. Like even if he was in right now, I could just make an event within 2 seconds and then just flip it to that. Then you guys could go for however long, And then, yeah, we'll use Livestream too as needed as well. Yeah.
Can I make a 1 minute event right now?
Yeah, you could do an event on the fly. Or you could schedule it like Tuesday at 5 p.m. or whatever, and then just you guys, and we'll just kind of like there's a branch between like if it's the open panel and someone wants to do a one-on-one, we'll usually do like maybe 5 or 10 minutes, or if the room's chill with it, they could go for longer. But if you wanted like more sanctioned, then yeah, the next step would be to just do an event either on the fly or ahead of time, and then obviously from there you could even do a more official structure or something like that, and then do an event like that too. But I'm just saying it can be kind of a laid back event where you guys just want like half hour, 45 minutes, maybe an hour, whatever it is, to fully go back and forth without any topic changes or anyone else jumping in or any, all that hot mics and all the rest of it,
I think you're misunderstanding me because I was asking in that moment to do an event for 1 minute. It doesn't have to be an event. I just wanted to bring that back at the ice thing, but somebody brought up.
Yeah. Hey, let's give him the floor for 60 seconds then.
You want
no speaking.
A 1 minute event?
Yeah, I don't even need the full minute. I was just gonna say that that is interesting.
Just a quickie.
Yeah, well, I mean, because Zanuck actually he did answer it, and then I think people asked about other stuff too. But with the ice, the reason why it becomes more dense when other things become, usually less dense as they solidify, is because of the way that the bonds are in water. It's another reason why water vapor ends up being less dense than air, even though you would think water molecules, a water molecule you would think would be heavier than the nitrogen N2 molecule. But anyways, my point is that they don't bond covalently when they freeze. They more hydrogen bonds, hydrogen bonds, and a hydrogen bond it's not gonna bring the molecules as closely as the covalent bond. So because of that, it actually becomes less dense. It's just because of the geometry of the water molecule.
That's all molecules and atoms are, just geometry.
Sacred geometrical electrostatic bonds.
Yeah, they actually are electrostatic bonds. Yes, that's right. But
Does
yeah,
anyone
it's
actually
just a.
believe?
Go ahead, Nate. Go ahead, Noah.
I was just gonna ask, like, so I'm pretty familiar with this whole electron cloud, quantum stuff, this nuclear model, and all of that, and the charges, the basic 3 subatomic particles, and all. But do you actually like? I guess this is just a general question, but like, is there any glober in here that actually might question? I'm not even asking you to question atoms or that shit. I'm just saying like the whole quark, the standard particle model of physics. Like, is there any globers in here who actually maybe don't subscribe to that? You can keep your neutrons, your electrons, your protons, your quantum mechanics, but I'm talking about these leptons and neutrinos and all this fucking garbage. Is there anyone who like kind of doubts that maybe in their mind? Maybe the scientists got it wrong.
Kosho, do you go full quark? Are you fully quarked?
I think they're still learning stuff all the time. So the model's not. It's not a settled model. It's pretty accurate for what it's worth, but they find new stuff out all the time, like how quarks that they now have the pentaquark, you know,
The
proton
pentaquark?
neutrons. Yeah, it's like 5 quarks. That actually has more, with more mass of the proton or neutron. But I think those they don't live very long, and it's yeah. So anyways, the point is I think that it's still fluid. It's a fluid model, So there's still stuff to add to it, but I do think it's fairly accurate. So yeah, I mean I wouldn't say that I doubt it, but I would say that I think it's incomplete. Yeah.
So like, do you believe in quarks?
Yeah.
Do you think at any time, Kosho, the periodic table of elements will be, I guess, drastically changed or done away with? Or do you think man has come to a perfect knowledge of, I guess, chemistry for a greater sense and what chemistry is in a larger philosophical structure?
Yeah, that I do think is. I would put much more confidence in that than the standard model. Even though I think that standard model it's been shown to be correct, I think that the table of elements is it's got a lot more consequences that we know to be accurate and true, and just the way they interact with each other, things at two ends of the table and noble gases and all that kind of stuff. I think it's fairly sound. Probably not going to be changed drastically.
So the periodic table we have today, bar maybe they add a couple elements here and there. I said drastically, right? So you think that's it? We kind of hit the nail. It's a perfectly understood art.
Yeah, I mean, you could predict, what kind of reactions you're going to get with with 2 different elements or 3 different elements or whatever, just by understanding the table, and their position in the table. So You can also predict like what's going to be magnetic or more magnetic. So yeah, all that kind of stuff. I mean, it follows perfect. It follows perfect reason and the evidence. And I mean, there's people use this stuff to make medicines and you know shit in biology, also all that kind of stuff. Material science. But why do you ask that? Because I would think that you think the same thing.
I've been questioning things lately.
I mean,
Not that the predictions are incorrect, but I guess like the whole idea that nuclear reactions, like let's say the nuclear reaction is fundamentally separate or different than a chemical reaction in the way that we think about it. I guess not we like I guess the mainstream model thinks about chemical and nuclear reactions fundamentally as a different thing that occurs, and then they have different models and stuff for those different types, right? So they have this electron model and all these different things that predict how chemicals will go together or how nuclei will react with each other. But I just like to explore the possibility that maybe maybe there's something a little different about what they're telling us. I guess that's what I'm saying. I'm not saying that predictions are incorrect, but I'm saying that once you go outside those predictions, it might break down. But if you hold the part that's true to it, I guess, and you kind of synthesize both of them together, you can come up with a different type of reaction. I guess I don't know. It's kind of hard for me to articulate at this moment. But yeah, I don't know if that really was communicated well.
That's fair enough, though.
Like a carbon atom or an oxygen atom, Kosho, on the
Yeah.
periodic table. Yeah, so like a hydrogen atom, obviously, right? But like essentially, what I'm saying is, if there's a way to arrange a bunch of hydrogen atoms in such a way that they combine 6 at a time, you could get carbon. That's a nuclear reaction, right? But I'm saying, I'm not too sure the way they, I guess, give us the whole nuclear
Sorry, can you repeat that one more
reaction.
time?
I was just gonna say that. So you let's just say you have some hydrogen, right? If you can reassemble these hydrogen atoms in such a way that they combine 6 at a time into carbon atoms, and you have transmutation, a nuclear reaction happening. But I'm not too sure that it has to occur the way they say it does. So that's just all I'm saying. Like that's the way I'm thinking of it, is that you could get an oxygen atom, 8 hydrogens. Yeah, so that's all I'm saying.
You're gonna hate me. I did this yesterday too. My girlfriend was talking to me. I can guess what you were saying, but I honestly I probably wouldn't. I don't want to ask you to repeat it again. It sounded like you were saying that you can turn oxygen and carbon, depending on if you have a certain amount of oxygen atoms and you you know, you can turn that into a certain amount of carbon atoms. Did you say something like that?
Hydrogen.
You mean just by splitting it apart? Is that what you're talking about?
What's up, guys?
Evening.
Yeah, I can hear
Zanik, you there?
you.
Sorry?
I was wondering if you guys are here. Silent. I wasn't expecting that.
Yeah, we're here. We're here. It's just a little lull moment.
Well, perfect, because I was just thinking, on a globe, how could the moon make sense? Wouldn't it have to go through all of its phases every night?
Why do you say that?
I just don't see a reasonable way in which it would not receive the same kind of sunlight we receive from nearly the same distance away, rotating at a faster speed than we're rotating in order to keep up with us, right?
I have said the same exact thing. If the sun moves away and it's allegedly like on the other side of the earth, and then the moon is moving across the sky, there should be some relation to their angles that determines the phases. I mean, what shouldn't there? I
Yeah,
thought
yeah, it should be a
Not
full.
really.
It should either be eclipsed every night, or it should be a full moon every night at midnight.
Yeah, but the relationship between two objects in the sky for any given day, those remain consistent. So, for instance, like it's full moon right now.
Mhm.
They're both moving across the sky. That's true, but it's because the Earth's supposedly rotating. So,
But that
you
doesn't
know,
that
it's a
really
full.
have to do with this thing. The rotation of the Earth has nothing to do with the phases of the moon.
Right. I know, but it does have to do with the movement of the moon and the sun across the sky. But if the phases of the moon are going to be present in the relationship between the sun and the moon in the sky, which is why on a full moon they're always opposite each other in the sky. In a new moon, they're generally, or like a crescent, like a small crescent moon. They're usually, just near each other in the sky, and they remain that way the whole day during that phase.
Oh, it works that way on a flat Earth, but on a globe Earth, I don't see how it could work.
well, we can see the propagation of the sunlight and measure propagation and attenuation of the sunlight. And for the moon to be reflecting the light of the sun, like I said, it's not possible. That there's no correlation there. We don't see any of the sunlight propagating or attenuating to the moon.
Yeah, because it's following the same path through the sky, basically. So it should have all these different angles on the sunlight. It should be changing phases throughout the night.
I agree.
I was just staring at the full moon. It just occurred to me. It doesn't make sense.
How about a new moon? What's your opinion on a new moon or the eclipse? When the moon approaches the sun, but we don't see it at all. We just see a shadow. Do you ever think about that?
Yeah, I do think about that. It's interesting. I've seen not only speculation but video of the sun entering the umbra, the night, just barely during that eclipse. So it's like dipping into the place where that conceals sunlight from us. I guess the question would be, if you already are in the night, can you suddenly see the sun?
If you're
What do
already
you mean by
in the
that?
night, what do you mean?
Well, I know from the Quran that the night covers the sun and the sunlight, so you aren't able to see the sun through it. So if it were to dip into the night where the people in the day could no longer see it, then that would mean that the people who were seeing the nighttime should be able to see the sun when it dips in during a solar eclipse.
I'm
You might
trying
have
to
to explain
picture
it in
what.
a different way.
Go ahead, Kosho.
No, I just said it. You might have to explain that in a different way because I didn't really get that.
Yeah, that
Okay,
makes two of us, I must say.
so you guys know how in Genesis, right, the daylight and the night are day and night are separate from the sun and the moon, right? The sun and the moon were created on the fourth day.
Okay.
So the day and the night circle each other, and the night lifts up the day from where it was. The day peels away, and they circle. And once the sun was created, the night protected everyone within it from its light. So you can't see the sun, and you can't see sunlight. You can't see daylight. And you can see daylight, but it peels away pretty fast. So basically, since the night, the umber, the shadow, whatever you want to call it, since that is an actual thing, an actual like object, I guess you could say, the sun can dip into it during the solar eclipse and makes us incapable of actually seeing it. But if that's the way that it works, which it seems like it is from what I've seen in video, then that means that anyone who is within the umber, within the night shade, should be, and nearby enough, should be able to actually see the sun for that hour or whatever that the sun is eclipsed.
Well, you're talking about the umbra, okay. You realize that the umbra, they say, is 70 miles, right?
I've never heard that. 70 miles? That's not big enough.
Yeah, that's what it is. That's
No, it should fluctuate throughout the year how big it is, and it should change throughout the night where it is, or throughout the day where it is.
well, that's the claim. I'm telling you, because that's why, like the way you're saying, I don't think you understand the claim fully. So I just want to make sure you understand that the umbra they claim is 70 miles. It's a
Who's
strip
they?
of
Who's they?
approximately. Sorry.
Who's they?
Well, the you know the NASA boys, our
NASA?
masters. What do you want to call them?
I didn't know they acknowledged the Umbra at all. The Umbra.
Yeah, they do, and I mean that's pretty easy too. Like if it wasn't that, I mean people would realize that it wasn't that, right? Because when they say,
Go ahead, Essie. Go ahead.
no, I mean, does anybody dispute that? I mean,
I'm
I've
saying,
seen it.
why don't we
Yeah.
ask her? Why don't we ask her what she thinks, or when she says Umbra, what she's talking about?
The nighttime. It's the entire shade of night. So what covers the earth when it's nighttime? That's the Umbra.
Yeah, but I don't think you realize the claim. You probably think that it's a wider swath of
Yeah, well, I'm going
right.
off of scripture, not off of NASA. Who would use NASA as a source? It's terrible source.
Well, look, I said NASA because I know that's what you wanted to hear, right? But I mean, that's easily shown. I mean, people have witnessed the eclipse, and they say it's going to be from Maine to New York or whatever. I mean, I don't think that's an issue. I mean, if anybody can prove me wrong on this or wants to challenge me on this,
You're talking about the shadow caused by the eclipse?
yeah, that's the umbra. Isn't that what you're
Yeah, but
talking about?
did you hear?
No,
Did you hear?
that's
I just asked her. Yeah, I just asked her what she's calling the Umbra. She said something
no,
totally
no.
different.
It's like if you were to think of daylight as a single object, and if you were to think of night as a single object, that night is the umbra.
Yeah, but then we're talking about two different things here. Now we're talking past each other. We're talking
No.
about an eclipse, and you're talking about a whole different thing. Description in not the Bible. You said the Quran, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
we're off bases here. We're not touching bases at all here.
So you're talking past me, basically talking about the shadow caused by, which I could barely call it a shadow, but the lack of light due to the solar eclipse. I'm talking about the actual object that it enters into in order to cause the eclipse, not the shadow caused by the eclipse.
Oh, so you're talking about? Are you talking about the moon then, or
No,
something else?
I'm talking about the night. The night is an actual object.
Oh, okay. Now I'm tracking. Okay, so the night is an object. Okay, I'm tracking. Okay, go on.
Okay, so the night as an object is an object that obscures sunlight and daylight, especially sunlight from the viewers. So when you enter into night, you can no longer see the sun, even if it were close by to you. And so if it were to enter the umbra during if the sun were to enter into a small bit of the night as an object during the day, the sun would become invisible, and so would its light.
I'm trying to figure out how this. I'm sorry, but I'm not tracking what you're saying. How could the sun enter the night if the night is an object and
Yes.
everyone's thinking the object is the moon? I'm trying to
No.
interpret what you're saying, but I guess my brain is not. It can't. That doesn't make sense to me. Sorry.
Okay. So yeah, not the moon, the night. Like
Yeah,
a
but
dark.
what is this night then? Let's start off with what is this night?
Are none of
Yeah.
you guys familiar with this?
No, I am familiar in it. I think let me try to steel man what you're saying so Essie could, just kind of follow along with what you're saying. But it's like Essie, I think she's saying that like the night, you can think of the night as a shadow, but not a regular shadow. Like the way you think of a shadow would be like if a light is anywhere around that shadow, the shadow is gone. This shadow can overtake light.
Yes.
All right, so this shadow persists regardless if there's light or not. Something like that.
Yes.
Pumpkin. Yeah.
Okay, then I'm out of this convo. That's beyond my scope. You can continue, Kosho.
I mean, I'm not. Yeah, I don't know what to. I think like to me a shadow or the darkness is just a lack of light. It's not a thing within itself, but yeah. So I can't go anywhere
Yeah, but
with it.
if the night can like cover up the sun, why doesn't it cover up the moon?
Because the moon is not the same type of light as the sun.
Well, I think maybe it's referring to the fact that the word umbra also has to do with darkness. So there's like multiple uses, and you may be thinking of one where umbra is not necessarily the shaded part of the earth during an eclipse, but instead just the night in general, the dark sky, as it were.
Exactly. Yes, exactly. So basically, you can think of it, in order for there to be day and night without a sun and moon, of course, the moon is not necessary for the night whatsoever. But the sun isn't necessary for the day either.
So you're saying, like, theoretically, if the sun were in the darkness, the umbra, as it were, it wouldn't even illuminate because the darkness would absorb all of it or not allow it to even illuminate, even if it could. Like, it's that much of an opposite.
Yes, yes. And I've seen at least a couple videos of the sun entering that shadow during a solar eclipse from planes.
It's interesting that the Quran mentions it like that because I'm not sure if it's in Enoch or the Bible or both. It is mentioned in other texts, when and where the darkness will overcome the light. Sometimes, like it mentions it overcomes the light, and then other times it mentions darkness, the darkness overcometh it not. And I can actually think of a very mechanistic way that could happen. If, knowing that and understanding that light is only achievable within certain visible light, that is, within a certain range of vibrational frequency is when it becomes visible light, and then you have your non-visible light that's in another particular range of frequency. And so if this darkness is something that can change or alter the vibrational rate of, the atmosphere, the ether, and it very well could actually affect whether or not the light would be visible or not. I'm just saying I wouldn't put it out of the realm of possibility of that being the case.
For sure.
I'm sorry, Kosho, you were going to say something.
No, no, I don't think so. I can't remember.
Can I ask you what made you think of this? Because to me, this is like really off left field.
Made me think of it? No, it's told you it's Quranic, and also I've seen video of it, and many people have talked about it. So it's not far left field. It's just not something you've heard of.
Oh, sorry, you did say the Quran. My bad. Okay, so this is actually in the Quran, the dark.
Yeah.
Okay. Wow.
Yeah, it says that it keeps you from seeing the sun or the sunlight.
You're right. I never have heard of this.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the Quran is a flat Earth book, so there's lots of good stuff in there.
Coming from a woman, I find that really amazing to hear.
What about the Quran?
Yeah.
It's because I'm not a Sunni. I follow the Quran alone. I don't follow the Hadith. I'm not like the Mohammedists. I don't wear a hijab.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. The hadiths. That's if that's not a declaration of hate towards one race, I don't know what is. Yeah.
Oh
Or
yeah,
one.
it totally is for sure. Yeah, no, I'm not like that. None of my friends are like that. We know that 99% of Muslims are Hadithists, Mohammedists, basically heathens. Basically, instead of corrupting our actual scripture, they wrote other stuff that's not scripture and told them to read that instead, and that's what they do. So us Quran alone people are the only people who follow the actual scripture and the actual scripture alone. The other stuff they modified it with these made up stories about what the prophet did and said.
Okay, I didn't even know that. So that's a separate sect. It's not Sunni or Shia. Are you Shiite?
No. It's Quran alone, which there are basically Quran alone people get killed and jailed. We don't have a single brick and mortar location at all. We practically only exist online.
That's two things I learned tonight. Quran alone, you said?
Mhm. Yes.
Okay.
Yes,
Well,
I run a Quran alone flat earther server.
okay.
Mm-hmm.
And you what? You follow the Quran word for word, like
Yeah, we're literalists.
okay.
But the Quran is very short, so it makes it easy.
But there are some weird what's the one that semen comes from the backbone? That's another one they have.
Yeah, well, you don't really know how that works. I'm sure if science progresses in the right way, we'll find that out. But I mean, it's not so weird. I noticed when I was breastfeeding that my breast milk came from my back. Who knows what all comes from there?
Don't they also say that the sun sets into a pond, a river, or something?
No. It's talking about a specific location that a singular man visited. He went to the west where the sun set in a hot spring. So there's a specific hot spring that he went to, or rather a mountain where it appears to set into that hot spring.
Okay. About the woman stuff, is that also in the Quran, or I think it is, right? It's not in the Hadith.
No, it's all the woman stuff practically is in the Hadith. God is extremely fair to women, so he's very fair to us in the Quran as well.
No, but the part where a man could just say 3 times you're divorced, and he can divorce you and all that stuff. That isn't that in the Quran?
In the Quran, anyone can divorce anyone for any reason.
If you were
Okay.
going on a blind date and you were single, would you date a Christian?
Marriage to Christians is permissible because Christians are believers.
Yeah, but like with your way of thinking, do you think you'd get along all right?
Well, I mean, I grew up Christian. I mean, I'm not married to a Muslim now, but he's not a Christian either. I don't know if I would date a Christian. It's hard to imagine since I'm married. But yeah, a lot of Muslims are willing to marry Christians.
Do you think
Currently,
that because the Bible outdates the or precedes the Quran, what what do you think was so enlightening about the creation of the Quran that sort of superseded the Bible text?
well, it basically completes and confirms all of the stories that we had in the Bible. Um, and it is much more direct, so much more direct, and it's God's word verbatim. It's not like, oh, and then this guy went and did this thing. Like, God is talking to you throughout the entire book. It doesn't break that perspective to have a man talk to you. It's always God talking. Um, and he is very clear. I mean, I don't know how to describe it to you without offending you. The best thing to do is just to read the book. It's a really short book. You know how it takes like a year to read the Bible if you're really disciplined? Well, it takes about a month to read the Quran if you're just a little disciplined. So, I mean, it confirms like a ton of stuff, like even the virgin birth. Um, like lots of stuff. But it also corrects a lot of stuff. You know, like if you're talking about women, like I was just reading a chapter called The Disputing Woman, which you think is going to be like a negative, right? But there was a man and a woman who had been arguing, a couple who had been arguing, and they brought their argument to the prophet, and or this is what we can gather from the chapter, and it seems that they weren't siding with the wife, and so God sent down a chapter saying like specifying who he was talking about, and he says, "Your wife is not your mother. Only those who give birth to you are your mothers." Like, and it says that if you break a promise to your wife, you have to either set a slave free, fast for 2 months, or feed 60 needy people, which is basically the same punishment it has for if you accidentally kill someone.
How do you feel about because this is happening now? This is the clash of civilizations is underway. Just people haven't realized it yet. I'm
Mhm.
curious for your opinion.